Welcome to day 2 of GearFest 2021. You know it's going to be exciting because Dave Martin was actually smiling. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater, and it's once again my distinct pleasure to be your host here for the second day of our annual celebration of music, gear, and music makers. What brings us all together here at GearFest is our shared passion for making music and for great audio. And all day today, we've got an incredible opportunity for all of us to learn from the very best of the best. Thanks so much for joining us. It's going to be an amazing day. I hope you're able to be with us yesterday as well. From Steve Vai to Omar Hakim, Doug Wimbish to Just Blaze, Carmen Vandenberg to Bianca Richardson, many, many more. We had great interviews, workshops, 2 great panels, one of our best GearFest days yet, in my opinion. Now, if you did miss something, or if you want to rewatch a special GearFest event moment, you'll be able to watch on demand. Stay tuned to the Sweetwater channel at YouTube. We'll be posting everything there soon. So what's going on today? First, our massive $50,000 gear giveaway continues all day long. Be sure to register at sweetwater.com. Second, be sure to visit the Sweetwater GearFest Virtual Gear Expo. That's a mouthful. Sweetwater GearFest Virtual Gear Expo to see nearly 700 videos from our manufacturer partners showing all their latest and greatest gear. And of course, it wouldn't be GearFest without a huge Sweetwater sales event. Check out the best deals of the year at sweetwater.com and contact your Sweetwater sales engineer for even more super secret unadvertised special deals. Now, we've got so much going on today at GearFest. If you're on social media, let us know your favorite events, favorite artists, moments, and show us your new gear. Be sure to tag Sweetwater, use hashtag GearFest 2021 and hashtag New Gear Day. You may have noticed a big upgrade to GearFest this year. Live music courtesy of Fort Wayne's most dangerous band. Nick DiVirgilio, Jacob Dupre, Dave Martin with a smile, 2 in a row, Don Carr. Man, you guys sounded fantastic yesterday. Looking forward to more great music today. I did mention that 1/8 note yesterday.
Well, we'll try to fix that today.
Right on, appreciate it. All right, let's jump right in. To kick off day 2, we've got a unique opportunity to talk with Andreas and Daniel Sennheiser, 2 brothers who are serving as co-leaders of the respected Sennheiser family of brands. Here's my interview with Andreas and Daniel. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. Welcome to GearFest 2021. We have something really special for you today. We have an opportunity to speak with the men behind one of the several of the most important brands in the pro audio business. We have Andreas Sennheiser and Daniel Sennheiser with us, the co-CEOs of Sennheiser. It's great to see you both.
Hello and welcome to everybody.
Yeah, we're excited to have you join us here at GearFest. We wish we could do it in person. We wish we could have you here with us in Fort Wayne, but we'll make do with international Zoom call today.
We all gotten used to that, I guess, very much over the past 12 months.
Right. So there's so much to talk about. Sennheiser and the various other brands and members of the Sennheiser family. There's so much to talk about there, and of course, such an important part of the Sweetwater family as well. But tell us a little bit about yourselves. You both have very interesting backgrounds, business backgrounds, born in Zurich, and the studies that you've done in different places you worked before you came to Sennheiser as well. Andreas, would you like to introduce yourself to us a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'm the engineer here from the 2 of us. I went to Zurich, actually also my birth town, when I came back to study electronic engineering and also manufacturing engineering. So I really got into the electronic and production part of things because I always had an inclination towards the technology side of things, plus then also the music. But at the time, really becoming trained as an engineer was my passion there. After I really didn't know what I wanted to work in around 2000, I decided to do a PhD because that was gave me more time to think about what I wanted to work then later. And during that time, I happened to meet the CEO of Hilti, the power tool company, the big red power tools that you see on every construction site. And I worked for them for a couple of years, and I had my first outside experience and learned a lot about company cultures, learned a lot about how to develop a business. And when Daniel was a little bit earlier to join than the family business, when I realized that actually there was a great opportunity for both of us to work there, we joined forces, and ever since we do this together.
Nice. And Daniel, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I guess I'm more the creative person, customer-facing person. I studied industrial design in Switzerland and in Pasadena in the US. Worked in advertising for quite some years, internet and advertising. Before joining Procter & Gamble, which is a wonderful school to learn business. and I was there for around about 5 years before joining Sennheiser, when I realized that continuing a legacy of such a family business is actually something which I have a lot of passion for. I have a lot of passion for music. Both Andreas and myself play instruments on a private basis with more passion than talent, I guess, but that's a lot of us, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I see a guitar in the background behind you there, and Andreas, you mentioned that you have some guitars out in your living room as well. So, so you do bring a musical background to what you're doing as well.
That's
Absolutely.
correct. Yeah.
Right. So the company Sennheiser, the family business, if you will, dates back to 1945, and Dr. Fritz Sennheiser. Can you give us a little rundown, either or both of you, on sort of the history of the family getting into the world of Sennheiser?
Well, it was right after the war when our grandfather, who was heading a research department to work also on encryption technology at the time, after the war was over, there was nothing left. There was no research to be done for anyone. So he decided to use his skills, the brain power of himself, plus 7 fellow researchers that were with him. And they looked if they could build something. And the good thing about the time at the end of the war was, if you were talented enough to build anything that made sense, you would have a customer, because there was really nothing left. So he turned his research background into an entrepreneurial endeavor, which in hindsight, he said, if he had known how difficult it was, he would never started it. But that's probably the common theme of all founders. If they had known the cumbersome times, they would not have done it. And so from that time on, really the innovation spirit of Sennheiser and the research-oriented mindset was built and is still alive today. So a lot of what we do today is really built on that kind of spirit, and also the will to acquire new knowledge, to go where no one else has been before, and therefore sometimes do things which is beyond commercial reason, but all of a sudden wonderful things emerge from new steps in the fresh snow somewhere.
What's coming out of this curiosity and this never being satisfied with the status quo is that Sennheiser has developed over the years many milestones, such as the first wireless transmission developed together with German television, but later on also things like the interference tube microphone, which gave us an Oscar in the 90s, but also breakthrough technologies like the first hi-fi headphone, which is more consumer product, and maybe we'll come to that later. It's that business which came to Sennheiser only at the end of the 60s, but now has gone. We just sold that part off to concentrate on the pro business much more, and bring the pro community and the audio for video community much more technology from Sennheiser.
Right. Yeah, it's such a broad range of things that the company's done. It's fascinating to look back at some of the early things. If I understand correctly, the very first product was a voltmeter that came out in 1945, and the first microphone was 1946, correct? The DM1 and the DM2, and then the DM4 with the noise canceling and things. So in those days, were they primarily creating microphones for the broadcast industry? What were they making microphones for?
Yeah. It really started with a copy of a microphone that was existent already from Siemens. So they came and asked if they could manufacture such a product. And during the attempt to manufacture it, they just made it better, and then they made it their own microphone. So they didn't want to stay with a copy and just manufacture. So they operated it. But it was for speech mainly. It was for an entire Europe that had to be rebuilt, more or less, and therefore a lot of people needed microphones to address the public. But it was also for the broadcasting industry at the time.
Right. So when you were growing up, how aware were you of the family business, of Sennheiser and the products and the reach that the company had?
Not so much, actually, and that's good, because when you're a little kid and you grow up in actually Sennheiser is on the countryside. It's in north of Hanover, somewhere in a very beautiful countryside, but there's not lot of things around. So growing up there, yes, the company was there. I can still remember the smell of metal being milled and things like that. So I guess that's one of the childhood memories, and playing with the little pieces that were thrown away because they didn't qualify our quality standards and things like that. But to realize what a heritage and the passion that a lot of our customers have for the brand, that only came later by understanding really who the great musicians are, which are the very meaningful moments in history which were said into a Sennheiser microphone, like when Kennedy was at the wall and said, "Ich bin ein Berliner," which is a very famous phrase that was said in an MD 421. So things like that you only realize later, of course.
Right, right. So it's a very interesting, looking from the outside, an interesting dynamic having two brothers be co-CEOs. Daniel, you started with the company in 2008, Andreas in 2010, and then in 2013 you were appointed the co-CEOs of the company. You have very different backgrounds, Andreas with your engineering background, Daniel more with your design background, and but you both have strong business backgrounds as well. How do you separate what you do? Do you both do everything? Do you say, you do this and I'll do that? And how does that all work?
I think part of the secret sauce of success of working together for us is that we're on the one hand very different in the way we were educated, so engineering versus creative and design, but we still share a lot of common values and thinking. So with that, we are extremely well aligned on a value level, on how we we want to develop the company, very customer focused, also very people oriented. So with high standards, both morally and products. So that's, I think we're very well united without even talking to each other about that. But then at the same time, when it comes to a business problem or a technical problem, something, we can look at it with completely different eyes, which just makes the solution better. So it's very rare that we just see the very same things. And with that, I think we just share also a lot of family love and passion for what we do, and therefore it works well.
Right.
And to be very precise, we don't have a segregation of duty. So some people ask us, you do this part, you do this part. But as Andreas explained, it actually makes sense to not separate. We are a redundant system, which is good. It means we can be at two points in the world at the same time, which pre-corona was very important. Right now, a little less because a lot of things are done by Zoom. But like right now, we're not in the same location, and we can have a discussion here together, which is wonderful.
Right, right.
And also probably it's a unique opportunity to do it this way because probably we hardly ever show up both at the same time in the same place. So that's actually a good opportunity doing it virtually.
Right, that's great. One of the interesting things, and both an opportunity and a challenge with a company like Sennheiser, is that you have such a long history and you have all these iconic products that you've created, whether it's the HD line of headphones, the 421, the 906, the MK8 shotguns. I mean, I could go on for a long, long time listing all the iconic products. But of course, the company always needs to move forward as well. How do you balance that, respecting the tradition and the history versus moving forward into new areas?
For Sennheiser, it's absolutely natural because we have so many so curious engineers, and the history is not something you make by being conscious about your history. It's something that happens, and it's actually more the customers that tell us later, this is an iconic product or this is a historic product, and we happen to build them for a long time because customers still want them. So the intent is really to always push the boundary of what's possible, to go the next step and create the future of audio. The heritage kind of comes later by accident or as a side product, because when we do something, we do it right and we do it to last. And for us, this is probably one of the most sustainable ways of building product, because our products last for 40 years, 50 years, and you can repair them after 50 years, or we repair them for you after 50 years. And that's something which creates in the end the legacy and the history and the passion of our customers. But actually, we are always pushing forward to the next big thing.
Right. Right. Some of the things that have come out recently, in 2014, you launched the Sennheiser streaming technology. You've got the Ambio technology, the Dear Reality. Tell us about some of those initiatives and some of those different directions the company's heading in.
One of the thought behind this was that we've seen that 3D audio solutions, both in virtual reality and augmented reality and all kinds of production workflows, will start to emerge. So it was very early. So in 2014, it was more or less just joining dots which were somewhere in the universe. And out of the spirit of curiosity, we've been researching 3D audio algorithms and solutions since more than 20 years. So you may remember our surrounder, which was a somewhat crazy styrofoam thing with 5 speakers in it. So it was a 5.1 system that you would wear on your. So it was a commercial disaster at the time in the 90s, but it was giving us a lot of things to think how we can reproduce a perfect 3D sound sphere. So we took a lot of this technology, which we've always been researching on somewhere in the background, and said, okay, now let's really look into 3D production workflows. What if we cover from really one end to the other? So really from recording with a VR mic, through processing with rendering technologies, then mixing, then Dear Reality came into play, and then playback. The sound bar, the first sound bar that really produces Atmos into the living room. So we really wanted to cover the full workflow of 3D audio production to reproduction. On the one hand, because we believe it's going to be a big business one day, but also because unless we really know end to end, we're not really understanding what our customers are required to do. And therefore, this was how the Ambio, I would say, thought or work universe was created there. We then, of course, spun this off into more the automotive sector also, where we have now started to work with automotive companies because it's a perfect environment to have 3D audio in the car, and also in other areas. This is where it really started from joining the dots of 3D audio may be a big thing, and then just taking the research that we had from the past 20 years and put it into products. This is maybe typical how new things at Sennheiser start. A lot of the things are always there somehow because people are just interested in exploring these routes. And then when it becomes more visible and really the vague dots start to make sense suddenly, then we can combine it and really start with a fairly good level of knowledge already.
And I think in that respect, it's great to see how Ambio and the 3D audio production picks up, not only on the production side, but also on the playback side. And it's something which we believe has still a lot of room to grow, because it just gives you such a much more natural experience of audio, less fatigue when it's in a business environment, more emotions when it's in a TV or a movie environment, and just more depth and more memories when you think about a classical recording. So we believe 3D audio, spatial audio is the way to go, and there will be much more coming in that direction as well.
Right, and Sennheiser has, if I understand it correctly, you have a number of dedicated research facilities that you work out of when you're designing and creating new technologies. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we also work with universities and with different companies together to get specific parts that we maybe not have in-house, or where we want to explore something to go a little bit further. So we're not only looking directly at the next generation products, but we actually also look at some of the foundation behind it.
How far out would you say that you're planning? I see associated with the two of you in particular the word strategic a lot and strategy. How far out are you looking?
Well, we're looking out as far as we can imagine right now based on the technology. But so we're always, of course, making a 5-year plan, and we have a 10-year horizon. But some of the technologies that we work on take some years. So if you look, for example, at binaural binaural recording, which is today a big thing, and it's finally become a big business, which is also a form of 3D audio. We've done that already in the 70s. We stick to certain things, and we have the courage and also the passion and basically the patience to wait until the business is ready. Sometimes, yes, we're a little early. For example, in 2009, we created the first true wireless headphone, which was way ahead of its time, because at the time mobile phones didn't have Bluetooth integrated yet, so you needed to have a streaming or a transmission technology which was added to the mobile phone. So we look at these things far out, and I think this is when we look at it from both sides. Andreas from a technology side, and me more from a customer acceptance side and a customer trend side. We then can find the timing for the technology as well. Like, for example, we're in these days launching our next generation digital evolution wireless system, and that's a big thing for bringing a real use for the digital technology to the user, and not just because it's digital.
The wireless technology has played a big part in Sennheiser, dating back to 1982, I think, was when the first system started coming out. Talk a little bit about that. What and I realize you weren't part of the company in 1982, but what has driven Sennheiser to be so involved in the wireless side of things?
Well, I think that the first wireless microphone was, I think, launched in '58. That was really with the German broadcasting and TV industry. And there, it was really to free people on stage from the cable. That was the be-all and end-all for the people to move freely, to not stumble over cables. Interesting enough, for the next decade, the wireless systems were always perceived as inferior to the cables, because everyone saw a cable and trusted the cable because it was there. And it took a decade or even more until somebody accepted that also you can go live with a wireless link. At the time, it required 8 AA batteries to run, of which 4 were needed just to heat the tubes, and 2 were needed for the transmission. So it was really an interesting design at the time. Today, if we think about our D6000 small body pack, the SK6212, which is smaller than a matchbox, we've come really a long way from the first big chunky thing that would always show up like a gun under your coat, to now these micro transmitters and receivers that you can hide anywhere. It was really driven by the use case from the customer and our technology making it possible. And that's still the case with every new endeavor that we go into.
Right. Well, I'm using a Evolution Wireless actually right now for this for this interview, so we rely on them here at Sweetwater as well, in addition to the dynamic mic I have here, the Sennheiser. Another way that companies grow and expand their technology is by acquiring other companies. And a very interesting member of the Sennheiser family is, of course, Neumann. Tell us a little bit about the relationship of Sennheiser and Neumann.
Well, Neumann is an interesting case because, of course, Neumann is one of the inventor of the microphone itself. So we always had a lot of respect for the company, Georg Neumann, and they created legendary microphones such as the U87 and so on. So we always had a great respect for Neumann. And when in the late 80s, beginning of the 90s, Neumann was financially in trouble, our father, Jörg, at the time said, okay, this is something interesting and we can integrate that. This was our first large acquisition. And in hindsight, it wasn't done very professionally. So it took us, the whole due diligence process and all of that wasn't done in the right way, because as an engineer, our father was fascinated by this brand name and didn't look maybe in the books enough. But then as well, typically Sennheiser, when we make a decision, we bite the bullet and we go through, which meant that we had to streamline the portfolio, get rid of certain development which wasn't at the time profitable anymore. But the microphone were something which were really the core of Neumann, and from there on we gradually built it up over the years, and added the KH monitors line, which is also came out of an acquisition of the brand Klein & Hummel. But today Neumann really stands synonymous for the studio and recording, and not only studio in the sense of a big recording studio as we know them from the past, but a studio today can be in your living room, in your on the go. But Neumann still is the best gear for this recording endeavor, especially the large. If you're looking for a large diaphragm microphone, or for a wonderful reproduction system with the Neumann monitor. So we keep this brand Sennheiser and Neumann very much apart in terms of how we approach, for example, the development. Those are completely separated development teams. They share certain knowledge in the background, and they look at what each other knows to inspire them. But we keep the development teams, the marketing teams separated, because we believe there's a different philosophy behind a Neumann product and a Sennheiser product. But then we streamline, of course, and Sennheiser is very good in manufacturing, extremely reliable, and so we do a lot of the we do all of the manufacturing of Neumann products at KG in our headquarters in Germany. So we keep what's different for Neumann, and we join what is really creating the common standard, and the success, especially during the pandemic, is showing, I guess you at Sweetwater see that as well, is showing us great success, because a lot of the musicians who cannot go on stage right now, they equip themselves, they produce a lot of creative audio content while they're at home or while they're in the studio, and I'm looking forward to a firework of creative exploration when finally the big festivals, the big concert, the live concerts are possible again, which is very imminent. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely. So is there ever a situation where an idea for a product comes up and you don't, how do you decide which goes where? Because there is a little bit of overlap. There's a handheld microphone from Neumann. There's the MKH and obviously the 421 and some of the microphones, the 906 that are very common in studios as well. How do you address those situations where there might be ambiguity of which way to go with it?
Well, we believe in a certain level of healthy competition. So there's so we definitely want to avoid to really go out with the same value proposition, same price point, same look and feel, and it becomes more or less replaceable. But we still see that Neumann buyers, they have a different spin on when they buy gear. And also those who go on stage with Neumann vocal microphones, such as like Bryan Adams, for instance, it's really the microphone he goes on stage with. He would not go on stage without. And so I think there's also a lot of mindset in there. And because we have very, very Neumann-minded customers, we also can afford some of that overlap, because it makes sense that you don't necessarily have to always switch the brand if you are with a slightly different use case.
Right. We've talked a lot about the capture side of it with the microphones. Tell us a little bit about the reproduction side of things.
Well, the music headphone was basically also invented by Sennheiser in 1968. And it's interesting to see that, especially in that year, which is iconic for music, Sennheiser came up with a sound reproduction system which you could transport everywhere and listen music to. So the HD414 was the first open-air headphone, was the first hi-fi headphone of the world. It was extremely successful over many, many years. And yellow ear pads and black plastic headband. You could still buy the ear pads as a replacement part, which was still furnished, of course. But that created the listening side of audio as well. And over many, many years, Sennheiser was very successful in that on the hearing or the music side, but also on the professional headphone side, like the HD25. Those are icons as well. I don't know how many years the HD25 is in production, but more than 30 years now. And it still is in production. It's still the workhorse for many DJs, for many sound engineers. We also believe that Neumann being the studio brand, this is where we explore a little bit as well how we can add some of the Sennheiser knowledge to the Neumann brand, and for a Neumann customer also allow them to have a signature Neumann headphone with all the benefits of a Sennheiser headphone, but of course with a special design and also a special sound signature, which is right for the studio. It's a very, very flat response curve. So we believe that both sides are important, the listening and the recording side, and everything in between as well. We look at where Sennheiser can make a difference, or Neumann can make a difference, through the recording chain, the whole workflow, to the mixing chain, and then with the reality, of course, and then with the playback chain.
Over the last 10 years or even more, we've transformed the company from being a provider of goods, really just a microphone here and a headphone there, to really engaging with our customers, understanding their work, their art, and seeing where can we make things easier, make things better. And there's always, this cascade. First, it's got to be better, then it must be faster, and then latest, it must be cheaper, and we try to always push it where it gets better, and then a little bit, then also faster or easier, but really push it to where it gets better and make your life in creating things or the lives of our customers easier by just providing more than just a microphone that works. With the newly launched Digital Evolution, the app that comes with it really is as a first glimpse into the future, where we really want to provide value-added software parts to every product, but then also for an entire system.
Right. Do you foresee a day when wireless will be more present in the recording studio? Do you think we'll have a time when cables will be obsolete, if you will, in the studio?
If there is a benefit to it, yes, of course. But because today a D9000 transmission is as good as a cable, only safer because it can't break. A cable, you can always have a problem with the connector or with the cable itself and so on. But on the other side, the cost-benefit ratio for a wireless system today at the quality of a cable for a studio just doesn't make sense today. But we see that as an opportunity when everybody links into a wireless network, which is latency free, of course, and that's mainly the problem that we would have in that respect today. We're exploring a little bit of that already with our streaming technology, where we're using a standard Wi-Fi environment to provide lip sync, very low latency audio streams for people that are hard of hearing or at university. So it's more a public address system over using your own device, your own mobile phone, using a standard Wi-Fi connection. So we're tweaking there. We're looking what's possible, but of course that's not studio quality. And the studio quality today would be either D9000 or D6000 or a cable.
Right.
I think where the wireless idea in a studio comes together is when we think of virtual studios, where one musician is in this place, another musician is another place, etc., and they still want to rehearse or record simultaneously. The wireless part becomes more like the cloud link that we have there. And also today, we still see that it's not as latency free as we would want it to have to really play perfect in sync. But here, also a lot of research and development can be done to really also make sure that what we experience today all in one studio can also be done without traveling around the globe, and virtualizing a lot of what happens in one place right now.
Right, right. So I'm curious, given your backgrounds in engineering and design, how directly are you involved in the product development and the approval of products and the design of the products?
I think it really depends on the topic. But for the larger part of what we do is more, we make sure that we have the right spirit, the right resources, the mindset, and really allow for innovation to happen. Truly believe innovation is not something you can install through a process or through whatever, a workshop or something. Innovation happens when you provide the right environment, the right people, when the problem is big enough and not just a little tweak. And where I see our, at least my part on the technology side, is really to ensure that we have the necessary environment for real innovation to happen. And Daniel, you can say how you see that on the brand side, and I think it's more or less along the same lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually very similar. We use I actually use the design process, which is about understanding a problem, understanding a customer, and looking at something with fresh eyes without perceiving that we already know the answer. So, for example, a customer that is buying a toaster is not looking for a toaster, but for a toast. So is there a different way to create that toast? If you approach a problem with that view and you create an environment and then hire people that are better than yourself, you come up with solutions that are better than what an individual person can think of. But we need to create the environment for them to work together, designers, engineers, production people, marketeers. All these different multifunctional teams need to work together. And it's not about Andreas and myself having a better idea than them, because that rarely ever happens. What we can do is we can create the environment for them to be successful, strive and be passionate about what they do. And that creates the better result. And we're proud actually of that culture of passionate people who are so passionate about the problem and our customers that they come up with things which were never thought of before.
Right, right. So bringing us to the current day, you mentioned the new digital wireless systems. Mm-hmm. What else can we look forward to from Sennheiser in the future? Where are things going?
Of course, we love to surprise our customers, so we would spoil the surprise if we would now disclose a lot of our ideas. But what you will see more and more is that we'll focus more and more on the workflows of our customers. This is the be-all and end-all for us, that we look also for products which may be beyond just a microphone or a headphone, but something in between, which allows just an easier installment in the part of our integrated business, but also making sure that our products become smarter and smarter and smarter. Like Daniel said, the new digital line is not digital because it sounds cool and it's digital, but because we can then offer additional services through remote support, through the app, through a lot of value-added services, and you'll see more and more of that. While at the same time, of course, we'll still push the boundaries of bringing better gear out. We're still a little bit gearheads, so we still love the next best gear that you can have.
Right.
One additional thing is that it's great to engage more and more with our customers. And here I'm not talking about only the end consumers, but also the customers like Sweetwater, because you are so close to the end consumer, and you know the problems of the end consumer or the user better than we do. And I think that's something which is great to see, that we now focusing really on the pro business. It allows us to be maybe less of a distributor of products sometimes, but more a real integrated part of the community, which we are today of course, very much, but we would like to intensify that collaboration and that partnership like we do today with this interview as well.
And maybe the last thing, which is more short-term or mid-term, now with the pandemic hopefully coming to an end, at least in the normalization, almost everyone is vaccinated. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for everyone to go out again, enjoy music, dance in the rain, listen to a lot of loud music, and just enjoy the beauty of the passion that we all work for, and that's creating technology for more emotional moments. And that's really the be-all and end-all, I think, of everyone in the music business. This moment of joy and emotion is the feeling that unites everyone in this industry. And I think we're gonna share a lot of those moments now, hopefully soon again.
Right. Wonderful. I love that. It's a great sentiment to wrap things up here. And of course, it's also the sentiment behind GearFest as well, and interacting with everyone around the world and sharing our mutual passion and love for music and technology and audio and gear. And so thank you for mentioning that, because that is certainly a driving sentiment of it, what we all do, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Thank you so much for your time. You're very generous, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mitch.
It was a pleasure talking to you.
We've been with Andreas Sennheiser and Daniel Sennheiser, the co-CEOs of Sennheiser. Appreciate the time they took and the conversation we had with them. I learned so much about the company, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. Thanks for joining me here today. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater, and this is GearFest 2021.
Hey, how you doing? Joe Walsh here. Welcome to GearFest.
Sweetwater. One part music gear wonderland, one part stunning customer service, and one part passion. Since 1979, Sweetwater has been committed to giving music makers the ultimate shopping experience. Whether it's our helpful advice, personalized to you, a free 2-year warranty on nearly everything we sell, our knack for fast, free shipping, our almost obsessive attention to detail, the free tech support, or the sweet way we say thanks. These are just a few of the many reasons why more musicians get their gear at Sweetwater than anywhere else. So whether you're buying your first guitar or building your dream studio, get your gear from a place you can trust, from people that care. Get more at sweetwater.com.
Hi, this is Steve Cropper. Welcome to the Sweetwater GearFest 2021.
Welcome to GearFest. This is Dave from Little Kids Rock, a national nonprofit partner of our amazing hosts here at Sweetwater. We bring the transformational gift of free music education to children ages 5 through 18. With the generous support of our friends at Sweetwater and their customers like you, Little Kids Rock has helped provide free music lessons to over 12,000 kids right here in the Fort Wayne community and hundreds of thousands of other students around the United States. This past year, due to the pandemic, many of our students were forced to learn music from home. Though this presented challenges, Little Kids Rock teachers didn't miss a beat. Using music, they were able to keep their students emotionally connected even when they had to be physically apart. At GearFest, we usually feature a Little Kids Rock band performing live. This year, in honor of the amazing remote work that so many of our kids and teachers did, we're proud to present one of their many virtual performances now. So next up are the students of Little Kids Rock teacher Daniel Lopez performing one of their favorite songs. The performance may be virtual, but clearly the joy and the meaning and the connection to the music is very, very real for our students. So a huge thank you to our friends at Sweetwater and all of their customers. Together, you've contributed over $750,000 to help make programs like this a reality for our kids and our teachers across the country. We hope you enjoy this performance.
All the small things, true care.
Joe Walsh, Steve Cropper. We've had lots of great surprise guests over the years here at GearFest, but those two are definitely right at the top of the list. And man, I can't say enough good things about Little Kids Rock and all the great work they're doing. We're so proud to be associated with them. I just think the more we can get kids making music, the better. Plus, I bet those kids are going to be coming after your gigs pretty soon, so you guys better watch out, man. They sounded great, right?
Totally.
Rockin' music, right. Here's a trivia question for you. What was the first song by an unsigned artist to ever hit #1?
Don't know.
Jeez. Okay, here's a clue. 1994.
I was only
Reality
2 years
Bites.
old.
2 years old. I don't want to hear that. Reality Bites. That doesn't help either? All right. So the song was Stay I Missed You by Lisa Loeb. And needless to say, she was signed very quickly after that and launched a career filled with gold albums. Since then, she's diversified into acting, created children's books and CDs, and in fact, she won a Grammy for one of her children's CDs. She had a show on the Food Network, she has a line of eyewear, and even has an organic fair trade coffee company. Kind of exhausted just listing all that, man. She's busy, right? Here's Lisa Loeb.
Hi, I'm Lisa Loeb here with my cat, Sweetie McGee, sleeping in the back. And she's almost 20 years old, so she's going to join me here in this little mini tiny concert. I'm going to play a couple of songs, and I'm so happy to be here for Sweetwater Gear Fest because I love gear. Here I am with some gear right here. I'm going to use it to play a song. I'm going to start with a song that's one of my most requested. It goes like this. And you say I talk so all the time, so, and I thought what I felt was simple, and I thought that I don't belong. Now that I am leaving, now I know that I did something wrong, 'cause I missed you. So I don't listen hard, don't pay attention to the distance that you're running to anyone, anywhere. I don't understand if you really care. I'm only hearing negative, no, no, no bad. So I turn the radio on, I turn the radio up, and this woman was singing my song. Lovers in love and the others run away. Lover is crying 'cause the other won't stay. Some of us suffer and we weep for the other who was dying since the day they were born. Well, this is not that. I think that I'm growing, but I'm thrown. And I thought I'd live forever, but now I'm not so sure. You try to tell me that I'm clever, but that won't take me anyhow or anywhere with you. You said that I was naive and I thought that I was strong. Oh, I thought, hey, I can leave, oh. Now I know that I was wrong, 'cause I missed you. Yeah, I missed you. You said you caught me 'cause you want me, and one day I'll let me go. You try to give away, or keep me 'cause you know you're just so scared to lose. And you say to. Thank you so much. You know, I wanted to give a special shout out to the Fishman folks. I love when I'm on tour live, not in this office bedroom where I'm playing right now, but when I'm on stage, I always use my Aura Spectrum DI preamp. I love it. They actually modeled my own guitar, and it's such a cool thing. And it's just a piece of gear that I can't go without. I do use a lot of different pieces of gear, you know, instruments, strings, guitar straps, but my Fishman. I always bring my Fishman. In fact, I think I just call my gear bag my fishman. Anyway, thank you so much for listening. Again, I'm so happy to be a part of this event because I spent a lot of years in my life going to music stores or music catalogs or online searching for gear. I'm going to play one more song, and it's a newer song of mine that came from an album called A Simple Trick to Happiness, which I put out right as COVID shut us all down and kept us from going out on tour. But it's a song I like to play during this time because it reminds us that even though things might not go the way that you plan, you shine. And this is a song I wrote with Rich Jacks and Scott Effman. It's called Shine. All the small things that happen today could be the big things that get in your way. But don't lose the spark in your eyes. Keep your heart open wide. Go be a star. Love who you are. Once you know you have everything, then you'll have everything that you need inside to shine. To shine. There are flowers that bloom in the snow. There are places that nobody knows. So just drown out the crowd. Just be brave and be proud. Go be a star. Love who you are. Once you know you have everything, then you'll have everything that you need inside to shine, shine, shine. To shine, shine, shine. Go be a star. And love who you are. Once you know you have everything, then you'll have everything that you need inside to shine, shine, shine. To shine, shine, shine. To shine, shine, shine. To shine, shine, shine. Thank you so much.
We're over here at the new Sweetwater Guitar Gallery, and we're gonna put my new signature Jiva Jr. through the standard 55-point Sweetwater inspection. I can't wait to get into it. So I love this process. I love to set up my own guitars. I've been here with you guys. We did this with the Jiva 10. I like to see how it goes out. I like to see the process. It's amazing to see how much pride you guys take in the way that my guitars go out. You take such good care of my babies.
Typically start with just a quick visual inspection.
What specifically are you looking for there?
So I'm looking for like mainly scratches. Like I see a little bit of scratching here. They're very light, easy to buff out.
Okay.
Basically just making sure everything is there and looks like it should, which this does. So we use the train system, which is tune, and then relief, action, intonation, then you noodle a bit.
We we've done the tuning, we've checked the relief, we've checked the action, we've done the intonation. Can I do a little noodling before we clean it up and send it off? All right. This is one of my favorite things that Sweetwater does is photograph the actual guitar that you're going to be getting. You know, if someone asks where to get one, I go, I would get this one because I like the book match or whatever. Like it's really, really exciting to actually say like, you know, these are the 6 that we have. You can pick any one of these 6 and you choose the one that you like and that's the one that comes to your house.
Hi, I'm CJ.
Hello.
So what I do basically is I eat what is called tune and polish.
Okay.
And it's basically the final last step. It's all been basically looked over. We're mainly just looking at the little scratches, anything they might have looked over.
Okay.
And we've got a foot switch down there. We have 2 different lights that we can look at.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's not what I expected that to do.
Yeah.
So why the different light?
Because just different lights, you kind of find different stuff, even with like different colors of guitars.
The different light makes a big difference.
Did you want to test it yourself?
I would love to take her for a drive.
All
Now
right.
that it's gone through the inspection, it's passed all our tests.
Sure.
And the true test. Very nice. Very nice. I approve. Should I sign the paper?
Absolutely.
So that is it for the 55-point inspection of my new Jiva Junior. The new guitar gallery is unbelievable. I mean, this whole new facility is mind-blowing. I mean, I thought it was amazing before, and now seeing how streamlined it is and just the size of the facility and the size of the operation here, it's just, it's really exciting. And if you want to know more about what Sweetwater does here or learn more about the Jiva Junior, check out sweetwater.com.
Hello, everyone. Steve Smith here. Welcome to GearFest.
So Nick, I think there's something unfair going on here. I mean, Lisa Loeb looks exactly like she did in 1994.
Looks great.
I haven't changed a bit. I still look pretty much exactly the same as I did in 1994. I mean, not changed a bit. You guys, on the other hand,
Yeah, I know we need some work up here.
there's something going on there.
There's something going on.
And Jacob, if you say you weren't even born, I don't even want to hear it.
I was, but I don't look anything like my baby photo. I have not aged well.
Baby photo, right. All right. Coming up next, we've got a man many of you will recognize. He's an engineer, producer, composer, guitarist, author, much, much more. Plus, he's got an incredibly popular YouTube channel where he's never shy about sharing his opinions. Please welcome live at GearFest 2021, the one and only Rick Beato. It's great to see you, Rick.
Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate it. Good to see you.
Yeah, man. We talked at Winter NAMM a couple of years ago, but with pandemic and everything, we haven't been able to connect since then. So it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us here.
You're very welcome. Great to be here.
So, man, I was running down some of the stats. I have to make, normally I can do an interview without any notes or anything, but you got so much going on. I got to have actually notes to refer to because, wow, I don't know how you manage all the directions you're going in at the same time.
I don't either.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, let's just run down a few of these. 2.4 million subscribers on your channel, and actually, since I did this the other day, there's probably now 2.5. They're racking up every day. 7.5 million views a month and 250,000, 250,000 views a day. Man, that's just incredible.
Yeah, it's the internet's a powerful thing.
Yeah, well, and it's only since 2015, and I mean that's meteoric.
Yeah, I started my channel in the summer of 2016, so it's been 5 years. I just had my 5-year anniversary about 2 weeks ago. So
right, pretty amazing. Give us a quick rundown of how you got to this point. I mean, there have been hit records in there, there've been studios in there, there've been master's degrees. Give us a quick rundown.
So I went to school in the 80s, starting in 1980. I got an undergrad degree in classical bass. I got a master's in jazz guitar. I finished my master's at New England Conservatory in 1986, and then I was a college professor from 87 to 92 up in Ithaca, New York at Ithaca College. I taught jazz studies, and then I got signed to a publishing deal by Polygram. I was writing songs with a buddy of mine. He got signed to a publishing deal, so I quit my college teaching gig to try and be a songwriter, and then got signed with a band to Universal Records, made a record came out for a couple weeks, and we got dropped because there was these big mergers in 1999, and in the meantime I had started producing bands, and I did that up until 2016 when I started my YouTube channel. I produced bands full time and had some hit records, but I took all that knowledge that I gathered from classical music, jazz, and rock and production and turned it into my YouTube channel.
Yeah. Yes, I didn't know you were a college professor. That actually explains a lot because your explanations and things are so clear and you go so deep into so many of those topics. One of the things that fascinates me about it is that most people who have a YouTube channel, they're pretty targeted, they're pretty specific, and they work in their lane, right? I'm a shred guitar player, or I'm a mix engineer, or I'm working with plugins, whereas you, man, you cover everything from music theory to guitar to production to all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I called my channel Everything Music when I started it, and that's kind of what it is. I bounce around from topic to topic, and I did a video on auto-tune this past week, and then I went from that video and I made a video on the most complex pop song ever. And I mean, I just did a video on Alan Holdsworth recently, and so yeah, I'm kind of all over the place.
Well, that's got to be both. That's got to be both fun and freeing, but also kind of a challenge, right? Because when you're in a really targeted lane, it's maybe more obvious what you need to be working on, what you're doing next. Is it easier to come up with topics when you can do whatever you want, or does that make it even harder?
It's easier in some ways. I have a couple big series like this What Makes a Song Great series. I've done 105 episodes, and so I break down famous songs. I've been doing that for about 3 years or so. The last one I did was Kiss from a Rose by Seal. I had Seal in the video, and that's been a really successful series. But that goes anywhere from the Beatles to Pink Floyd to Korn to Tool. I do all different genres of music, metal, rock, just everything from the 60s through the present day. And then I have these what I call countdown videos. I do a lot of top 10, top 20 lists, top 20 acoustic guitar intros, top 20 guitar solos, top 20, drum intros, keyboard intros, or, so I like to mix it up with those things in addition to all the other kind of content I make, the teaching content. Right. Is it ever an issue of what we call here option anxiety? Too many things that you could possibly be doing? No. I typically have, I don't have any videos saved up or anything. I make one video at a time, but I will typically come up with the idea in the morning and then make the video and put it out by 2 o'clock or so. No way, that fast? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, sometimes it takes sometimes it'll take a day. I did a video about 6 months ago where I reimagined Stairway to Heaven, the guitar solo, and I had, it was actually the day before Eddie Van Halen passed away. So I had myself, I imitated what I thought Peter Frampton would have played on Stairway. I built the solo section of Stairway to Heaven. I played what I thought Peter Frampton would play. My buddy Phil X played what he thought Van Halen would have played. And then Eric Johnson was in the video as well. And I called Eric. I said, I want you to play what you would play on Stairway to Heaven. He's like, right. I mean, if I was soloing over it? I said, yeah. Just video yourself soloing over Stairway to Heaven. I have the tracks. I sent it to him. And that video was so that video took a little bit of time to do because that took more preparation. But a lot of the videos I make pretty quickly, just on the spur of the moment. So how big of a team do you have? Is it? I mean, you just call everybody, they show up, and you shoot in the morning, and it's edited by the afternoon, or is it you doing it all? I have one assistant, and that's it. Really? So I shoot, and I edit most of my videos. I pretty much edit my videos, or my assistant will help out. But if I do a video like that where I have a drummer come in, if I'm going to play, most of the time I'll play everything that's needed, unless I need a drummer, even though I play drums too, then I'll have a drummer come in and we'll kind of, I might have a couple of different people come in and play. So then I have to organize it, but typically I made the videos on my own.
Wow, that's impressive. So I would imagine then that you kind of have a set, your gear is kind of set up and you can just walk in and turn the power on and get to work?
Yeah, I have my camera. I have multiple camera setups here, everything mic'd up. I have lights all over the place. So if I go in the control room, or if I'm in my drum room down the hall, or if I'm here in the live room, wherever I go, I have camera and lights set up.
Right.
Which is very handy. That's and you know, Mitch, that's probably the most time-consuming thing for making any type of video content is the setup.
Yep. Yeah, it always takes a lot longer to set up than to actually shoot the video and do the whole thing. You're absolutely right about that.
Yeah, or even doing a gig, it takes longer to set up than how long it takes to play the gig. So.
Right. Wow. So, but in addition to that, okay, so you're shooting videos. Is that one day a week you do that, or do you do that several days a week?
No, I do that every day.
Every day? Every day. But then beyond that, you've also got Instagram guitar lessons, and now you have the Quick Lessons Pro that you've come out with. You've got the Beato book, you've got the Beato Club. Run us through some of those other things that take up time during your day.
So I usually post on Instagram every morning. I get up and I'll practice. I'll get down here, I'll turn on the camera, and I'll teach a guitar lesson on Instagram. This Quick Lessons thing I've been doing since 2019, and it's basically a 1-minute guitar lesson, but it's a concept that I'll introduce. So I've been doing it since 2019, and those things get 100, 200, 250,000 views. So
right.
I just came out with a course, Quick Lessons Pro, that is, I took all the biggest ones. I have 28 lessons, full-length lessons that I did from my biggest posts, and I'm continuing to add stuff on it. So I just released that 1 week ago today. So that's my new thing. I have a book, my Beato book that I wrote when I was a college professor 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. It's a music theory, improvisation textbook essentially. And so so I start my day with that, and then I'll start filming my videos then that's pretty much all I do.
You've added another thing on there, though, because you've got the Beato Club now, and there's 4 levels with that, right? There's the kind of regular and the gold and prime and the platinum, which is sold out. But one of the aspects of the platinum is that you'll actually listen to what the member of the club is working on and give them feedback on it.
Yeah.
How many people are you doing that with in the platinum part of the club?
Well, I've reduced down because my time is, the reason it's been closed for the past year and a half or so is because I just don't have the bandwidth to do much of that, because I actually make videos for those. I make reaction videos for those, and it's more like it's kind of like a pre-production video. I help people with their writing and their arrangements, their mixing, things like that. So it's actually fun to do. It's just at this point it's difficult to. I'm just one person, and so I don't have as much time to do that. So although I really like doing it.
Yeah, I imagine that's fun. Do the people who send the stuff in, they take the criticism and the suggestions pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'll say something like, okay, in this part, you're going to the third in the melody, and you have the third in the bass. It would sound stronger if you changed the voicing to this, and sang the same melody note, or change the melody note to this, or change the chord to this, and then I would demonstrate it.
Right.
So those are the kinds of things, or might be. The kick drum pattern would be better if this, or or mix tips, whatever people are interested in getting my opinion on, my advice.
Sure. One of the things that I think makes that so valuable, and one of the things that makes your channel really stand out, is your depth of knowledge in so many areas. I mean, you're an accomplished musician, you've done so much studio work, you mentioned music theory, ear training, all those kind of things. It's one of the differences, I think, with many of the other channels where people are just jumping in and maybe don't have that depth behind them. How important is that to what you do? Do you do a lot of research before you start, or are you able to just sit down and do the videos off the top of your head?
Most of the videos I can do off the top of my head. I just did a video 2 days ago that was I called it the most complex pop song of all time, and it's a Sergio Mendes song from 1983, "Never Gonna Let You Go," and it just occurred to me. I was talking to my buddy Smitty on the phone, and he reminded me of the gig, and I said, "Oh, that would be a great video because it was one of the funniest gigs we ever had." And we tried to learn this song that has 22 modulations in it. So I made a video of the song, and as I'm making the video, it reminded me that I had to read it, I had to write it out, read it, and it's just as difficult as it was then. He and I thought, this was the #1 song, and this girl that was singing said, "Oh, I'll play it for you guys." And so we're thinking, okay, we can learn anything. It's probably 4 chords or so. It does the intro, and then immediately it goes from F sharp major to G minor. I was like, okay, that's weird. But then it just keeps changing keys over and over and over, and he and I are looking at each other. Are we going to write a chart? No. Oh no, we can remember this. And then we just completely botched it.
Right.
And it was hilarious. But to this day, I can't think of a song has this weird chord, as complex of a chord progression as this.
Right. A bunch of us actually were watching that video the other day, and we were laughing about it. And Don Carr, who's playing in the band here and does videos here at Sweetwater with me, he actually covered that song in the '80s as well. And there's songs that have a lot of chords. And, fusion songs and things will have a lot of chords, but man, so many modulations all at once. But the beautiful thing about it is it works, right?
It does work. You don't even notice it with the melody. Most people never even, will hear it, and the melody sounds normal.
Right.
But then when you go to play it, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
So. I don't think a lot of bands were covering it back then. Mitch.
Probably not. Or if they were doing a very simplified version of it, right?
Exactly.
So I'm gonna pick your brain a little bit here. You have kind of almost established yourself as a replacement for what we used to have in the magazines and things of music critics who would sit down and listen to music and comment on it and things. And you've been doing a lot of that. From that vantage point, have you been able to discern what makes a great song?
Well, it's kind of changed, I think, over the years. Things like harmony are not as important in music to today's listeners, I would say, at least in popular music. It's hard to generalize because we used to be so chart driven, and nowadays with Spotify, Apple Music, people, kind of pick and choose, and they tend to not go to the charts, or they create their own playlists, or the algorithm will suggest things for them to listen to based on what they like. So things are decentralized in that way. But as far as hits nowadays, hits are kind of decided by whatever are the things that are streamed the most. So to actually say what makes a hit is you're saying whatever gets streamed the most now, Right. Not something that's been curated, although it is curated by the people on Spotify, for example. There are people that actually put together the lists. Almost every chart is all major label bands still. I mean, just like old school radio. But what are people listening to? The pop charts are typically, most of the music is far simpler than it was back 30 years ago, 20 years ago. That's the only generalization that I can make about it. This is probably the most diverse stylistically what's going on as far as the there's so many different genres and subgenres now that are kind of accounted for on these platforms. So it's to say what is a hit song is difficult since it's not really radio driven anymore. So that's my way of not answering your question, Mitch.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But I was watching, for example, the one you did with the top 10 songs on iTunes, where you were going through the top 10 and playing along with them and making some comments and things. And this idea of music seeming to be heading in a more simple direction. What do you think's driving that?
I think that people, when I was growing up, I never went into a recording studio. I didn't know anyone that went into a recording studio. The only people that went into recording studios were people that that were either huge acts that were unsigned or signed acts. That was it. Nowadays, anybody can have Pro Tools, anybody can have Logic, anybody can have Ableton. They have it on their computer. They plug into their Apollo Twin or their Focusrite or whatever they have as their interface. They have plugins, and they can make a song in an hour, and then they can put it up on Bandcamp, on SoundCloud, on wherever. And they don't necessarily have to go through the craft. You don't have to be a phenomenal musician to get a gig like you used to have to be when I was growing up. And I don't mean this as like, oh, the old guy, it used to be better in the old days. The fact of the matter is that you couldn't get a gig unless you could play really well. And you tended to have bands that would have multiple people that could sing in the band. That's why you got bands like the Eagles and most of the bands back in the day, Journey, whoever it was, every person in the band could sing. So it was like, not only could you play your instrument well, you could sing live, and that's how you got gigs. So now anybody can do anything. You can use pitch correction. That can be part of your whole thing, is that, so you can make music, you can make records in your house. Billie Eilish with her brother, they make records on their own. They don't need anybody. And but I find her music really interesting. So, but most people, they don't need to have, a George Martin there to write an orchestral arrangement for them, or Rick Rubin to produce their songs, and they're not gonna, they may not go in the direction, or Jay Graydon or whoever is producing that has a lot of knowledge, Brendan O'Brien, whoever that can say, hey, why don't you try this? Why don't you go here? The song would be better if you did this, or why don't you try a part like this? So I think music's gotten simpler because there's not as many experts involved, and even the songwriters that they get involved, when they get these groups of 11 people writing a song or stealing someone else's song, they tend to, it's music by committee, which tends to make it a lot simpler anyways.
Interesting. Do you think that has been affected with everyone being locked down? We've seen a lot more long-distance collaboration going on, where people are sending things off and playing on things. So there's less of that interaction, but at the same time, when it's just you're a little more free to put what you want to put onto a recording and do it that way. How do you think that's affected things?
Well, the everybody kind of working on their own stuff. Obviously, as you know, the gear sales and things have gone crazy over the last year. More people have bought guitars and keyboards and interfaces and microphones than ever before. People are taking up instruments. I've noticed that guitars have come back on the charts. On the video you're referring to, on the listening to iTunes, every 9 out of the 10 songs were guitar driven, that's unusual compared to 10 years ago. Yeah, a lot of the big songs were guitar driven, but it's cool that guitars made this comeback. So people collaborating like that, experimenting on their own I think is really a great thing.
Right. If you watching this and getting the music in that you're getting and looking at everything that's on the charts, what do you think is the one thing that musicians can be doing to elevate their ability to perform and to be creative when they're recording?
Well, I think it's important to get to know, to learn songs, and that's how people historically became better as songwriters. They would learn other people's songs. They played in cover bands. The Beatles were a cover band from 1957 to 1962, learning 1,000 songs before they recorded their first record. Right. And they were experts at multiple genres of music and 3-part harmonies, 4-part harmonies, whatever. And to get good at writing songs, you need to write a lot of songs, and you need to study songwriting. And the best way to do that is to learn songs, I think.
Right.
So,
I thought you were going to say ear training. Your videos, I mean, when you sit down and you're able to just play along with a song, again, back in the day or whatever, that was a key thing, right? I mean, you'd sit down and you'd figure out the song and you'd play it maybe that night, kind of a thing.
Well, that's the way you learn the songs is the ear training.
Okay.
So when I say, right, so that's the next step. people, when I make my videos, I do the top 10 countdown on Spotify, whatever genre it is, it doesn't matter. When I hear the songs, I know how to play them, like immediately. Even if they're hard songs, it's you know, because I've done so much I used to teach ear training, and if you know your intervals and you have a vocabulary of recognized sounds, as I call them, meaning you hear an add 9 chord, a major add 9 chord, you know what the sound of that is. Oh, I know that sound, or I know what a minor add 9 or a dominant 11 is, or a minor 11 or a major 7 sharp 11 chord, whatever it is. If you just recognize these things instantly, and you can tell what the intervals from the bass notes are between the bass notes, it's very easy to figure out chord progressions and figure out songs. So you can learn them like that and then play them on the gig.
Right, right. One of the things that I've noticed is that because we're all working at home so much, and even with the rise of YouTube and social media, so many of us are focused on just the one thing we do. Like, I'm a guitar player, so I'm going to sit home and so I can do an impressive video on YouTube, which is great. And I love seeing 5-year-olds who can play 6 times better than me. But but it also leads to, as you mentioned, back in the day, you had to be able to sing, right? You had to learn the other parts of the song as well. You had to be able to get on stage and interact with the drummer and the bass player and things. Talk a little bit about what difference that makes for a musician performing live versus being in the studio.
Well, ensemble playing is something that everybody should do as much as they can, because that's one of the things that when I was growing up, being in a band, running your own rehearsals, figuring out arrangements, learning how to play with a drummer, learning how to play with a bass player, or learning how to play with a guitar player, whatever it is, and then how to play behind a song, behind a singer, and not step all over them. All these skills that you learn from playing with other musicians are different than if you're playing with a drum machine or a programmed thing, because time is not necessarily a gridded thing. I played in the 80s with Vinnie Colaiuta, who's one of the greatest drummers in the world, and playing with Vinnie is a unique experience. And sometimes Vinnie would go on these things, and you'd have to really know where you were, right? He'd be doing some metric modulation or something, and he'd be playing go into a beat of 4, but based on a quarter note triplet or something, you know? But you had to know where the pulse was, because you know Vinny's going to come right back in the right spot 16 bars later.
Right.
So that's, and the fact that he's improvising, the only way that you can actually get that experience is if you play with other people.
Yeah, that's key, right? My buddy Bob and I had a band here called Expanding Man, and Nick DiVirgilio, who's in the Fort Wayne Most Dangerous Band here at GearFest, was a drummer, and sometimes we'd be playing a song, and all of a sudden he'd shift into 11, or shift into 7, or 13, or 9, or something, and we'd be trying to play these, classic, dad rock songs. But he'd always come right back on the beat as long as we could stay with him, which is always kind of a challenge. But that's the fun part too, right? When you're interacting with other musicians.
Yeah, it's great. I encourage people to, as soon as they can, to start playing with other musicians. In whatever, if it's a duo, if it's a trio, whatever. But having to adapt to other people's time feels and stuff like that is really important. It's much better than, it's just as important as playing with a drum machine or a click or anything like that, or probably more important, because you have to learn to adapt and play with feel and not rely on playing with a perfect metronome.
Right. Right. So what about sound quality? How have you seen that evolve over all these songs you've been looking at? Do things sound better today, or has sound regressed, or where are we at with all that?
Well, it depends. Okay, so I'll generalize here. I think a lot of the songs on the metal charts don't sound as good as they did back during the height of nu metal 20 years ago. And one of the reasons is that a lot of people are making records on their own. They don't have experts involved. For example, mixers. Andy Wallace mixed a lot of my favorite records back in the 90s and the 2000s. He did the first 2 Rage Against the Machine records. He did Linkin Park. He did Nirvana Nevermind. He did System of a Down, some of their big records, and his records always sounded massive. and the producers that they would work with, Don Gilmore that did Linkin Park and made great sounding records. And they were in studios that had Neve consoles, and they would get mixed on SSL consoles. You know, up until '99, they were all recorded on tape, on 48-track analog. But when you have those experts involved that really know how to get great guitar sounds, great drum sounds, everything's in phase. These are the kind of things that I noticed that some of the sound quality of especially guitar-driven records, is not necessarily up to par with where it was when you had pros pro producers, Joe Barresi, people like that were incredible engineers and producers and mixers when they were making the records.
One of the things I've come across here the last few years is I've rediscovered using 100-watt amplifiers. And so even if I'm using aux or whatever, even if I'm going direct from the amp, I was using small amps because who cares, right? You're running into a direct thing or whatever you're doing, you're using an IR or whatever. But I have found that it's a big difference when you go to a 100-watt amp with that bigger transformer and those extra tubes.
Yeah, so case in point, I have about, probably about 40 100-watt amplifiers over there. I have probably about 60 guitar amps here or so, but probably at least 40 100-watt amps, and I'm a huge fan of that. And I agree 100%, Mitch, with you on that.
Yeah,
I have seen plenty of combos as well too, but I love big amps with big transformers and things.
It seems to make a big difference, right? I've noticed lately you've been playing a lot of guitars with P90s.
I love P90s. Yeah, I have a new Gibson Signature coming out. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about that, but yeah, that's coming out soon. That has P90s. I have a Les Paul Special. It's a Les Paul Special, Pelham Blue Les Paul Special, and I play a yellow, TV yellow Les Paul Special a lot. That has P90s. I love the sound of P90s. I have an SG that has them. I have a Gold Top that has them. But I mean, I play humbuckers as well.
Sure.
But I really like P90s. I think they're incredibly versatile.
Right. I have to pat myself on the back there. I had heard a rumor about your Signature, so I subtly worked in that P90 thing just so you could go there.
Yeah, so I that's the thing that I like. I don't turn my guitar up all the way. I use my volume knob a lot when I'm playing, and I think that's a thing that P90s are great. You can really change the tone of them just by adjusting your volume knob.
Right.
And they can sound really beefy if you crank it all the way open, and then you back it way down to 2, and then you get this beautiful crystal, chimey, clean sounds, but that still have fatness to them.
Right. Man, Rick, thanks so much for taking time to sit down with us today. It's been such a pleasure to have you here at GearFest and to be able to extract all those nuggets of wisdom and knowledge from you. You're such a deep well, and it's been a lot of fun chatting with you.
Thanks, Mitch. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I wish we could go longer, and I hope you'll come out here to Sweetwater sometime. We can sit down and do an extended interview or do something together. That'd be fun.
Would love to.
Right on. Take care, my friend. Good to see you.
You too.
Our thanks to Rick Beato for joining us live. It's great to have him here as part of GearFest 2021, and thank you for joining us. Now, we're just getting rolling here on day 2. We've got lots more GearFest still coming your way. Phil X is coming up, Daru Jones, Lynette Williams, Paul Reed Smith, and Tim Pierce, and much, much more. You don't want to miss a single minute. But coming up next, we've got an artist and songwriter who burst onto the contemporary Christian music scene just a few short years ago. But in that short time, he's already achieved many awards, had hit records, and hit the road for major tours. I'm talking about Cody Carnes. I had a chance to catch up with Cody for an interview while he was on tour in St. Louis. Cody is a great songwriter, and he very generously shared his passion for songwriting craft with us. Check this out. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. This is GearFest 2021. We're so glad you're with us, and we have a special guest joining us. This is Cody Carnes. It's great to see you.
Hey, it's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate you taking time out. I know you're in St. Louis on tour.
Yes, I am. We're finishing up a 24-date tour. We're on our last couple dates of it, And man, it feels so good to be back on the road and be with people again. We're having a great time.
I bet. I can only imagine how nice it is to get up in front of a crowd and play the music and just be out there, if you will. That's very cool.
People are so excited to be back too. I think it's going to be an exciting time for the touring world to just get back up and going again. And I think people are so ready. So.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah, we've all been kind of locked away, and I know you've been working on some new music while we were locked down. You've got a single that's just hitting as we're actually filming this, and you've got a tour coming up later this year, also, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've got a new song called "Too Good to Not Believe" with my friend Brandon Lake, who's another worship leader, and yeah, we've got a lot of touring booked. We just announced a summer tour with Chris Tomlin and Bethel Music, and we're so pumped about that. It'll be outdoor amphitheaters. I love those kind of nights, just outside under the stars with people, and so we're pumped about that.
Right. That's awesome. So I have to tell you, from the outside, if you will, looking in, quite a meteoric rise that you've had in your career there, tracing back to the early 2010s with Gateway Worship, and then, but it seems like things really exploded in 2017, and it's only been 4 years, and you've had awards and albums and singles and tours, and man, tell us a little bit about that journey.
So you mentioned Gateway Worship, so that's my, I'm not in Dallas anymore, but that was my home church where I really learned to lead worship, where I learned to write songs. Carrie and I both, we love Gateway so much, and we're so thankful for it. So yeah, that's really where I started, like I said, writing songs, leading worship, and it's just kind of been a journey ever since then of just continuing to write songs. My wife is a massive part of that story. Carrie Job, she invited me to be in her band back in 2010, actually. And we started leading worship together back then. We became good friends and then ended up getting married in 2014. And so, ever since this whole time, I've just been trying to write songs for the church, trying to write songs that help people. The last couple years have been really exciting, and just having a number of songs connect with people in the church in a deep way, and it's an honor, and I love it so much.
Right. That's so awesome. So you talked about writing songs, and that's a big part of what a lot of the people who watch GearFest are into. We're all writing music and working on music and things. Take us a little bit through your process. Where do the ideas come from? How do you develop a song? Does it start with the chords? Does it start with the words? Or where does it come from?
Yeah, every song is different, and that's what makes songwriting so fun, is that it all starts with an idea, but sometimes the idea is just a concept. Sometimes it's a melody. Sometimes it's a chord structure, and I feel like as songwriters, you're always kind of gaining inspiration from everything. It's all around you. And I kind of like to think of it as like antennas. Like I always kind of have my antennas up, and I'm always listening and taking things in. I'm always just taking note of something that either catches my attention or, that I just happen to think of. And with what we do with writing music for church, God is obviously involved in that whole process for us. And so we're always asking, praying, God, would you help us know what to write? Would you help us know what to say? Our writing sessions are full of that too, of just those prayers and really feeling like God gives us inspiration, really feeling like we hear certain things, and we have our Bibles open in every writing session, and we're drawing from that, just whatever's speaking to us, and that can apply to anybody, any genre, whatever's speaking to you, whatever you're wanting to say. And once it kind of goes from an idea, I love to collaborate. So I love taking a song to another group of people and saying, okay, I have this idea, what do we think? And a lot of times that feels like putting a puzzle together with your friends. You're throwing all kinds of stuff on the table, and it feels very much like sitting around a table at Thanksgiving or whatever with all these people, and you're looking at all these pieces, and you're putting them together. What about this? What about this? And you often know when something's right because everyone at the table goes, oh man, that's amazing. Like that you kind of wait for those moments when ideas really hit everybody. And, once you have all those pieces together and you have a song that everyone feels connected with in the room, I mean, that's kind of, how it ends and how you know that it should be right, and everybody's loving every section of it. And I usually know a song's finished when I can't wait to sing every part of it, when I can't wait to sing the verse, can't wait to sing the chorus, can't wait to sing the bridge. That's usually a good indication to me that, okay, I think this is in a good place.
Right. There's kind of two aspects to it once you reach that point. There's the song aspect and there's the production aspect. And checking out some of the videos you've done in the last year, one in particular was with Carrie. You were doing The Blessing in your home studio, and you were playing keys, I think. And how important is it to you as a songwriter that the song be able to stand alone like that? That you can just sit down with a guitar or a piano and play the song, and that it doesn't, or is the production essential, or how does all that factor in?
Yeah, I think it is essential, especially in our world, in church world, because churches are singing these songs and every church looks different, and some churches have, lots of production, and some churches are in living rooms, with an acoustic guitar and kind of everything in between. And so, but I think across any genre, I think a song, it is important to me that a song can sing well and can really move you and move somebody just with a guitar, just with a piano, And so what we focus a lot on lyric, melody. Lyric is a massive part of what we do, because we're putting scriptures into songs. Like The Blessing the whole song is straight from all these different scriptures. It's straight out of the Bible, and so it is a massive part of what we're doing. And so yeah, that's a great test of a great song, is that you can sit down with a guitar, with a piano, and sing it, and it moves you,
Right. So as I mentioned, you do have a home studio, and you've done some videos and things there. How important is the home studio demo process to you before you take it into the studio for the final production, or present it to the band, or take it on the road?
Yeah, so at my home studio, I have the ability to basically record everything but drums, unless I'm programming drums. Which I don't really love to do. I'd rather just call up a drummer that's a friend and say, hey, here's my vision, here's my idea, can you just track, some drums on this? That's what I prefer. But usually when I leave my studio after writing a song, I've got, a piano, vocal, acoustic, usually at least that's the basis of it. And a lot of times that works great to communicate energy and, to help translate the energy of a song, the arc of the song, and to hand it to a drummer, to hand to a guitar player, and they can kind of understand basically where the song's going to go and what's going to happen. And so I love that process. I mean, especially now in the world of file sharing and everything's, so easy to do that. I love sending a session off to a guitar player and having them send me back stuff, and send off to a drummer and have them send me back stuff, So I just try to make sure that piano vocal or guitar vocal or something at least is just the energy I want when everything kind of falls in. And then sometimes I add a little more here and there. If I have a very specific vision for a part, I'll definitely, make sure I record it so I don't forget it. But a lot of times, again, it's just that collaboration. I love that. I love inviting people into it. And I love just hearing what they hear and letting them add their creativity to it. It always makes things better.
Sure. So those tracks that you're doing in your studio, then, whether it's the piano, are they guide tracks, or are they final tracks that end up on the actual final album?
Usually they're just guide tracks. They're tracks that will be replaced. I think there's a couple times on my latest album that I used a piano track or a vocal track that was the original demo. Sometimes the demo feels so special that you kind of don't want to replace it, or maybe you even try to replace it and it just doesn't feel the same. And at that point, I think the best thing is just to follow your gut and just go, okay, there's something about this take, there's something about this moment, how I played it or how I sang it, that feels special. And so, yeah, leave it in, I try to record things like I have a great vocal mic and a vocal chain at the studio. And so I try to record stuff as high quality as I can, just in case, that happens. And keys are going down MIDI, so that's great. You can use that all day and change it up or whatever. But I'm not really thinking about this has to be the final. But sometimes, if it ends up being special, sometimes it is.
Right. So then the next step from that for an artist like yourself would be taking that out on stage and performing it in front of people. Do the songs change at that point? Do you go out? How much does the production change, I guess, or factor into the live performance side of it?
Yeah, the songs definitely come alive at that point, and sometimes sometimes the vision that you've had in your mind, most of the time I think it ends up working well, and it ends up being what you thought it would be, and if anything, it's even better than you thought it would be, you know. And a lot of times that's amazing, because you're like, okay, I had the vision, I saw it happen, it feels good, it feels like it's connecting. But there are times when you take a song to a live setting, and you know, for us in church, we get to lead songs all the time. You know, we're having weekly services, so even when we weren't touring, you know, there was church was closed for about 6 months, but then for the last 6 months or 7 months, you know, we've kind of been in church to a certain degree, able to kind of weekly introduce new songs if we want to. And that's such a great ground for that, you know, having an outlet, a consistent outlet to do it. And a lot of times songs will change in that moment. You know, lyrics will change. You'll realize a certain section didn't seem like it connected. You try it a couple times just to make sure. And that's such a great outlet to have. And a lot of times we've gone back to the writers, you know. We often have group texts of the co-writers on songs, you know. We're going back after we lead it, after a service, and we're going, hey, this felt amazing, this part felt kind of weird, or this chord progression didn't really work. Too Good to Not Believe, the song you mentioned, was that. We ended up tweaking some lyrics after the first time we sang it in church. We tweaked a whole 8-bar chord progression. We changed it all up at one part in the bridge, because it just didn't feel like it had the lift that we wanted it to have, and that we thought it would have when it was just piano vocal in the writing room, you know. And so we ended up tweaking all the chords. So that's a great thing to do. I love playing songs live, leading them live before they're out. I love to gauge a room and to really feel that. I think I rarely have a song that I record that I haven't done it live first, you know, just to kind of really make sure that it all feels right, you know.
Yeah, that's a tremendous luxury to be able to do a beta test.
Yes, it is.
The song before it goes down for the final cut.
Yep, it's great.
That's very cool. Well, I have to mention that Martin is sponsoring your appearance here at GearFest, and we're very grateful to them. And you got a couple of really cool Martins there to your right.
Yes, I do. This is my favorite one right here. This is the one I've had forever. My wife is awesome, and she actually bought this for me for our wedding gift when we got married 6 years ago.
Very
nice.
And
I had the church at Gateway. We had a couple OMJMs. This is an OMJM, the Mayer model, which is beautiful, amazing design. So fun to play. We had a couple at Gateway, and I loved it so much. I'd play it every time. And so she knew that. And so she's like, hey, I have a wedding gift for you. You know, it's like, oh, it's my favorite guitar ever. But yeah, this thing it's so amazing. It's so like incredibly balanced, amazing top end, amazing body, warmth. The neck just feels amazing to play. And so I love it. I love it so much. I've got a K&K pickup in it as well, the K&K Pure Mini that I love. Just a simple passive pickup, and it sounds great. And then I've got this. This is a new one that Martin just gave me for this tour. It's a D18, and it's amazing. It has a bit more body than the OMJM, just a bit more depth, richness. It's a bit thicker. And I actually have this as my dadgad tuning guitar on this tour. So I've got a few songs that I play dadgad, and I even capo up in dadgad and play this guitar. So I needed a little bit more of a richer body guitar for that. And so this guitar has been amazing for that. So.
Right. So then I'm going to assume the answer to this question, but different guitars make you play differently? Do they make you write differently? Do they inspire different types of songs?
They absolutely do, because different guitars, they feel different in different voicings and different chord structures. The necks, the sound, everything can feel different. And so I've been trying to even write in different tunings. Like, I love writing in like a dadgad or a drop D versus a standard, and I'll kind of switch back and forth to those, and even trying just crazy tunings. I mean, just tuning all kinds of strings to different pitches and just seeing what happens. I think that's super inspiring. But these are both super inspiring. Haven't written much on the G18 yet. I plan to, but I've written a ton of songs on the OMJM, and Yeah, I love Martin. I'm so happy to be a part of their family, their team.
Yeah, they're a great group of people. We love working with them here at Sweetwater as well, and obviously beautiful guitars.
Yes.
So you mentioned different tunings there, and I'm always interested when artists and songwriters are using different tunings. What is it that you mentioned the inspiration? Is it the breaking out of your standard patterns and chords or things, or what does the different tuning do for you?
Yeah, that's exactly what it does. I think it's at least for me, it's very easy to pick up a guitar and just muscle memory. My brain just kind of goes to can easily go to the same chord structures. And for songwriting, sometimes that can get in a rut. You know, I play piano a lot, so I also switch back and forth from guitar to piano. That helps a ton too. Same for piano, just playing in different keys and different, even if I want to write in a certain key that I write all the time in for my voice, I'll even like try to transpose, and so I can play in a different key and even get the same, result of what I'm writing in. But voicings are super inspiring, and that helps a lot. So yeah, just, different voicings. Like the other day I was just messing around with even as simple as tuning the high E string down to a D sharp, E flat. So down a half step, and playing it in B. I don't play in the key of B a lot, maybe sometimes with a capo or something, but even giving it that, tuning it down to that third, and giving it that kind of more open sound, it just produces all sorts of different inspirations and all kinds of new creative things. Melodies will come out different. So it's fun if you feel yourself in a rut, it's fun to experiment, switch an instrument or switch a tuning, or switch a guitar, go from acoustic to electric, or write something on bass. I don't know, why not? You could kind of do anything, and
yes.
You never know what kind of melodies and ideas it'll inspire. So
right. The challenge, of course, when you start using many different tunings is then when you take those songs on stage, you've either got to retune quickly or have different guitars. You've got the one in Dad Gab, but how do you manage that?
I've limited it on this tour to just two. I haven't had to manage it that much yet, because even sometimes, if I write a song in a certain tuning, but it doesn't necessarily have a significant acoustic part in that tuning, I can still pull it off. So the tuning got me to the creative outlet I needed, but then I could put it back in the same tuning and still play the same song. That's usually what happens. I haven't reached that point yet. I know someone like Chris Martin, Coldplay, he has all sorts of crazy tunings, and obviously he has a guitar tech that does that for him. So I guess if you're wanting to take that on the road, just make sure you have enough budget for that many guitars and the guitar tech, and then you can pull it off.
Either that or get really fast at retuning between songs.
That's right. You could also just, if you're really good at jokes, if you've got great comedy bits, then you've got time to tune and time to tell jokes. That'd be great.
Right, absolutely. So we mentioned the new single is out. We mentioned you're going to be hitting the tour later this year. You're wrapping this tour up, but later this year you have a tour. Is there a new album on the way as well?
I'm writing right now, so this would be technically, the first song out of this new season of songs would be this one that just came out. And then, at this point, I've got a lot of writing dates booked across the summer into the fall, and just seeing what happens from there. So the hope is, yes, that we record something soon, but just waiting for the songs for right now.
Well, that's awesome. Man, Cody, we appreciate you taking time out of your schedule. You're on the road, and I know that's always tough to work one more thing into your touring schedule, so we appreciate you taking time with us today.
I love you guys, and I really appreciate you including me and letting me be a part of GearFest. And I hope when everything's open back up and next year we can do it, I hope I can come back and actually be there on campus. I've never been to the campus of Sweetwater, and I would love to. So hopefully we can make that happen sometime in the future.
Yeah, please.
So thank you.
Please come out anytime. We'd love to have you visit us here. And one more shout out to Martin as well for facilitating you being here with us today, and of course for the incredible guitars too.
Yes, thank you to Martin.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, and hope we'll see you soon.
Okay, you'll have a good one.
And thank you for joining us here at GearFest 2021. We've been with Cody Carnes, and I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater.
Hey everyone, Stanton Moore here, and welcome to GearFest. All Pro Integrated Systems began in 1980 with one simple mission: to design and install innovative audio, video, lighting, and acoustic solutions that deliver exceptional performances. Since then, we have served thousands of clients across the US and beyond, from churches and educational institutions to corporations and government facilities. While our specialized team of designers, engineers, and technicians develop solutions that deliver remarkable results, we are also artists, musicians, producers, and entrepreneurs who not only understand your goals, we also share your passion. Today's complex technology demands competent experts who know how to maximize the function of any room or space. As industry experts in the most advanced acoustics, audiovisual, and production technologies, you can be confident our work will exceed your expectations. Visit allprosystems.com and let's get started now.
You've been listening to the mellifluous tones of Jacob Dupre and the Hot Mess, one of the best bands on the stage right now. Mellifluous. Yesterday it was penultimate. Today it's mellifluous. I'm trying to work as many syllables into these things as I possibly can.
I'm not sure if I've ever been called mellifluous before.
Well, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
I don't know what that meant.
It's all good.
But I've got to ask you, what could be better than watching someone talk about gear and cool guitars like Cody Carnes just did? The answer is to get great gear yourself and to get it free of charge. To make that dream come true, we're giving away $50,000 in free gear during, what's going on? GearFest. We're giving away $50,000 in gear during GearFest. Not $48,350, not $49,012, exactly $50,000 in gear. So get over to sweetwater.com and register now to win your share and to be entered for the 5 grand prize packages that'll be given away on July 1st. Now up next, we have Canada's own Phil X, guitarist, songwriter, vocalist, from Tommy Lee to Kelly Clarkson, Triumph to Rob Zombie, his current gig with Bon Jovi. Phil's rocking guitar can be heard seemingly everywhere these days, and we're happy to have him join us here at GearFest 2021. Phil X.
Greetings, Nick with Sweetwater here, and welcome to GearFest 2021 Online. To my right, I have this very attractive gentleman, originally from Canada, the one, the only Phil X. Phil, thanks for joining us, my friend.
Good to see you.
Doing good, man. So,
good to be here.
What's in a name? Explain the X, please, for those that don't know, including me.
Really? You don't know?
No, I don't.
Man. Oh, so X actually comes from Xenides, which is Greek. So it's the actual initial of my surname. Yeah, so it's for real. You know, you meet a lot of guys that, you know, something, a letter, and it's just a letter, like random, maybe. In my case, it comes from Xenides. Just like Phil comes from Theophilos. So my name is actually Theophilos Xenides, which is probably more complicated than Schwarzenegger.
Right. And the truth is, I did Google that, but I couldn't pronounce it, so I figured I'd act like I knew nothing.
All right.
And get you to say it, so there you go.
Good move.
So I'm Nick B in that case, which is official.
Nick B.
Anyway, so everyone knows you're in Bon Jovi, but you also have this amazing band called The Drills, or The Drills.
Thanks for calling it amazing.
But anyway, so you've recently put out 2 albums called Stupid Good Lookings, and each track has a different drummer on it.
Yeah.
You've got Volume 1 and Volume 2. Now, the list of drummers is really impressive. Could you hit us with a few names?
Actually, Volume 2 isn't out yet, but we're in the process.
Ah, okay.
We're in the process.
See, that's why you don't
mixing
trust
takes
Googles.
a really long time when everybody's like in COVID lockdown kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So on the first record, we had Abel Boyle Jr., who is like incredible, Matt Chamberlain, actually everybody's incredible, Glenn Sobel, Brent Fitz, Randy Cook, my bro from Canada. The next round is guys like Tommy Lee and Ray Luzier.
Right.
And Gary Novak. I got Liberty DeVito.
Really?
Yeah, so when I did the Hired Gun documentary, me and Liberty kind of hit it off, and I watched him play drums, and I was like, this guy's, you know, he's been playing with Billy Joel for 30 years, and then he's an older cat, but he sits down at the drums, and he's like, kid. His energy is so crazy. So I thought, hey, I'm gonna be in New York, buddy. Do you want to work on a track? And he said yes. So it's very exciting. It's a very exciting song for me. I wrote the song when Chris Cornell passed, and it was about, you know, dealing with somebody who's left in that manner, and if you could do it again or not do it again, if you had a chance to take a second shot at it, would you do it? So getting Liberty on that track really meant a lot to me. It's just his feel on it's amazing. It's called Broken Arrow. Just when you guys hear it, you'll understand where it came from.
And I heard rumors Kenny Aronoff maybe.
Kenny Aronoff is also on the record. Kenny's a bro. We've played on, not only have we played on like probably 50 records together, but we also, like, he does Kenny Aronoff and Friends at the Baked Potato in Los Angeles. I've done a couple of those. And he's also done some corporate gigs, and he calls me up and he goes, hey, let's put a band together and play a ton of covers and make a ton of money. I'm like, who am I to say no to that?
Really? Nothing to do with a ton of money either, just the fact it's Kenny Aronoff, right?
Well, his energy as a person, let alone as a drummer, is pretty amazing.
And talking about playing with different drummers, does that change your style at all?
It kind of does. I feel like a feel-oriented player.
Right.
So, and that's why I love the drill so much, because the whole idea of having a different drummer on every track turned into, I mean, it actually originated from almost having a different drummer every time we play live.
Gotcha.
And because if you're in LA and you have a great drummer, that great drummer probably plays in 10 bands.
Right.
So you're on the phone, hey man, we got a gig on Friday. No, I can't do it, I'm playing somewhere else. And then call number 2, hey man, so we got a gig on Friday. I can't do it, I'm playing in Seattle. So that kind of thing. So that's where that whole idea of having a different drummer on every track came from. The thing with me is, not only as a player do I play different with different drummers, I feel like every drummer that came in, like one minute it was Taylor Hawkins, who I forgot, he's on volume 1. Taylor Hawkins comes in, and, you know, where you have Kenny comes in, and he brings like, he'll bring like 75 snares, and I want this kid and stuff like this. And then, you know, Taylor Hawkins walks in with a bag of sticks and a bag of burgers, and let's do it. So I feel like with me and Dan, who is my bass player in the drills, he's the glue between me and every drummer. So he'll be my left wing for life. The thing with getting a different drummer in all the time is, like, usually sitting at the same kit.
Right.
And then usually sitting there for an hour and a half while we iron out a song. And that's the keeper guitar, the keeper bass, the keeper drums, and we're a band for an hour and a half. And it could be anybody. It would be Dan saying, hey, let's try this in the second chorus. And then Taylor saying, hey, why don't we do this before the last chorus? And that's the take.
Cool. And
then overdubs, I'd go home and double the guitar and then do the vocals, and Dan would do background vocals. And that's basically how all the songs were done.
Cool.
It's pretty exciting. But to answer the question, even in more detail, if I play completely different if I'm playing with Abe Laborde Jr. than if I'm playing with Kenny Aronoff. It's just because I'm playing from here.
Right.
You know, I try to stay out of my head, because if you get in your head, you just trip up.
Right.
You know? So that's an important factor.
Which is good advice, actually.
Well, thank you very much.
Especially live.
I got that was in this pocket. Wait till you ask about this pocket.
Now, talking of guitars, by the way, so 2020, like a lockdown for everyone, but you signed up with Gibson. That must have been quite exciting.
Dude, it was super exciting, because, you know, I grew up and everybody I loved as a player growing up played Gibsons.
Right.
You know, it was an SG, or, you know, even when I was really young, I loved Ted Nugent. He had a Birdland.
Right.
You know, Angus and Tony Iommi and Jimmy Page, and everybody was playing Gibsons. So, and even my favorite shots to this day of Eddie Van Halen are early shots with the Les Paul.
With the Les Paul, yeah.
Or the Destroyer was actually an Ibanez, but obviously looked like an Explorer. But those are my favorite shots of Ed playing a Les Paul. I love it. I even found a picture of him playing a white Junior, and it was an SG Junior that he cut the horn off so he could record the slide guitar for Dirty Movies on Fair Warning.
Ah.
So, and I saw the picture of that after the hacksaw job. They're like, what are you doing with that? I gotta cut this horn off, I can't hit the high note. And I'm like, okay, but I bet you wish you didn't do that the next day.
That was him, man.
Yeah, totally.
That was him.
That's the beauty of Edward. Obviously, it was devastating when Ed passed, but all this content surfaced after his passing. You know, like, here's an amazing, good quality video, good quality audio of the 1978 in Fresno. So he's got the black and white guitar that he's famous for, the feedback, the end of eruption, puts it down, leans it on the Marshall stack, and then his tech passes him the Destroyer, presses the switch, he goes into You Really Got Me, and the tone, even on an old video from 1978, the tone of the Shark smokes the tone of the black and white Trevor guitar. And I mean, maybe that's my ears, but I have friends. We totally geek out on Egg like weekly. You know, this and that, and man, I didn't know he did this. I learned that song so long ago. I didn't know that lick went like this, and then I listened to it 2 months ago and I had to relearn it. Like, we're all geeks over Ed, you know, and that's a big part. And the funny thing is Ed's earlier guitars had one pickup.
Right.
Before he got the Ernie Ball and then PV and then EVH. Yeah. And I noticed myself, I had 2 guitars that were identical and they had 24 frets. And I found that the neck pickup where the 24 fret sat, the neck pickup didn't seem like it was in a nice, it didn't have a good sound to it. So I just pulled it out. And so those 2 identical guitars, I noticed that the one where I pulled out the pickup, even the treble pickup sounded better. And I was like, and it's hard to explain, but then so I have my theory, philosophies, all that stuff, and then I Google it, and I also, at the same time, I'm playing 500 vintage guitars over at Fretted Americana for those videos. Right. And my favorite sounding guitars are Juniors. 1 pickup, or an Esquire, for instance. That's only 1 pickup as well. And for some reason, I'm hearing more harmonic overtones. I'm hearing more articulation and a chord between the separation between notes. And then the more I think about it, and then the more I, research, I find that a neck pickup, even when it's not engaged, the magnet is pulling on the strings. Yeah. So it's interrupting the vibration from the nut to this pickup. So, and that totally makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does.
And people are like, you're nuts. And I'm like, maybe I'm nuts, or maybe you got no ears. Yeah. You know? It's all perspective, you know? If you probably don't notice a difference if you're a high gain player. Right. So I don't play with that much gain. Maybe when I go for a solo, but I want my rhythms to be more AC/DC.
Right, more power amp than preamp. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, you use one of my favorite analogies. You said the power amp is the meat, the preamp is the sauce, and I stole that.
You did?
Of course I did.
I don't
it's a
remember
great
saying
analogy.
That, but thanks for reminding me.
So I think you said it's a Tim Pierce or something. It was good. Whoever you told it to was really cool. But steal. So here's the reason.
Funny.
Yeah.
Here is the source.
Now the other question I've got to ask you. So you've got obviously Batman's not magnetic, so that's not messing with your string vibration. Right. But have you ever compared a guitar without the hole versus a guitar with the wood?
That's a great question.
And have you?
Because I do think that the makeup of the wood is very important as well. Oh yeah. So for instance, I'll give you a great example. So when Gretsch made the first Malcolm Young with one pickup and no holes, it didn't sound very good. But then they made the one that came out after he passed, and it had 3 pickup cavities but only 1 pickup, and the cavity up here for the controls and the bigger cavity down there for the controls, and that guitar sounds amazing. So I do think that the absence of wood has a lot to do with the tone too. So that's why I'm waiting. Now that I'm with Gibson, I'm going back and forth on whether I want to have the neck pickup cavity with maybe like a, I don't know, so there's no copyright infringement, a Phil X action figure?
Please do that. Do that.
So we might have a Phil X action figure in the neck cavity of an SG, no holes here, but something like that.
With a big X on the...
Oh yeah, and then you press on the X and there's a little speaker that goes, "Hey man, it's Phil X!" That was Cesar's idea from Gibson.
You should sell it as a separate entity. You'd probably
I think
make
it will
a
be.
fortune. That would be a hit. Now, talking about the guitar, because we're obviously not running out of time here, and I'd gladly talk to you for 3 or 4 hours on this stuff. But you do some really cool stuff on guitar, and one of the things I really like is your cross-handed, almost like a fake B-bender, where you grab the strings and yank them.
Well, when I was a whammy bar player, I'd love hitting a smear and then pulling the bar up.
Right.
So instead of being able to do that, it was more like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But you could like you could bend it, right? Not as rock and roll.
No, not as rock and roll.
For me, the sound that something creates is almost as important as how it looks live.
Right.
Because I love, when I went to see my favorite guitar players, I loved going, what did he just do? What was that? What the, you know, just always, and it would make me laugh because I was so impressed. And so I got to do stuff like that. You know, like Eddie Van Halen, getting back to him, his inventiveness is what really charged my inventiveness as I became a player. Okay, I'm not going to tap anymore. I'm going to do this. I'm going to pick like that. I took some bouzouki lessons because I'm Greek, and it did wonders for my picking, like way back then. So that was a big part. I thought, I'm going to come up with my own licks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Of course, there's influence.
Right.
Everywhere, in my songwriting, in my soloing, everywhere. There's you hear the bucket. Oh, there's a little bit of Randy Rhoads. There's a bit of Ed. There's a little bit of Angus. There's a little Tony. Everybody's in there, but it's gonna happen, right?
No, sure. Now, talking of that though, I've watched you play live, and it's really entertaining. You're a showman, and did you steal any of your showmanship ideas from any of your heroes? I know you mentioned Angus Young earlier. Ed wasn't exactly static, looking at his shoes. He was moving.
See, I'm old enough to have seen Van Halen in 1980, 81, 83, 84.
I saw them twice, but
so I was
you beat me.
14 when I saw the Women and Children First tour, and it was like 4 superheroes flying around the stage and playing the best music my ears ever heard, and it was all happening at the same time. And so that, since then, I go on stage. Okay, Phil, you're in the audience. What do you want to see?
What great advice is that? That's great advice. If you're watching this, steal that. That's the second pocket one, right?
That's the third pocket.
Be the guy you want to see live when you play live.
Like, I don't want to see somebody looking at their shoes, like you just said. You know, shoegazers. No, that's not rock and roll. You know, I mean, okay. Tony Iommi is an exception.
He wrote all the great riffs. So
he wrote all the great riffs. So you can stand there and do whatever you want.
He can sit on a chair as far as I'm
concerned.
But
Geezer Butler, on the other hand, if you look to the left side of the stage, he's going nuts.
Yep.
You know?
And then you've got that Aussie guy in the middle when Aussie was around.
But for me, it was like all my favorite players moved around, had moves. Right. You know, Pete Townsend, he was the jumper. He was the first jumper. And, but it's like all these things that I want to see when I'm in the audience. I got to portray that guy, you know? And obviously when I do the drills, I can go Phil X 100%. Right. But when I'm, you know, with Bon Jovi, I'm in the, kind of like the back seat, rolling down the window.
Yeah, John's driving that one.
Yeah, he's driving that van. Yeah. So, and I love both
in his
canvases.
Case, it's a stretch bus, but...
I love both canvases, you know, and even when we were playing in the UK with the drills last March and I was doing press, I would, you know, and I hate days off. Right. So we crammed, I think it was 8 shows and 2 clinics in 11 days.
Right.
And impressed in between. So, but the question was like, so what's the biggest difference? And I'm like, I love both canvases, like I said, because, you know, right now, in March 2020, we're traveling in a van, sharing hotel rooms, and playing for 100 to 300 people. And in 4 months, this is before everything got canceled, but in 4 months, I'm back to arena stadiums and jets. So, but I love both. And I love being, you know, John's got a vision, and John knows what he wants Bon Jovi to be, and I'm happy to support.
Right.
But when I do the drills, I can go full on. It's funny, because I tend to crack myself up. I crack Dan up, and I crack the audience up. So there was this one show, I forget where we were. It might have been Bristol. But there was a lady for the first 20 minutes of the drill show. She's looking at me like, and I was like, what is she looking at me like that? What's going on? And then I figured it out. As we're playing, I start laughing my ass off because I'm thinking, she's thinking, this isn't Bon Jovi. It was like, Of course it's not. Maybe somebody put, Phil X of Bon Jovi in parentheses on the poster or in the marquee. But yeah, this isn't Bon Jovi. No, it's not.
Oh, last question, by the way.
Yes.
Practice, how important is that? I lied. This is the last question, I promise.
I lied. This is the last answer. I don't practice a lot lately because when you become a dad, that kind of goes out the window. But when I was young and ambitious and wanted to make a mark, I had a guitar in my hands more of those 24 hours than not. It was, and I would do this thing, and I think this is a good way to go too. I would do a lick challenge for myself. It was conquer the lick. It was come up with the craziest lick that I could, that I couldn't play. And I wouldn't put the guitar down until I mastered that lick. And sometimes it would take 45 minutes, and sometimes it would take 6 hours. But that guitar wasn't coming down off my neck until I mastered it. And then, not only that, but a lot of people, even if you grabbed a guitar and I grabbed a guitar and we just started jamming right now in front of these cameras, would be more of a service than either one of us just sitting in the corner just playing by ourselves. Because you're not applying what you're working on.
And there you have it. What some wonderful advice from Phil. Thanks for taking the time, my friend.
Thanks for
Enjoy
having me.
GearFest Online, The Drill's Bon Jovi Phil X.
Hi, I'm Phil Collin from Def Leppard. Welcome to GearFest 2021.
Got any lettuce in my teeth? Or
Yeah, it's right there.
Got that there?
Yeah.
Ranch dressing anywhere?
You already got that before.
I'm looking good?
The handler got that.
It's all clear?
Yeah.
All right, so I can do this then?
I think you're ready.
All right. I'm ranch free, right on. All right, so I can start. With GearFest 2021 being exclusively online, we have the advantage of being able to interact directly with you via social media. Now, of course, we're coming to you on Facebook and YouTube, but there's tons more GearFest activity happening at Instagram and around the web. We really want to hear from you. Who are your favorite GearFest artists? Which interviews, performances, workshops did you like best? Show us your new gear. We can't get enough of the new gear. So please be sure to tag Sweetwater and use hashtag GearFest 2021 and hashtag New Gear Day. Let's see what we got going on over here. Here's the media board. Oh, I like that one. Mitch Gallagher from @Sweetwater Sound is literally the coolest person on earth.
Wow.
Wow.
Got that going for you.
New best friend. I love it. I love it. There's Sean Deely. He's doing the audio production for us here during GearFest. Daniel Rimmelswan. Looks like a new keyboard he's got going on.
I think that's a
there.
Korg SV2 right there.
A Korg SV2?
I think so. It's a Korg, yeah.
Jacob would know.
I did a demo.
Right on.
It's a great
Somebody bought something here. I see Ed Sol Hali Lali got some candy from Sweetwater. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm very sorry about that. I've got some of those warm audio passive direct boxes, man. Those things are awesome. Sean Sum posted that. Nice. We got 1459. Oh, they just disappeared. The interview that just ended was awesome. Best thing I've watched on the web since in 2021. Very cool.
That.
Jacob Dupre, what's he doing up there?
And there's a very tiny
Who's that
photo
guy
bomb
behind him?
There's some guy with this very happy face.
Does it look familiar?
6 Miles 2MT there. Looks like Lisa Loeb on the screen behind him. Must have been watching that live stream. Very, very cool. What's going on here? We've got Reuven Mizrahi playing some drums for us. Very cool. Nice. Jared Matthews. Rob Hallman's got a guitar there. I love the Sweetwater sticker on the gig bag. So much cool stuff going on. Man, we appreciate you all posting here. It's so fun to see what's happening, and we love being able to interact with you guys. Be sure to post. When you get something new, you can drop the photos into our Facebook in the comments. Of course, you can post to Instagram and anywhere else you're posting, but use those hashtags and tag Sweetwater because we love seeing this stuff. This is really awesome. Thank you very much. Now, next up, we have drummer Daru Jones. Daru's been the go-to drummer in hip-hop for more than a decade now, but he's also worked with a who's who of great artists in other genres, including Jack White, Esperanza Spalding, I just had a salad, come on. Black Violin, and many, many more. He's been playing drums since the age of 4, and he's also a sought-after producer, and he owns his own boutique record label. Did you guys know that?
I did.
Very cool. Please welcome Daru Jones to GearFest 2021.
Greetings. Daru Jones here. We're live in Brooklyn, New York at one of my favorite studios, Electric Garden. You know what I'm saying? Look it up. One of my favorite studios to record out of. And yeah, I'm thankful to be on GearFest 2021. Glad things are opening back up. And I just want to first talk about the products that I'm using. Today I'm using a Daru Jones New Yorker, short for DJNY. That's this drum kit right here. It's made by PDP via DW Drums. And yeah, everything about the drum kit is, we're trying to do something portable. Just a few bags you can carry from shoulder to shoulder. And that's what I'm using today is the gold and black sparkle with the fade. I'm also using my signature drumsticks called the DJ. It's basically the same color scheme as the drum kit. DJNY, Leo. I'm a lion, you know, that's my birthday month. So we want to get the color scheme to kind of match the lion. These are made by Head Drumsticks, DJNY, Leo stick, you know, for the claw. I'm also a Remo drumheads artist, so that's what I'm using. I actually got some custom drumheads with my logo, Rusick Records. It's basically like, looks like a vinyl record. And places in the middle with the vinyl, Rusick Records. Those are the drumheads I'm using. Another thing that I'm using today are my signature sticks for Peisty, called the PSCX DJs 45s. Here it is. It looks like a vinyl record. Everything is size 12. And basically, we were just trying to come up with some cymbals that you can put right in your backpack. Because as y'all know, being a drummer, cymbals are the most heaviest thing in life. So I was, you know, thankful that I got a chance to work with Peisty on these really cool bits. And it comes with three different cymbals. There's a crash cymbal, which is right here. It comes with a hi-hat, and they're all size 12. And basically, the PSTX, the sound, it's like 8-bit, like Nintendo. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Nintendo, but the drums are, you know, lo-fi. And it's the Swiss cheese vibe. So I think that's about it. Oh, I got some more toys. I'm also an LP live percussion artist. So I'm using these tricks. And then they also came up with the tambourines. And they have these in various sizes. And I like them because you can just, everything, you can make your drum sound like a tambourine. Everything you put on it, you can make it sound like a tambourine. So I like to kind of be creative. Right now I'm using it on the stack. And that's about it. Basically, since I'm in the studio, I want to just go over some grooves that I played on some records that are out right now currently, and just talk about just, you know, when you get a job, and basically my theory is the music tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like 1,000 things you can do on a record, but only a few that's going to work to enhance. So basically, when I'm in a setting, depends on what it is. If we're writing the tune on the spot, you know, I'm going to try to think with being a team player, how can I make this song sound great? Instead of playing all the chops ever, you know, and taking over and hogging the record. It's, you know, I just think it's really great, you know, to try to see, it's a conversation. And I feel like the music tells you what to play. You know, that's why I consider myself a genre-bending drummer. You know, I don't just play one style. I can go from gospel, hip-hop, rock and roll, as well as soul, jazz, or whatever. That's the type of drummer that I want to be. Taking a page out of cats that I was inspired by, like Steve Gadd, one of my favorite drummers. He didn't overplay. He just, you know, he got the job done. He also had his own flair that he added. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, as y'all notice, when y'all look at my drum kit, it's set up a little bit differently. But it works for me. I had to figure it out. You know, as y'all see, the angles are facing the opposite way. And it was pretty much inspired. Some of the inspiration came from like watching Gene Krupa, Philly Joe Jones. They all tilt their drums, maybe not in this fashion, but they like, there's two different grips. So as y'all know, there's the match grip. The match grip, you know, because obviously the right side looks like the left side, so it's matched. And then there's a jazzier grip called the traditional grip, where the grip is, you know, different on this side. So basically, from what I was told, the reason why some of the drummers tilt the snare drum, and they really tilted it like sideways like this to match the grip, the traditional grip. So I'm gonna show you all 1 second. Yeah, so basically, you know, the tilt, I think it just made it easier for them to do the ghost notes. And I was like, okay, instead of tilting it sideways, I took it forward. And then, you know, just in my journey, when I started graduating or evolving and jumping into different genres, in the hip hop community, it was all about having, you know, being authentic and having a style. So basically, in the middle of the 2000s, I started becoming one of the next hip hop drummers that played with the more elite artists, from Talib Kweli to Pharoah Monch, the elite artists. One of the first live bands that I saw play was a group called The Roots. That was the first time I got introduced to a band playing in a hip hop setting. And one of the things that they said, you know, talk about hip hop is, don't copy off me. They had a term that said, don't bite off me. So I was just trying to, another inspiration from a drum kit was just to have an identity. You know what I'm saying? Because when I started getting exposed to the modern drummer magazines, they would profile the drummer, and the drum kit was their identity. It's like putting on your outfit. When you go places, you want to stand out, you want to, you know, have a certain look. So that's pretty much one of the main inspirations. Then I don't want my kit to look like anybody else that was playing in my field. So yeah, so I'm just going to talk about, like I said, we just wanted to talk about some of the grooves that I played on some records and servicing the music. Because as y'all know, when you go into settings, it's a lot of ideals and a lot of things you can do, but only a couple things is going to work to enhance the track. So the first groove that I'm going to play is from one of the bands that I'm in. It's, the name of his name is Pete Rock. He's a legendary producer from New York City, and he has a band called the Soul Brothers, which also happen to be the music director, MD, and also the drummer. And this track is called Say It Again. And basically what Pete did was, because normally, I think this was his first time letting the band go into the studio and replay the samples live. So basically he just wanted us to go in and cut it identical to what he did. And that's pretty much what, you know, the pattern that I'm playing is pretty much what he played. But I'm gonna try to embellish it and add my little flavor on it. The name of the track is called Say It Again, and it's on a project called Peacementals Volume 3, which is the third installment. And yep, here we go. So that's Say It Again with some Daru flavorings. I tried to spice it up. Oh, another thing that I wanted to showcase is this company called Big Fat Snare Drum. And they pretty much, you know, they like muffles. You know, I'm gonna let y'all hear it. So basically, without the muffles, the sound of the snare drum is a lot hollow. So it's like, put the muffle on. Now you can play rock and roll. Yeah, these are very convenient, you know what I'm saying, when you're trying to get different sounds in your drum kit. So shout out to Big Fat Snare Drum, and these are the Music Records version. You know, the logo for branding. These are, actually, if you're interested, we can get you hooked up. And we'll include the link in the bio for those about all the items that I'm using today. So yeah. The name of the track was called Say It Again. The next track that I'm going to demonstrate is a track, I think, what I want to do next. So it's a track from a band called 13, which I'm a member of. It's myself. The leader is Pharaoh Munch from a group called Organized Confusion from back in the days. And the guitar player is Marcus Machado, and we're a trio. Just drums, guitar, and Pharaoh Munch, MC, one of the elite MCs. And I had the honor of working with him in this new band called 13. The album is out right now. It's called A Magnificent Day for Exorcism. It's out right now on all digital platforms via Fat Beats. And what song can I play from that? There's a track called Fight. And the rhythm from Fight, because that's pretty much what I try to do when depends on the job. In the hip hop world, a lot of people, they may reference like a James Brown groove or Clyde Stubblefield Jabo, but that's pretty much what I did for this particular song. I think we referenced Little Miss Lover by Jimi Hendrix, because it kind of had that vibe. And those drums on that record is just so classic. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually gonna play it. So the Little Miss Lover beat was. So the fight groove was kind of inspired by that. And of course, I played it differently, but I'm gonna do another rendition of that. And this time I'm gonna play without the muffles, so y'all can hear the tone. Cool. So that was Fight with a couple of fills in it. The last groove that I'm going to introduce or play or demonstrate is a track. What can I play? Oh, the last and final track that I'm going to play is from a group called DMD The Vibes, which I'm in it. The DMD are initials. The first D is myself, Darby Jones. The M is for Marcus Machado. Same guitars from Pete Rock's band and Pharaoh Munch's band. And the last D is Doug Wimbers from Living Color. We got a group called DMD The Vibes. And stay tuned, we're gonna put out the release at some point, hopefully this year. We came out with a single a couple years ago, and the name of this track is called After Dark. And cool story, I remember going and meeting Doug Wimbers. He's the bassist for Living Color. He's played with a lot of legendary artists. So the name of this track is called After Dark, and I'm just gonna play the groove. It starts off with the drums. It's like this type of African, and basically, I try to fuse percussion with drums when I'm playing a kit. So I want to be the percussionist and the drummer at the same time, get a little bit more, instead of hiring the percussionist sometimes, I just try to make the most of the sounds that I get from the drums. That way I can get a little bit more money, maybe. But yeah, the name of the track is called After Dark, and it's really drum oriented. And it goes like this. there you have it. 3 grooves, 3 different projects, 3 different approaches, kind of similarly with the hip hop, rock and roll vibe. And basically, you know, your setting, when you go into these settings, just try to service the music. If you do that, you're gonna make a good name for yourself and hopefully get more work. My name is Darryl Jones. Thanks for having me at Sweetwater GearFest virtually. We're live at Electric Garden Studio. Shout out to Jimmy Jam Brown, Jackie Broom, and also Jacob for assisting me today. My name is Darryl Jones. Peace. That was Don Carr and the Cartones, or is it the Cartoons? Tones, tunes, is there a difference? So you guys let me sit in yesterday. You gonna let me sit in again today?
I hope so.
I didn't blow it. I didn't make you look bad.
Not.
Dave, thanks Dave, I appreciate that. Vote of confidence. Nice. So still here to come at GearFest 2021. We've got interviews I've really been looking forward to, including DJ Jazzy Jeff, if you can believe it, as well as Corey Taylor. Plus, I'll be interviewing mega producers Jammin' Lewis. We've got Warren Haynes, Alex Lifeson, and the legendary Tom Scott. That's a fantastic interview. And that's just a glimpse of everything that's still to come your way here on day 2 of GearFest. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now, we've got an incredible keyboardist whose credits include Childish Gambino, Layla Hathaway, and Lizzo. She's a fantastic keyboardist, as I mentioned, especially a Hammond organ player, who we've had the pleasure of welcoming here to GearFest, well, Sweetwater before. I think the GearFest also. Didn't she hear one of your play? Yeah, right. We're happy to have her back here for GearFest 2021. This is Lynette Williams.
Hello, my name is Lynette Hammond-Williams, and I'm a keyboard player. I play with a lot of different artists, and I'm here to show you some of my favorite sounds today. So today I'm going to show you some amazing sounds. I've worked with some amazing artists, from Childish Gambino to Layla Hathaway to now the present Lizzo. And I just want to share with you guys some of my favorite sounds on this Kronos right here. There's so many different variations. That's the cool thing about this board in particular. I use this board for different artists for different genres. And right now I'm going to show you why. So one of my favorite sounds, I'm going to start with one of my favorite sounds, which is from a song called Worst Guys with Childish Gambino. And the reason why this is my most prized sound is because Donald Glover, we've been touring for 3 years, and during the This Is America show, I was just playing it. And a lot of you guys probably know this song. And I remember he looked over and he saw my fingers and he was like, were you playing this song the whole time? It's not in the box, meaning a lot of songs are still tracked out because you only have so many hands, so many fingers. So I was like, that's me playing it. And he was just like blown away. He said, I thought that song was still in the box. And this is a song that he created. And that was so close to that sound that the artist even thought it was their sound. So that's one of my prized sounds. And I created that sound from, it was a Rhodes. And basically, it took me a lot of time to prepare it, but just kind of give you a brief synopsis of how I created that sound. The basis of this sound is a keyboard Rhodes sound. I'll let you hear the factory sound, and then I'll let you hear the sound that I created. So the sound was an EP Mark keyboard. And like, let's say I'm playing the same song with the factory sound. It sounded like this. Right? Nothing to write home about. But then when I added my preamp, so what I did was I went into the IFX mode, and you'll see it down here when you go into Common, IFX, and I'm in MFX mode, and you'll see all these different options. You'll see there's a limiter that I added, there was a verb that I added, and there's so many different types of reverb. You have the wet plate, you have the dry plate, and then you have like room, early reflection, so there's so many different colors. But the reverb smooth hall was what grasped me and what really helped shape this sound. And also you have like a preamp that I added to make it a little more distorted and a little more aggressive. And this is why you hear this sound now. And it was just really cool. That's like one of my favorites. Another sound that I love playing with Donald Glover, it's a song called Sweatpants. And basically, I had to mimic a Glock sound. So if anyone knows what a glockenspiel sound is, I'll give you, it's in the vibraphone or bell family. So basically, let's say I'll just pick any kind of factory Glock, which you have here. So to kind of give you an idea, it's kind of a xylophone type sound. So what I did was I amped up the sound. Let me go into the program mode. I amped up the sound. I added some reverb. I always add a little reverb. You can never have enough verb. I also added a preamp as well. So this sound is what you hear now. So do you hear that distortion a little? Right? So you have like the reverb, the preamp. It kind of took the sound to another level. And it also was a sound that matched to the actual record. So another song that is really popular is called Me and Your Mama. So that's a Rhodes sound. That song was actually recorded on a real Fender Rhodes. So playing it live, I couldn't always get a Rhodes. So I had to find a sound that's very similar that I also can like tweak a little to make it sound more authentic. So I'll play a little bit of the intro, and the sound that I'm using is the Frank McComb Mark EP. I didn't really do too much to it because it's one of my favorite songs. One of my favorite sounds. And when I find a sound that I like on any board, I don't touch it. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So this is a sound. And it's such a multifaceted sound. Kind of shifting to another artist that I use this sound is Layla Hathaway. And there's a song that's totally different. It's totally melodic, but it's also a different style. So you just heard me play with Donald because I want you to keep this in your mind. With that genre, it was... right? Which was more, kind of melodic and, angelic. But with Layla, there are songs like there's two different types of music, but you have the same sound. And it's really cool. I always get so excited when I'm working with an artist and I'm like, sometimes I already know right off the bat. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to program a sound because it's already there with another artist and it'll work for both. So I probably couldn't play the glockenspiel sound with Layla because it's such a different, it's a specific sound to that song, but it's really cool. Another thing that I love about just playing this keyboard in particular, is I can also play organ. And one of my favorite organ sounds is the Memphis Soul. The only thing, because I'm a real Hammond player too, I didn't internally change anything. I did change the level of the drawbar, but other than that, I kept it the same. The only thing I did was, over here, you'll see sliders over here. And these sliders do multiple things. Like if I'm in combi, and let's say I'm playing, before I go to that sound, I want to show you guys on the organ, there's a patch, it's called piano. I named it Lynette's Piano Strings. So what I can do is, these are now my sliders where I can take sounds in and out. So let's say I take all these 4 sounds out so you can hear distinctly what each sound is. So in my first slider, it's strictly piano. And after I play that, I'm gonna add strings to it. And that's cool, because I can bring the strings in and out. It's sliding in and out. Right? It's really cool. Then I was like, you know what? I don't want to stop there. I love pads. So why not add a pad along with the piano? So that's really cool. Like how you can just, do different things with the sliders. But when you go over to the organ, it has a totally different job. So, like I said, you hit tone adjust, and let's start from square one. I want you to picture that I have a Hammond B3 in front of me, and these are my drawbars. So I'm gonna take all my drawbars and bring them all down. I think it goes up, sorry. So I'm gonna turn them all off. No sound at all. But like an organ, I can do low tones. Right? Or I can make it fatter. I can pull out not all the drawbars, but most of them, and then, take them to church. And that's what I love about this. But there's also other types of organs that I use with Donald. And there's a particular organ, there's a song he has called Craw. And it's one of his day ones. I'm sure you guys know that song. But it's like a pipe organish type, but it's a synthy type pipe organ. So what I had to do was take the pipe organ sound, and I had to add some more synth elements to it. So what I did was I went into, there were so many facets. I went into basic. I made the tone, I changed the tone of the organ. So instead of, you have different things, you can add an electric piano to it to make it sound like more electric piano with the organ. But I kept it true to the tone and used the tone wheel organ. But then I went back into one of my favorite modes, MFX, and I added a scratch. Without it, it sounds like this. But with the scratch, it sounds like this. And I add a reverb. So the way the sound sounds together, I don't know if you can hear that scratch, that scratchiness, but it kind of made it a little gritty without being, the reason why I added a scratch instead of an preamp is because the preamp, I'll show you the difference. With a preamp, it would have just made it a little too, it would have been too aggressive for that particular song. And I'll show you guys, here it is. So this is what it would sound like with a preamp. It's kind of cool, but I felt like the scratchiness was a little too aggressive, which is why I chose scratch, because it meets it right in the middle. So. Right? And as you guys see, there's a pattern here. I love delay. I love delay. I love reverb. I guess you could call me a reverb delay fanatic. If I could, I probably would have as many pedals as guitar players, and I do sometimes with Childish Gambino. I have a phaser pedal now. I have a delay pedal. So sometimes it like that mixed in with the things I can do internally with the board, it's bananas, so that's really cool. And that's some of my favorite sounds with Donald. And there's also a patch that I created called Sex Patch. And I talked about it before. Sex Patch is a lead synth that was birthed from my love for 90s R&B. So a lot of R&B singers like Jodeci, Blackstreet. There's so many 90s artists, SWV. There's just this lead patch that is just, you hear it in all of that. And it's coming back. I'm hearing a lot of, in today's R&B, they're bringing it back. So to give you an idea what the sound is, it's basically this. Right? Pretty sexy, right? So that's why, I picked that sound. And this is not a perfected sound for me yet, because it took me weeks, blood, sweat, and tears to create it on another board. And I wanted to bring it to my favorite board. So the cool thing about playing this Kronos is that I can save it as I go. And then let's say I pick it back up a couple of weeks later, it stays that way until I reprogram it. And all I did, I want to just kind of give a little bit of my formula without giving it away. It's kind of like when, people make recipes of food and they don't want to, their secret recipes. So I have secret recipes on this. But to kind of give you an idea what I did, I'll take, let's say I'll take a simple sine lead. And this is the factory sound. Nice, right? But I just kind of want to beef it up a little. So what I did was I took from that sound, it wasn't this particular sound that I made this chrono sex patch, but a lot of things that I like to do when making any kind of synth patch, the first thing I do is go into the EQ, because to me that sets the foundation. So even though I haven't touched any of the attack, I haven't touched any of the, delay, any of the resonance, any of the, portamento, I want to start with the tone. So here you have in the EQ button, you have the low gain, you have the mid cutoff, you have the mid gain, and you have the high gain. And these can change the colors of each sound. And that's what I did with Sex Patch. And that's all I'm gonna give you for that because I'm still building her. But let's shift gears and let's go to a couple of the sounds. I wanna show you how versatile it is, how one sound works for both artists. So there's a song called 3005, and there's a patch called the 1999 synth. What I did was I totally changed it and made it my own for Donald Glover. So this particular synth patch is really high. It's really hot in the highs, but it still does the job. So this is how it goes. Right? And I love to play along with the pitch bend. And then I'm going to show you how I also use it with Lizzo. She has a song called Juice, and it's more kind of like Prince vibes. So I want you to hear the difference. So it's cool. There's so many different variations, two totally different artists, but I use the same sound. And that was one of those situations where I heard that and I was like, oh my God, I already have this synth for it. I spent time creating it for 3005 and I could also use it on Juice. And like, it kind of reminds me of Prince. And I think that's why the original sound was called 1999, because you have that. Kind of sounds thrillerish too. But I love that sound so much. And like one of the cool things with Lizzo, it wasn't really as hard for me to decipher what sounds to use. And one of the sounds, a lot of people know her song, Truth Hurts. And I knew immediately, I was like, that is definitely a honky-tonk piano with some added reverb. So what I did was, before I play it, I just want to kind of show you what I kind of did. So what I did, once again, I went into the EQ. I made the low gain a little hotter, and the high gain is kind of like at 95%. And then my cutoff, I took it down to 500. And the mid gain, I kind of left it. The mid gain was already here, at 1 o'clock, or I don't know how, many people have their different variations, but it was at 70% basically. So what I did was also went into the MFX. I put a lot of stereo reverb. I put overb. Those are the only two effects I used for it. And this is what you have. So it was really cool. And I remember when I first played it, I saw her kind of peek up and she was like, and that's all she said. And I knew, I was like, another one wins. Like, I remember when Donald Glover gave me, that about that one sound he thought was in the box, and then Lizzo. So it is Lizzo approved. And, so it's just been so great showing you guys the many different sounds. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope that, you guys got a lot of info. I hope it'll make you want to go buy some of these amazing keyboards. And please tune in for GearFest 2021. It's not over.
You guys let me sit in again.
Yes, man.
Man, so did I blow it more today or more
You
yesterday?
sound great, Mitch.
Thank
Come on,
you guys.
man.
Thank
sound
you.
great.
My ego
Did you
needs
practice
this.
last night, Mitch?
I went home and practiced last night, yes.
You sound amazing.
Thank you so
That's
much.
a nice
for saying
guitar you're wearing there, too.
Well, thank you so much. It's one of my favorites, and thank you for helping with my segue into the next part, because this is my PRS Modern Eagle 2, and believe it or not, I actually bought this guitar without even plugging it in. I picked it up, I felt the neck resonate, bought it on the spot. And sometimes you just know when a guitar is going to be a great guitar, right? I mean, you just grab it and it works, right? And tone is what our next workshop is all about. Coming up, we've got a guitar tone masterclass with two men who know tone inside and out. We got Paul, I got to get this thing out of my ear, driving me crazy. We got Paul Reed Smith and session great YouTube personality and educator Tim Pierce joining us. What these guys don't know about tone, it's probably not worth knowing. So prepare to go deep and learn from two of the best. Take it away, Paul and Tim.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, Paul.
It's Christmas at the Pierce's house.
It certainly is. I've never seen so many beautiful boxes and beautiful things inside them.
So what was your experience when you opened the Hendrix amp?
First, I thought aesthetically, it's beautiful. I love the thing. The word indicator is a really good touch.
You know, we could have made it look like the original one, but we didn't want to do that. We wanted to look something that was handsome and modern and up to date and us. It's got his signature on the back. All the people that look after his stuff were stunned at the tone of it, and so everybody signed off on this thing. But the fact that we got to open up one of his touring amps at Paul Allen's museum, that was fascinating because we actually got to see what was really inside. It was a rat's nest. They had done everything they could possibly do to keep the tubes from blowing up on tour. There weren't road cases. It said, handle with care, be careful with my amp all over the thing, you know? But when we first made one, we were like, oh my God, it makes the bass pickup sound like the treble pickup.
The treble pickup doesn't sound harsh at all. I actually can sound like Hendrix on every pickup setting, and the out of phase thing.
That's cool.
Really, really good.
What we're finding, Tim, is these artists are finding their tone out of the amp, not his tone. And so really, for all the people that are watching this, I'd like you to tell them what you would use it to get a Tim tone, not a Hendrix tone, right?
I don't really have to change anything on the amp. It more has to do with touch sensitivity, maybe turning down the volume knob, pressing on a pedal, which I'll do right now. The micro amp, I'm gonna play really gently. Now I have a little delay here, but that I can use in a song. If I move to the middle position, I can do this. You see, a lot of it has to do with touch sensitivity with the pick. And then if I move to the bridge pickup, so it's all kind of in here and in the realm of pedals. Let me step on these three guys, and it gets even more fun. Back to the neck pickup.
Can you play something with a backing track so people can hear how you would use this thing? Do you have something?
Yeah, I got something ready. It gives me chills.
That's great. So when you talk about that journey, Tim, I was guessing. I had never been in one of the amps. All of a sudden, when we opened the amp, we weren't guessing anymore. That was the fascinating part. A lot of the stories that you read on the internet were true, but there were a few things that were different. And somebody who absolutely knew what they were doing had been in this thing, trying to get it to be roadworthy and have that tone. The old one we opened was somewhere between a JTM 45 and a Super Lead. It was in the middle somewhere. And so there's a little switch on that amplifier that adds the 68 tone. Did you see the little switch in between the treble and the mid-range control?
Oh, right here.
Yeah, if you push it up, it's 68. You push it down, it's 65.
Oh, brilliant.
So can you give everybody a little bit of a master class on what happens when a track comes in and all the layering that sounds? I mean, the musicians in my band got a hold of something you spent, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours on, where you were layering stuff and it sounded like this big monster came out of the speakers. Can you tell everybody, give them a master class a little bit of, when you hear a tune and then what happens with these pieces of gear and how you're using the gear to get these tones that are on record after record after record after record?
Yeah, I could do it quickly too. I mean, in this day and age, certainly in the 60s or 70s, it wasn't so much this, but in this day and age, guitar is about orchestration. So let's say you might have an acoustic guitar, but you'll want to double it and put it side to side so that it stays out of the way of the drums. And then you might have a distorted guitar and you'll put that through one speaker, but then the guitar that you double it with might be a little cleaner and it might be a different scale length, so you get a tempering thing so that they actually kind of blend together well. You might have a Strat scale length on one side, a more traditional Gibson or PRS style scale length on the other side, and that gives you a tempering thing, and you actually will have different tones and different sounds for those two. Then you'll layer a clean part that maybe has delays printed, and then you'll lay other parts that'll be dry. In other words, and then the other thing you need to do is you need to think about spectrum. Okay, you'll have guitars that sit down low in the spectrum, and then guitars that sit in the middle and guitars that sit high. So it's literally like the violins, the cellos, the basses. And generally, I mean, you can do between 4 and 8 guitar parts on a song and really kind of just orchestrate it. Now, you never want to do too much. You want to guard against that, but it's frequency. You want guitars that come up in the high range, some that are in the mid range, some that are in the low range, some that are affected, some that are bone dry. And you also want to be very, very particular with panning because you never want to get in the way of the vocal. The vocal is always in the center. I prefer to have guitars old school, totally panned hard left and right. So there's a guitar player all the way in one speaker, all the way in the other speaker. My favorite records, you put on the headphones and the guitars are only on the left and right. And then occasionally you might put one in the center for effect. But I like that. I like to have them hard left and right, layers, different frequencies. That's kind of how it works.
The thing I noticed about the track that you sent that I heard was it, while it was layered like that, it also had a cohesiveness that sounded like one thing. That, which is not so easy to do, and that, I mean, now that's one of the reasons people are so interested in your experiences and your skill level, because it does have a way of gluing itself together as one thing. Do you have any words for people about that?
Absolutely. I have a friend, a keyboard player, and we used to talk about this for years on sessions. There are certain parts you want to disappear, and it goes against all the ego the guitar players have. But when you're making a song, you want some parts to be featured, but you want other parts to basically be pads. You want them to disappear. Now, if you take it out, it's missing, but that's part of the art of it. You have one part featured, but then you might have a couple of other parts that are just couched and you don't necessarily know they're there.
That's cool.
I've been asked to actually show a couple of other guitars too, so I'm gonna have Nigel hand me another one and we'll get right to it.
So Tim, we sent you an Archon. It's a new release for us, a re-release of an old amp that we tweaked up. But it's meant to record with and it's meant to be live with. And I was wondering, do you have something that you could use it with? I know that you've played on so many records. You had mentioned something about a Shinedown tune.
This is a song I did 10 years ago with Shinedown. Occasionally I get hired to play pretty heavy rock stuff, and this is one of those. I'll dive into it. Did you hear that? I muted it, totally changed. And then if I don't mute, you get that nice squawk. Anyway, it's a really cool song called Devour, and those guys are friends of mine. They're a great band, so it was a good track to put up.
Are you going to play some lead over it?
Sure. Yeah, I'm all set up. Here we go.
So what's it like clean? What's that amp like clean?
Okay, so I'm going to go to another song because I discovered something, and I'm going to go to another guitar.
You know, Tim, most studio stuff I get I don't like, and we put you on the spot to see if it would fly right off the bat, and it sounds like it is flying right off the bat without struggling, which is a really good sign.
Well, I mean, that is one thing that I've had to do over the years is deliver these. I mean, it's about delivering pleasing sounds, you know, there's no, you get fired if you don't deliver, you know, pleasing sounds.
Keep that, whatever you just said. Did you hear that? It says you get fired if you don't deliver pleasing sounds. Well, you said you discovered a really nice clean tone with this that had a kind of a Brothers tone, but there's also, you're not just plugged straight in the amp, you've got a pedal, right?
Yeah, so what I discovered, and the thing I'd like to you know, stress is that you've made a clean channel that is really, really clean. It reminds me of the reason people used high watts, the reason we used high watts is there's just this big open clean sound. Now the benefit to that, and you've done it with this, it's a great platform for pedals. When you have a clean channel like that, not only can you do the really pristine stuff, dead clean stuff that people like, but you can also, you create a platform for pedals that's kind of ideal. So what I did in searching for a lead tone with the clean channel, sure, the clean tone is good. I'm going to demonstrate it really quick. Here it is.
good.
Nothing wrong with that at all. It's beautiful. Now I do have delay on it. Let me, just for everybody, take the delay off so you just really hear the clean tone with reverb. So there's what you made. That's the channel that you made. It's great. Now that is jet engine loud down in my vault. So don't be fooled. It's loud and clean. But because of the way I listen in here, it's through speakers like a studio control room. So that is a good sound. But when I play lead, I need a little more sustain. I don't want much. So what I did is, on the floor, I have one of these, which is basically an updated microamp. Simplest pedal in the world. All it does is push the front end of your clean channel, right? So I have one of these black ones down underneath my foot. I will press it and demonstrate why it's such a great platform for clean tones. So here's the clean tone. Press on the pedal. It's the same sound. It's just kind of pushed a little harder. You're basically just floating the front end here. Yeah. Okay, so now in the track, this is why I do it. So I'm going to play a solo over this track. I never expected to get that tone out of this amp. To me, it's another band I always loved and was raised on was the Allman Brothers, and I can do that with this amp.
Wow.
Didn't expect it.
What happens when these pieces of gear are sold, regardless of whether it's PRS or whatever, is that a box comes to your home and you want to use it to get your music played, and most of the people have little home recording studios, and it is Christmas when a box comes to my house. I come home all the time. I say, Paige, the box come today? And we wanted you to have that feeling today of what it was like for someone from Sweetwater who bought from Sweetwater to get a box at the house and try the gear.
That feeling is always the same. It always feels like the first time, basically. And then you can almost tell the amp is a good amp while it's warming up. I don't know if you've experienced this, but I'll play, and as the amp warms up, I can hear it start to rise, and I go, oh, that's a good amp. And that happened with both of these. So congratulations on both of these. You can hear as the amp starts to warm up that, oh, and the reason it's good is because you don't have to negotiate. These knobs sound good pretty much everywhere, and so do these. Amps that are not good, you have to work and work and work and work to turn the knobs to make it sound good. Not the case with both of these. It's simple. I mean, you basically want an amp where you can just kind of go like this, and it still sounds good. I think you did it.
The whole team have worked really hard on it. What about a guitar? What happens when you get a guitar out of a case? For people that buy from Sweetwater, it's a good piece of information for any brand of guitar. So what do you look for when you pull this guitar, this brand new guitar out of the case? It's Christmas at the Pierce's house. What are you looking for? How do you
well, it's playability first. So, the neck has to feel good, okay? And basically, if you're getting a guitar in the mail, it has to be, it's a real risk, but you guys have taken that risk out because your guitars always feel good out of the box. And I'm not trying to be a PRS promotional machine or anything, but I trust that when I get a PRS at the front door, it's going to play great because they all do. It's not that way with every guitar in the world, and it didn't used to be that way with guitars. You had to actually get guitars into your hands. You had to actually try 30 of the same model to get one that played well. So to cut you to the chase, it's playability. And then when you fire it up, it has to be clear sounding. It has to play in tune. I mean, really, really practical things. Really practical things. The neck, the feel, the playability, the clarity. Does it play in tune? And then you can start making music.
Thank you for that. I've been buying all these amps today. It looks like we're going to have a tool like we have with the pickups. Now we have a tool, we put a pickup on our machine, and it gives us a readout of exactly what it sounds like. And if you send me a pickup, I can duplicate its tone. So in a closed eye session, you're not going to know which one was the original and which one was that if we get the numbers correct. And it looks like we're going to be able to do it with amps. Then I found another PA top. But today, we had another really good moment. One of these Hendrix amps, we were able to get it to sound really English, really woody. And we did it by doing a wiring thing they did between 65 and 66.
Like all guitar players, I'm obsessed with great tone, and I really enjoyed that opportunity to learn from Paul Reed Smith and Tim Pierce. I mean, Tim just always sounds fantastic. He's got the tones dialed. Really great stuff. Don Carr and I had a chance to sit down and play through those new Hendrix PRX HX50 and HX100 amps. Well, Don played and I listened, but man, they're incredible. They just sound huge with great articulation and lots of depth. Now, we all know great tone starts in the fingers, of course, but great gear is a key ingredient too. If you're looking for great gear, then this is the right time and the right place, because we're right in the middle of GearFest 2021, and we've also got our massive GearFest sales event going on. Be sure to check out all the great deals at Sweetwater.com. But don't think when you're done with browsing the site, don't think you're done. Who wrote this? But don't think you're done when you finish browsing the site. We've also got super secret once-in-a-lifetime special deals here at GearFest, and the only way you can find out about those is by contacting your Sweetwater sales engineer. Give them a call. They'll fill you in. Anything you're looking to pick up? Anything you guys need for the band here today? Or?
There's always stuff to buy.
Always stuff to buy.
I'll take a keyboard
too. Working in the candy store, there's always something on the wish list, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Coming up next, we have the two-man engine that drives the band Chicago. We've got drummer Wally Reyes and percussionist Ray Islas, two amazing players who each have incredible discographies ranging from Willie Nelson to Stevie Wonder and beyond. Nick did a great interview with these guys. Check it out.
Greetings, everybody. Nick DiVirgilio here at Sweetwater. It's GearFest 2021, and I have two really special guests. I'm really excited to have Walfredo Reyes Jr. and Ray Islas here. We're going to talk about the guys in Chicago, their history with the band, percussion and drums together. So many great things. Guys, welcome, and thanks so much for joining me here.
Anytime, Nick. What's happening?
So, percussion, both of you guys are really well-versed percussionists and drummers, but you come from a long background. Percussion works in so many different settings, not just Latin music, of course. I mean, obviously you're in Chicago, it's a rock band. Percussion really just comes in a beautiful spot in there. So, Walfredo, tell us, you first started in Chicago as the percussionist with Tristan Bowden playing drums, and now you're switched to the drum kit and Ray's there. So, how do you feel that percussion lives in the rock and roll world?
Well, you know, in different occasions, it's similar to other bands like with Steve Winwood and Santana. Sometimes the drummer is like what I call the meat and potatoes, and percussion adds different colors, like, you know, talking about cuisine. And then vice versa sometimes. I think sometimes the percussion is the meat and potato, and I color around, and there's a groove that comes from percussion. So they're both complementing. I never split up drum set and percussion. Drum set is part of the percussion family, and so is piano. So with Ray, I knew Ray way before I started with Chicago, from like 80s, 90s. And we played a lot of gigs together. I knew that like a school of fish, I can go left to right, and wherever I go, he can complement. And sometimes he doesn't play at all. And he's wise and mature enough to basically add silence where it has to be, and then add the colors where it has to be. And then sometimes I go, Ray, you're the meat and potatoes, and I just color around him. So that's why it worked so well when Ray came to be the percussionist and I went to the drum chair.
That's very cool. So Ray, tell us, what was your first inclination of this gig? How did you enjoy playing this kind of music? What was your mindset when joining Chicago?
Oh man, it was okay. So let's go back to, I think it was like late February 2018. Wally calls me up and he says, hey man, I need you to come in and do like 2 weeks with us. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. Okay, cool. And Wally said, okay, well, you know, we'll send you the MP3s and blah, 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 get you the music. And no charts. It's rock and roll, man. So I sat on the couch, went after the phone, and I was thinking, wow, I'm going to be playing with, I mean, my thing is I'm playing with Wally in Chicago. You know, it wasn't like I'm playing in Chicago. It was like I get not only to play these classic songs, but to play it with Wally. And I mean, he's family. I remember his kids. I remember Liliana, like when I was at his house, she's like, me and Wally are trying to play drums, and she comes over and just slaps a drum, you know, and then looks at Daddy, you know, and Wally's like, hey, Liliana, come on, let us play, you know. Now she's this incredible singer, you know, but it's like, that's how far back me and Wally go. But to go back to the music, the reason why I became a musician is because of Chicago.
Really?
When I very first heard CTA when I was like 7, 8 years old, blew my mind. I didn't know what I was listening to. I was in heaven listening to the album over and over and over and over. So the music of Chicago was very big in my childhood, my upbringing, and also to be the reason why I became a musician. And I remember telling Wally that, and then eventually telling Robert Lee and Jimmy that. So imagine, you know, that feeling, right? My very first concert was Chicago at the Greek Theater when I was like 8 years old.
Wow. And
then we played the Greek in 2019. And I remember standing on stage going, wow, my first concert was right here, but I was sitting way in the back. So yeah, I mean, it's incredible. And also to play, but then, you know the music, right? You know the Chicago tunes, but then learning it from the musician point of view, like now I have to play the songs. So it was, you know, it was a lot of home teaching for myself before the first gig.
Now, with the guys in the band, since Wally, you played percussion for a long time with them, they were probably used to your sound and your vibe on percussion. Did you have to, Ray, go through a little bit of a period of them kind of getting used to your feel and your vibe and the way you played those parts?
Yeah, I mean, there were some moments that, you know, where I would ask Wally, what's going on here in this song? He's like, well, I played congas on this. But you know, and Wally would be very open. He's like, look, you can play what you feel is appropriate. I played this. I think the song needs this. So I took that into consideration. But I think, like what Wally said, we've known each other for years and we've played many gigs together, that we gelled instantly on the first song of the first show, where I think the guys in the band heard that as well and appreciated Wally's instinct in saying, Ray's the guy to do the gig.
Sure.
But I think we gelled, and we still, there's times I don't even have to look at them, and then we laugh because we we pause at the same time on the whatever, you know, we answer each other. It's the communication without the communication.
Sure.
It's really important, and this is a really good point, I think, for every band. I came into percussion because Tris left, but they were not unhappy with Tris, and they were not unhappy with me. So it was because a change happened. So the band is used to what they have. So I think it's a big mistake if you go into any gig, and I'm talking about experience with Santana, with Steve Winwood, with Robbie Robertson. I mean, you know, they don't want somebody to come in to change everything.
Right.
And now everybody has to adapt. So from a starting point, Ray approached the same thing, the percussion chair, as I approached the drum chair. So, you know, I cover what Tris was doing, and as much as possible. And if one of the guys in the rehearsal will go, play a little faster over here, you know, you don't have to play this, I kind of like want something different here. Then you start changing it. But these guys basically I think, Ray, I'm sure agrees, they give us a lot of freedom to play. It's not like every day a list of things, what to do and what not to do. But I think we approached, let's start the show as they were comfortable. And then later on, you put your signature little by little, given that they're comfortable with the little changes.
Very cool.
The challenging thing with Chicago is that we have 3 leaders. So in other gigs, like Ray has done and you have done, Nick, you know, there's an artist. Right. And sometimes the artist communicates direct, like Steve Winwood. What musical director? I mean, you know, he's the guy. And with Carlos, he would tell us exactly what he wanted, Lindsey Buckingham. But with Chicago, there are 3, and used to be 4, but Walter Parazader's not touring. But Robert has sometimes some things, and then Jimmy, and then Lee. So you kind of have to kind of like, all right, you know, sometimes they don't agree exactly with what they want. You know, like for example, when I was playing percussion, Jimmy one time told me, in this tune, I'd rather have no congas. All right. And then Robert goes, what did he say? He goes like, well, Jimmy said no congas on this tune. And Robert goes, oh, not me, man. I'm a conga guy. I love congas. You can put congas on everything. You go, okay, but what does that mean? You know?
Right.
And then Lee goes, well, have you heard this tune or this tune? Let me give you some references and that. So it's like, okay, at the bottom end, no congas on If You Leave Me Now. Okay. But if it was Robert's tune, he would told me, oh, I would have congas, but it's Jimmy's tune. So that's one way we approach the tunes. I mean, I do. Whose composition is it? If it's Lee's composition, he's the guy that tells me, this is what I want here. If it's Robert's composition, and Jimmy's composition. So.
I got a question in style and technique, if you don't mind. How does all of your guys' experience in Latin music correlate to what you play on a Chicago gig? Does that come into play at all in this sort of gig?
It does, but not heavy, not like straight up traditional patterns. I mean, there are little snippets here and there that we do. Like Wally will go on cowbell, you know, bell with the drum set, you know, like just playing like a quarter note. And you know, that's like the drive of Latin music when it gets to the chorus. Right. That's what makes the people dance, right? When you're listening to Latin music and you hear the cowbell in your face, right? So it won't be a straight up Latin groove pattern. It'll be around it.
Right.
You know, like maybe I'll be slapping on the 2 and the 4 instead of on the on a traditional groove, right? You know, it's understanding the Latin rhythms, but not playing them in a rock setting.
Gotcha.
You know, or even in a pop setting, or even in other than Latin setting. You got to know how to play, knowing how they gel together. You know.
That's the joy of having the vocabulary that you've built over all of these years, right? Being able to take your instrument into whatever setting and make it fit.
Yeah, you know, to quote Jeff Porcaro, he once told me, I think there's 2 different ways to play music, period. I went, really? And I go like, kind of like and traditionally. Okay, so this is kind of like a samba. this is kind of like a boogaloo, but you know, so basically if you actually hear, this is where drummers, they get too segregated. There's rhythm and then rhythm. And so basically once you learn complex rhythms, whether it's African or Indian rhythms and all that, you can go and play boom, ba, boom, boom, ba. So Chicago is a rock band with horns, okay? So that's the category, classic rock, but there's a lot of jazz, salsa stuff, Brazilian. Those guys at that time, they put everything in the bucket, all different styles. So if you go Call on Me, and then there's a, that's like a samba. But, you know, I don't want to make it, like Ray said, traditionally, like a batucada samba. So what you do in these instances is like, if it is like, say, like a jazz thing, like Take 5, like at the beginning of, does anybody really know what time it is? If you know jazz, Dave Brubeck, Joe Morello, that's going to be easy. So basically, it really helps, like you said, Nick, as a drummer, percussionist, and for all the young people out there that are getting gear on the GearFest, the most vocabulary you can gather, you might not need all of it all the time or in one song, but it's really great to pick and choose your spices for each song.
So let's go to GearFest now. Let's talk about your gear. Wally, what are you playing on stage with Chicago?
I play LP, so I have the Songo ES8 bell in my mounted bass drum.
Okay.
And because sometimes even when Ray's playing percussion, I like to add that cowbell. I also have an octopad to add different things when Ray's on other percussion instruments. So sometimes we have the same kind of thing, but sometimes when he covers something else, I can cover that. I use mainly HHX and a Rock Ride. They're all Sabian and different colors of Sabian cymbals, splashes, and hi-hats. And DW drum set. And right now I'm using the Collector series drum set, Mappa Burl, and in that drum set, I'm using the Color Tone Remo blue heads, which is basically an Emperor.
Nice. What about you, Ray? What's the gear you're playing?
I'm using LP, Latin percussion, pretty much all around, congas, bongos, timbales, shekere, shakers, some of the toys, you know, the chimes, tambourines. And I use the Roland SPD30. We both have the SPD30 electronics. And like you said, we alternate on sounds and everything needed. Like for me, I have 2 external pads up here, like on my setup. So I'm using claps or whatever sounds, you know, so it's a little visual instead of just hitting the pad. I'm also using Sabian cymbals I've been with Sabian and LP for years, forever. And Evans drum heads on the timbales, and I'm using the LP synthetic heads on the congas and bongos.
Okay.
The thicker ones. And let me see what else. I use blue microphones in my studio and headphones. Been using those for years, the Hummingbirds, which are amazing. And Pete's Coffee to keep me awake.
A lot of Pete's Coffee, for sure. So guys, you're about to go back out on the road. How good does that feel after the year of just, you know, losing all those gigs? I mean, Chicago plays about how many gigs a year, roughly, Wally?
Wow.
100?
On and out, in and out,
Yeah.
like about 7, sometimes 8 months out of the year, in and out.
So that's a ton of gigs. And so you had all that time with no gigs, and now you're about to go back out on the road. How good does that feel?
It feels good to play again for people and play out and actually play together with Ray and the band. I mean, I've been playing here most of the year, which made me a better engineer and software, microphones, you know, Audix microphones that I have for a long time. But now there's not a difference. You know, Ray's studio and my studio, you're playing for people and action reaction.
So when does the tour start?
Well, we leave June 20th and we start June 23rd in Lincoln, Nebraska.
And how long does the tour go for?
They're legs, you know, segments. So the first segment is about 2 weeks. Then we're home for like a week and then out for a month. And it goes all the way through the end of December.
Awesome.
The day after my birthday. So usually we're off and my birthday, I'm December 18 and we're done with touring. Usually when we start in January, February. This time, since we lost half the year, we're going to tour all the way. So we're going to be celebrating December 18. That's the last one.
Awesome.
I know, that's right. That's right. And they'll probably add dates as we go.
Yeah,
too.
you never, of course. Well, fellas, thank you so much for hanging out with me today and, you know, just giving out this great information and chatting. I think this is absolutely great. It's great to see you again, Ray. And hopefully I'll be seeing you guys on the stage close by Indiana here at one of the gigs. That'd be fantastic as well. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much. Best of luck on the tour. And, you know, I hope to see you guys again soon.
Awesome. See you.
All
See
right,
you,
guys.
Nick.
See you
Good to see
guys.
you again, bro.
matinee, right? I like that. That's pretty awesome.
Thanks.
Pretty cool. We got lots more GearFest still to come, and we've saved some of the best for last, so be sure to stay tuned. But right now, we've reached that point in our show where we need to take a very short break to reset our Facebook live stream. If you're not watching Facebook, this won't affect you. Things are going to keep right on rolling. If you are watching Facebook, no worries, hang tight, stay tuned. We didn't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you with lots more GearFest. Now, for those of you who are sticking with us, got a real treat for you. This is NDV and the GearFest 3.
Yes.
Rock it.
2.
The Electric Car Orchestra. I was jamming with you guys again. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I liked it.
Man, it's a plastic pencil. Like I said yesterday, I really wish I had like a roasted maple pencil so I'd have the tone. Maybe next year they'll fit me out with one. Speaking of something related to that, I got to give a special call out here to Dave. Dave is the guy who put this set together. He built this desk. He built this amazing stuff behind me. I mean, this entire setup is fantastic, and the entire GearFest team worked so hard putting it all together and bringing it to you. So they deserve a round of applause. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Now, speaking of thank yous, thank you for being here for GearFest. It's been fantastic having you here. You can't imagine what it goes into takes to put a show like this on, and the team just, I mean, brings it all together. But without you watching with us, it's just not going to happen. So we're very grateful to you for joining us. Now, we're also grateful to all our manufacturer partners here at Sweetwater. We couldn't do GearFest without gear, and that's where our manufacturer partners really come in. They're the best. Be sure to check by the stop out the GearFest Virtual Gear Expo is what I'm trying to say. I had some cashews. Yesterday it was peanut butter, man. It was cashews.
That's tricky.
Be sure to stop by the GearFest Virtual Gear Expo and check out the nearly 700 videos on there. It's all the latest and greatest gear. Plus, many of our manufacturer friends have unveiled new products during GearFest 2021. And you can get a sneak preview of everything that's new at the New Gear at GearFest page at Sweetwater.com. And of course, Don, Nick, Jacob, and I, we're going to be coming at you soon with demo videos on all that new gear as soon as we can. Now, my list of thank yous, as I mentioned, just wouldn't happen without you. It'd be a pretty lonely GearFest, right?
You betcha.
I mean, it'd just be us. I'd be jamming on the microphone and you guys would be playing. It'd be awesome, but so much better with you joining us online. So thank you very much. Now, our next artist is one of the busiest guys in the business. Not only is Corey Taylor the frontman for several successful bands, but he's also the author of 4 books and more. I've been looking forward to this interview all day. We've got Nick Bocott with Corey Taylor. Let's check it out.
Greetings, Nick with Sweetwater here. And the guy I'm lucky enough to be speaking today is Corey Taylor, a man who really needs no introduction, but guess what? I'm going to give him one anyway. As you all know, he fronts not only one multi-platinum act, which is good for most people, he fronts 2, Slipknot and Stone Sour. But wait, there's more. He's written several best-selling books, and they're good. I've read them. They're not only good, they're damn good. Think Henry Rollins meets Anthony Bourdain, and you're close. He's also got another band that he started last year during the pandemic, CMFT, and they did an amazing live stream called For 'Em or Against Them last year. And if you didn't see that, shame on you. Try and right that wrong immediately, because they're really good. Pyro the lot. But there's more. He does acoustic shows. He does spoken word, and I've also seen those. He also MCs major events. And check this out, he's even spoken at Oxford University in England, which is the oldest and most prestigious English-speaking university in the world. So that's why I'm introducing him, just in case you didn't know all of that stuff. So Slipknot, Stone Sour, and then all that other stuff. So without further ado, Corey, thank you for joining us, my friend.
God, that's a hell of a CV when you put it that way, man. I'm just like, God, I did do all that crap. Wow, that's crazy.
No, you did, man. And I got to tell you, that I didn't know about the Oxford University thing until this morning. And then I was talking to a friend of mine. I said, he goes, what are you doing today? I said, it's boring. I got to interview Corey Taylor. He's like, use SOB. He goes, have you seen the Oxford University speech? And I'm like, no. So I watched it, dude. And it ties up with what I wanted to talk to you about, which is this.
That was bizarre. So yeah, go ahead.
But it's bizarre on paper, but I got to tell you, at the risk of being obsequious, which is my big word of the day every day, dude, you came across, it was so sincere and passionate, and your message made a lot of sense, like an awful lot of sense. And if people haven't watched it, I would recommend they do. So my question to you is, like Slipknot, like 30+ million records around the world, Stone Sour, but still you do all this other stuff, the book writing. And I know I've written books, it doesn't take 5 minutes. That's a labor of love. And then all the other stuff you do, you know, the emceeing, the Metal Hammer Awards when they're happening, the spoken word, the acoustic shows, the CMFT project. What on earth drives you after all these years to still go as hard as, like to me, you're the Dave Grohl of metal. You're the guy that just doesn't stop going. And you do it with a fervor that most people don't have. Explain, please.
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I guess, the drive for me, it's the same fire that I've had since I was a kid. You know, just to do it, to be able to do it, to take every opportunity and not only take advantage of it, but to extrapolate it, you know, and take it as far as it can go, you know. I never thought I would get a chance to write books, and I got a chance to write 4, you know, I'm percolating a 5th one, you know. I never thought I'd get to tour the world, and I've been able to do that tenfold with not 1, but 2 bands. So I guess more is just never enough for me. You know, my appetite for achievement is voracious. It's really in line with how I view self-education or self-bettering. You know, for me, you can never know too much. You can never do too much. You can never be too much. Especially coming from where I was when I was younger. And maybe that's really what drives me is coming from a place like that, just so desolate and full of pain and darkness, to be able to burst through that. And just on the sheer, you know, the sheer work and sweat and talent and drive, be able to accomplish what I've been able to accomplish, not just on my own, obviously, but with 2 fantastic bands, 3 fantastic. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm very fortunate. So I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I just don't know when to stop.
Right.
But I also am very lucky. I'm very, very lucky. I'm the first to admit it to everyone. I'm here because of some talent, some work, but an incredible bit of luck, being in the right place at the right time. And I've refused to rest on those laurels. I just keep going. I actually kind of came up with a motto for myself actually yesterday, because I was trying to kind of figure out what my overall mantra is. And it's very simple. It's, if I can, I will. And I looked up the translation in Latin, and I've forgotten. It's on my phone, but I don't have it yet. But that's me in a nutshell. If I can, I will.
Perfect. And I got to tell you, from my experience, and I've seen it in you, like a lot of people use the word luck, and I don't disagree with that, in the right place at the right time. But I found the people who work hard are more lucky than those that don't, because it's all about your perceptions, your reality. Right. And the right place, right time, I've always said there's something missing. It's you've got to be in enough places, enough times, when the right time in the right place occurs, you're actually there, and most people aren't.
Right.
Because they don't have that drive you have.
Exactly. And to add to that is working yourself through those other places to be able to have earned the right to be in that place at the right time. So a lot of that, I know a lot of people who have wasted years, lifetimes, waiting for that right place and right time to come to them. And that's the antithesis of what we're talking about right now. I mean, it all comes back to Slipknot. We all had that very basic idea that the record deal is just the start. You have to get out and you have to work. You have to get out and you have to take this music and this band and this idea around the world, and you have to get it in front of people. You don't win because you got signed.
Right.
And I know a lot of people who did that. They thought, okay, I got the record deal. I don't have to work another day in my life. And that's actually, that's not the way. That's just literally the first stop on a million different stops, man. You have to get out there and you just have to do it. You have to do it. That's your opportunity. That's your chance. You either grab the ball and run with it, or you sit at home and wait for people to come and play with you. And that's not the way it is.
The thing that I admire about you a lot, once again, at the risk of being obsequious, is that you always take chances. One of the most memorable things I've seen in living memory, which has been shortened somewhat because of, the lifestyle. But I remember there was a download, and for those watching who don't know what download is, it's the mother of all metal festivals. It started in the 90s. I was lucky enough to be at the first one because I'm old. And Slipknot was headlining the Saturday, I think, and it was like 93,000 people in a field. Yeah. And there's also a tent, which, a tent sounds small, but I think the tent holds 7,000 people. The night before, you headlined as an acoustic performance. Yeah. And you opened with, and it's full of Slipknot lunatics, the maggots. Yeah. And you open with Tiny Dancer by Elton John. And you crushed. I mean, what is that part of your alter ego? Like, you just don't, I'm going to try this? Because Tiny Dancer by Elton John to metal fans, and I can see bikers trying the hardest not to cry because they all love the song.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy. I don't know what it is. To be honest, it doesn't even occur to me that I'm trying something. Right. I just do what I want. Like, if I get an idea in my head, I will go out and do it. It's kind of the same mindset that I have when it comes to like the guest appearances that I do. Right. Like I've done everything from, Code Orange and Korn to stuff like the Moonshine Bandits. And, I do what I'm feeling. And if I'm not feeling, trust me, I've turned down a lot because I'm not feeling it. But when it comes to the stuff that I want to do, I'm like, if I'm interested in it, then I'll do it. So something like that, it didn't even occur to me that it might backfire on me.
Right.
And I think because of that, if I had gone out there and meekishly been like, oh, I really hope they like this. I really, you know, I walked out there and I said, I'm going to play songs that I want to play for you. And you're either with me or not. If you're not, there's the door. It's
I remember that. It was great because you basically said, I don't care about you. This is for me. But hope you like it.
And that's my career.
Yeah.
That's my career in a nutshell. You know, that's the reason that I write the stuff that I write. I do the stuff that I do. I'm not leaning into what you want.
No.
I don't cave to, you know, the mob, whatever that means. I write for myself and I share. I don't write specifically for them. I don't perform specifically for them. I mean, it was a chance. It was a chance doing this solo album because I had so many people push back on me for the material that's on it because they were expecting this dark, acoustic, like, you know, melodrama, basically, which I have done, but I've never done it in like huge chunks, you know? And because they didn't get what they expected, a lot of people were mad at first. And I was like, I don't play to your expectations. I do what I want. And if you don't like that, we'll get you next time. How about that?
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, that's one of the, when people ask me for advice, I'm always, you've got to be selfish because if you try and make it doing something you're good at by playing something you don't really like it to please the masses. I've got so many friends who look back with anger and sadness because they didn't get the elusive deal and they didn't even like what they were trying to do because they kept bandwagon jumping. So that's a great example of what you just said. You've got to be selfish, which is kind of what you're saying. You're being selfish.
No, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the whole reason for making music is because you're doing it from the heart.
Right.
And who knows what you want better than your heart, man? You know, and that's one of those cases where being selfish is actually a good thing because we're all selfish.
Yep.
Everything we want is a selfish one.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad or a good thing. Sometimes being selfish can be very, very good. It means you get exactly what you're needing, you know? So for me, being selfish and, you know, leaning into the music that I want to play and leaning into the music that I want to write means that not only have I been able to be on one of the heaviest albums, arguably, of all time, which is Iowa.
Right.
I've also been able to record a very obnoxious and filthy Christmas song to raise money for the Teenage Cancer Trust. So, I mean, where do you lose on that?
Don't.
You know, like you just don't. You get to do the things that you want to do, and people are either into it or they're not.
Yeah,
and you can't beg. You can't beg fans.
Yeah, I think I was going to say I should amend what I just said. I think you're selfish to your heart, not to your head. Like my friends that failed were being selfish because they wanted to be famous, but they let their heart down because they didn't like what they were doing, which meant it was here, not here.
Right, exactly.
And how would you? I was said, like prior to the interview, I told you how much I enjoy this album. It's my workout thing. How would you describe this to someone who's dumb enough not to have heard it yet?
I would describe it as, I mean, there's two ways to describe it. There's a collection of songs that I've been collecting over the years that just didn't have a home until now. But the other way to describe it is a walk through a lot of the influences and a lot of the stuff that I love. You know, I mean, it's got everything from glam rock to country on it, and you know, with some heaviness mixed in, with some hip hop mixed in, with some two-tone. I mean, it's got a little bit of everything, you know. But the thing that ties it all together is just the songs themselves, you know, the songs, the hooks.
Right.
You know, to me, that's my life, you know, finding the hook and finding the song. That's my life, man. So, yeah, I mean, it's weird to try and describe it to certain people who only know me from Slipknot, or even people who are into Stone Sour. It's like when they hear it for the first time, they're like, man, I did not expect that. And I'm like, but did you like it? And they were like, actually, yeah. And that's, it's an album that on the second and third listen, you get it, you know? And I love that, you know? My whole career is built on longevity, and being able to lay those pieces that get me to the extra, 3 or 4 miles to lay those other pieces down. That's what it's all about.
Perfect. Last question, my friend. Thanks. Very enlightening so far and enjoyable.
Oh, no worries.
If there's someone out there who's watching this who's thinking, I'd love to follow in some of Corey's footsteps, be they old, be they young, be they a 30, 31, 50, whatever, which I love that title, by the way, the meaning behind that's great. What would your advice to them be? I know you've touched on a lot of it already, but if you could succinctly put the Corey Taylor guide to success, if that's not too vague a question.
That's a great question. I mean, it all comes back to that mantra. If I can, I will, you know? The thing that I learned early on is that if you're making music that doesn't make sense to you, all you're doing is regurgitating other people's music. If it doesn't come from the heart, people aren't going to feel it, because people only feel things that come from the heart, you know? Even the music that I don't agree with, you know, like the bigger the music it is, if that's coming from somebody's heart, then those people are going to feel it, you know? So 9 times out of 10, you are always going to have to go with your gut on what is right for you. But it all comes down to do what you're good at. You know, it all harkens back to that Oxford speech, man.
Yep.
Do what you're good at. Don't do what you were destined to do in your mind. Find out what you're good at and do that, because talent begets your future. Talent and talent and the recognition of that talent will take you further than trying to chase something that you may or may not have the chops for.
Right.
You know? I mean, it's true. You know, it comes down to leaning into the things that you are gifted to do. And I know that pisses a lot of people off, but everybody's like, chase your dreams. It's like, listen, you want to chase your dreams? Get a day job and do that. Until then, lean into the talent you have, because it may not even be the thing that you want to do, but I guarantee you it will lead you to the things that you want to do. It will lead you right down to the path of the stuff that will make you happy. It will make you appreciative, and it will fulfill you. That's all I've ever done.
Well said, sir. Well said. And for those watching, so Corey, thank you very, very much indeed for taking the time. Some great advice there. And if you haven't seen the Oxford speech, go on the YouTubes, put Corey Taylor Oxford University speech, watch all 4 parts, because his answers are really good to the questions. And he's living, breathing proof that his idea works. So Tony Robbins as well, I should add that. Anthony Bourdain, Henry Rollins, Dave Grohl, and Tony Robbins. Thank you, Corey Taylor. Take care, buddy.
You too, brother.
See.
Hi, my name is Richard Fortis. I play with Guns N' Roses, and I'd like to welcome you to Sweetwater's 2021 GearFest.
Find out what you're good at. Great advice. What an incredible interview with Corey Taylor. And thanks, Nick Bocott, as always, man. You did a smashing job. Now, this is the sort of thing that you can only see at GearFest. And it'd be amazing to just have one great segment like that during our 2-day event, but our team here has put together interview after interview, workshop after workshop, all day yesterday, all day today. I'm having a blast watching it all, to say nothing of learning so much and walking away just totally inspired to make music. Now, speaking of amazing and unprecedented and something you can only see at GearFest, you got to check out our next workshop. It's an interview, actually. We've got a legendary artist here who's a DJ, producer, songwriter, and actor who released his first tracks in the 80s and continues to put out groundbreaking music to this day. That artist is DJ Jazzy Jeff. We're super excited to have him sit down with our own DJ Eclipse for this interview. Check it out. It's going to be a good one.
Hello, and welcome to GearFest 2021. My name is DJ Eclipse, and I'm so honored to bring to you one of the most iconic DJs in the world of DJdom, DJ Jazzy Jeff. We're talking about the effects of DJing during the quarantine and the pandemic and how we're going to move forward through that. We talked about gear selection, and we also talked about any advice that you would have for any upcoming DJs and producers. So please stick around, because following that, we have a live DJ set from DJ Jazzy Jeff. GearFest 2021. My name is DJ Eclipse. Let's get into it. All right, so we're at GearFest 2021, and it's an honor to be sitting down with one of the most iconic legends of the DJ game, DJ Jazzy Jeff in the building. How you doing, sir?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Great, man. This is crazy. So how's it been going for you?
Good. You know, it was quite a pivot. Everybody kind of had to figure out how you were going to pretty much get through this whole pandemic, not just the DJs or the musician world, but just everybody in general. So
yeah,
it was definitely one of them things that, you know, you figure it out and you go with it.
Right, exactly. So how have you adapted during the quarantine as a DJ, and also how do you feel about touring and going on the road, how you approach it?
Once the club shut down and pretty much the whole entertainment industry shut down, you know, we started streaming, you know, and I originally started streaming just to kind of give myself peace of mind, because I've been playing music for people for God knows how long. And you know, you realize that not only are you giving yourself peace of mind, but you're helping people cope through a global pandemic, something that we've never seen before.
Right.
So you were almost acting to a certain degree as an essential worker for people's mental. And we kept doing it. And, you know, about 2 months in, we started getting phone calls from companies and corporations saying, hey, you know, we're trying to do some morale boosting for our employees. Can you do a stream? And we literally turned it into a business, you know, to the point that I'm probably busier now than I was before the pandemic.
And I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, the role of a DJ is not just playing records. Like, it is very psychological. Like, what you play affects people, and it affects moods. It affects, you know, like, to see people come in one way and leave another way. That is something I think a lot of people don't understand. I think that maybe this pandemic really helped other people understand that it's a lot more than just playing records. I know the other thing I wanted to get into was that DJs are now more than DJs. Like, you have to be a DJ, you have to be a marketing expert, you have to be a social media manager. Sometimes
you got to be a cameraman, a videographer, a video producer. You have to be all of it.
Do you think that now, having to wear all those hats, that it affects DJs' ability to really be a DJ? Or, like, how do you find that balance of being able to wear all those hats and still be at peak at your craft?
Right now, to me, this feels like when I first started. Before you had a manager, before you had an agent, you know, before you had a crew, you know, you plugged up your own turntables and you did your own tech work. And when there was a buzz and a hum, you traced that cable. You didn't have anybody, you know, when you did a party, you brought the speakers and set them up and played and then broke it down and put it in a car and drove home. You know, to me, that's all this is. So I think the people that are complaining about wearing all of these hats didn't necessarily come from the generation that you had to wear all these hats. You know, a lot of it's people who are used to someone being in those positions. But for the people who pivoted, you know, you start to look like, oh my God, like the way that I was doing it, it was so wasteful. I didn't think about my clothes for a year. I wasn't thinking about buying new sneaks for a year. You know, I was focusing on making music and playing music, and it wasn't any of the other noise that came around that. People who had so many bells and whistles and it wasn't about the craft didn't know what to do when this happened. Because at the end of the day, now you're stuck playing music. If you got lights, smoke, bombs, all the rest of that, that doesn't translate on a phone.
Yeah.
What translates on the phone is the music.
Exactly.
So it really, to me, broke everything back down to what this was about from the beginning. This is about the music. How does the music affect people? How does the music make people happy? You know, and that's what this is. It's not the smoke or the dancers or any of that other kind of stuff. And that's cool, but it's kind of like that's not the backbone of all of this.
Right.
The backbone is the music.
Yeah, and so do you feel like, because I know for me it would almost wow me, like when you would see opening DJs come in and they had no clue how to hook up their gear, or you know, it's like, well, where do I plug this in at? And it's like, for me, I remember starting out as a DJ, you had to pay dues. You couldn't just walk in and get a gig. You had to literally work your way up, whether that was carrying records for another DJ, you know, doing other stuff, having to help hook up gear, lugging around stuff. And then after that point, you had to prove you had the skill set to be in there. And every week that you DJ'd, someone was standing on the side waiting for you to mess up.
So they could take that spot.
Right. And so it's like now, like, and even then it was still a spirit of friendly competition. It wasn't like hateful or nothing like that. It was just pure sport. It was like, you know, hey, I have to show and prove every week. Do you feel like the newer generation not having to have that sense of friendly competition or really knowing their gear and things like that, do you think that it's affected them and that's why they can't wear or have a hard time balancing all the hats because they didn't have that proving ground to get to that point?
Well, I have different answers for that. I do understand that different time and different eras require different tools. Someone who may needed to learn how to warm up something in a stove 40 years from now has an air fryer.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, through time, you're going to have tools that are going to make certain things, you know, not needed. My wife and I were having a conversation, and, you know, we were talking about in the next 20 years, what is going to be the reason for your kid learning how to write cursive?
Right.
You know, other than signing their name. You know, we used to have to do book reports in cursive. Now people type their book reports out on a computer and they hit print.
Right.
You know, so I understand the evolution of a lot of these things. I appreciate having to learn on turntables. I appreciated buying records. But someone who's learning to DJ today, you cannot fault or criticize them at all if they never touched a turntable.
And you know what's crazy? You're leading right into my next question because you were one of the early adopters of technology, like of your generation of DJs. Like, I remember you being one of the first to really adapt, like, to Serato and stuff like that, when a lot of people considered it like cheating, and they're like, oh, I'm not gonna bother with Serato, and man, I'm gonna stick to my vinyl. And it was like, I remember you being one of those people who adapted to technology early. I've seen you even have debates online with people about, you know, about technology versus vinyl and stuff like that. What made you want to adapt to that technology? Do you feel like it's been an enhancement?
I am a nerd. I am a self-proclaimed nerd. I am a tech junkie. I am a geek. I love electronics. I love technology. I'm also a student of my craft that understands that the tools that you use will change. At the end of the day, there's not a piece of equipment that anybody will design that will show you how to read a room.
Exactly.
So I don't care what someone says. Oh, you have the controller that you hit the sync button and it'll mix these two records together. If you don't know what two records to mix together, there's no program that can look out into a crowd and say, this is not working, and you need to pivot and go down this lane and do it for you.
Right.
So I don't care what the technology is. If you don't have the wherewithal and the music knowledge, it doesn't matter. And I had a female DJ in New Zealand tell me maybe 25 years ago, if you do a festival for 10,000 people, 700 people can see what you're doing. All the rest are hearing you. So they don't care if you are playing on a controller, turntables, or playing an iPod. They only care about what goes in their ears. That is the most important thing. I think sometimes we put too much emphasis on the wrong thing.
Yes.
You get people like, oh man, he's using a controller. If I got 25,000 people out there dancing and having a good time, I win. A DJ is the servant of the people. I don't know if people realize that, but you are a servant of the people, and your job is to make people happy through music. How you do that does not matter. I've never had someone say I had a bad time because you were playing on a controller.
And that's why I always tell people, like, the more important thing is knowing your records. Like, any DJ that's ever asked me for advice, I always tell them, know your records.
Know your music.
You got to know your music, you know, and if you don't know that, no matter what you're playing on, it's going to be
doesn't matter.
It's going to be a bad night. I always admired that when you did that. Like, I remember, because I used to have conversations with some people and they were just like die hard against it. And then watching people like you adopt to it early gave us hope to go, okay, we don't have to have these arguments. If Jazzy Jeff is playing with Serato.
Oh, listen, you have no idea that first go around when you start playing and you realize you got 500 hardcore DJs that are standing in the front because they seen you pull out a laptop and everybody has this face on like, oh my God, what is he doing? And you almost have to break into a routine to make you understand that skills translate.
Right.
Like if you got skills on a controller, you got skills on turntables, you got skills on an iPod. I don't care. Like that translates.
Yeah.
And as soon as people saw that Serato doesn't, the only thing, and this was my argument to people, the only thing that Serato made easier was carrying your records.
I was getting to that part because
it's carrying your records. I don't have to carry 47 crates. I got them all in the computer.
Yep.
The needle can still jump. You can still mess up. If you sucked before Serato, you sucked after Serato.
Right.
So it didn't matter, you know, that people didn't really understand that. But once they got, okay, you know, it's still the same skills still apply, then everybody was like, okay. And that's when it turned into, yeah, it's easy to carry your records now.
And even, I think it even opened your repertoire more because now you have just endless supplies of records you can dig into. Like your set range now gets crazier.
That's a good and bad thing, though.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good and bad thing because if I walked in my record room and had to play a set from all of the records in my wall, it would be the most confusing thing in the world.
Right.
So that was the thing. Like, just because you have the ability to carry 100,000 records don't mean you should.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of need to still compartmentalize yourself. I've always treated my Serato crates exactly like I treated my record crates.
Right. So when you adopt new technology in, what are the key considerations that you're looking at to make you go, okay, I need to add this gear to my setup?
I'm one of those DJs that I am always on the quest for the perfect set.
Mm-hmm.
Just like a basketball player wants to play the perfect game, a golfer wants to play the perfect match, I want to play the perfect set. And what I understand is that set has everything to do with me and my mental, but it has everything to do with your equipment. That your equipment really should be gray to you so that you can just focus on your technique. if you are worrying, like we were talking about, if you have to worry about your needles, then that's something that gets in the way. If you have to worry about your mixer, that's something that gets in the way. So I look for gear that allows me to get out of my way. So a lot of the process of sitting down with some of the manufacturers, you know, there will be times that you would tell them that button is actually in the way.
Yeah.
Or that's not needed. You know, I've been fortunate enough to help a lot of the manufacturers with the DJ gear that people are using. I designed the S9. I helped design the S11. I had input on the Range 72 and the Range 70. And all of those times, you're kind of looking at this gear that if there was something that I didn't like, I got on the phone with 30 other DJs and would ask the same questions. So it wasn't just my opinion. I'm surveying the whole landscape. Like, what do you think about this? Do you think, you know, what if you had a chance to do such and such, what would you do? And you just jot down all of the notes because you kind of want something that's not just perfect for me, but in the ballpark range of majority of the DJs out there. These are all things that people would want and need. You know, Dicers were great. Dicers gave you 4 cue points. We really wanted 8.
Right.
You know, there's simple things like that you can just add, you know, and then trust me, then you can go too far.
Yeah.
Because then you can put the kitchen sink in something and then it confuses people. You know, so you have to draw that delicate line of being enough and being powerful, but not being too much and getting confused in something.
And I also know that you produce too as well as DJ. How did being a DJ help your role as a producer?
Oh my God, that was everything. I wanted to make what I played. I wanted to know how to make what I played. And I think for the DJ producers, there's a very simple and very honest way to approach this that sometimes we don't like. If you are the guy that's responsible for keeping the dance floor packed, is your song good enough to keep people on the dance floor? Good. Like you can't do, you know, people aren't going to stay on the dance floor because it's yours. It's got to be good. If, you know, I had a OG in the music game tell me one day, if on Tuesday, record day, Michael Jackson's record comes out and your record comes out, will people buy yours or will they buy Michael Jackson's? Right. And I'm not talking like who's bigger. I'm just saying, do you have a record that is comparable and sounds good and affects people like the Michael Jackson record?
Right.
You know, you can't surround yourself with people that think everything that you do is good. You need that one friend that tells you your beats suck.
You need that one diabolical hater that doesn't like nothing. And if you get him to like it,
there you go.
you got you one. All right, so just to wrap up, if there's any advice you could give to an upcoming DJ producer, just from your decades of changing the game and experience and how much you've contributed to the culture, which I'm appreciative of what you've contributed to the culture. I'm appreciative of everything that you've given and innovated and was an early adopter of. I feel like any advice from you is extremely valuable. So any advice that you have for the upcoming DJ or upcoming DJ/producer, what would it be?
One of the things that I tell people, especially today, is be 100% honest with yourself on why you're doing what you're doing. It is not wrong to make music to be rich. Just be honest. Don't say I'm doing it for the culture and you're doing it for the money.
Right.
If you're doing it for the money, just do it for the money because there's different routes. There's a route that you can do it to get the money. There's a route that you can do it if you love the art. If you love both of them, there's a middle ground that you have to play. I find so many people are too embarrassed to say why they're doing it.
Right.
I equate everything to sports. There's a basketball player like Kobe Bryant that you never paid attention to how much money Kobe made because, you know, Kobe cared about the game.
Yeah.
And then you got basketball players that had $300 million contracts because you know it's just about the money. Both of them are great players. One did it for this, one did it for this. Just be honest for why you're doing it. The quickest route for you getting to your goal is you being honest of what you want that goal to be.
That was a dope answer. I couldn't ask for a better answer. Jazzy Jeff, thank you so much. Honored to have the conversation with you. Honored to do this interview. Thank you again for all that you contributed to the culture, and we appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
Thank you.
Not everyone knows what it's like. The time, the sweat, and the tears, the thousands of hours of practice, the late nights, and the long days, but we do. Not everyone knows that indescribable feeling only music could create. Hearing the songs in your head finally come to life, discovering new sounds that uncover the real you, the joy of picking up an instrument and playing it just for fun. The feeling that reminds you, music isn't what you do, it's who you are. Not everyone knows what it took, what it takes, what it's like to chase a dream at any cost, but we do. Not everyone knows what it's like to nail the fill, the take, or the set. How it felt to play your first gig, to have your words sung back at you by the crowd. It's a bond only music makers can fully understand, and not everyone gets it, but we do. So to all those chasing a tone, chasing a song, chasing a dream, remember, the journey is the gift, and we're here for the long haul.
What's up, everyone? This is Ray Luzier from the band Korn, and you're checking out GearFest 2021. Have a blast.
So my wife stopped by the studio, and now I'm all nervous. I'm like, oh man, the pressure's on. Now it is big time. I got to do good. If you haven't registered to enter our massive $50,000 gear giveaway, it's not too late. You can still get your name in the hat to win gear here during GearFest, and you'll also be entered to win one of 5 grand prize drawings, which will take place on July 1st. We love making our friends happy, and what better way to do that than by giving away huge piles of free gear. Head over to sweetwater.com, get yourself registered. We'll be here when you get back. Now, about 3 years ago, I had an opportunity to interview our next artist, Eric Gales, here at Sweetwater, and I was super impressed with his passionate approach to making music and playing guitar. Really a fun interview, and you can still watch it at Sweetwater's YouTube channel. And now we're thrilled to have Eric Gales back here at GearFest 2021. Please welcome Eric Gales.
Hey, everybody out there. My name is Eric Gales, and I'm super excited to be part of GearFest at Sweetwater 2021. And just for a brief moment, I'd like to give some insight on a couple of the riffs that really touched me and inspired me as a kid and a young guitarist coming up in the world. And first up, let's just dive right into it. I think you would agree that everybody was in their bedroom or in their closet or whatever trying to learn the intro riff to Purple Haze. And very iconic riff, beautiful, edgy song. And hey, it's by Jimi Hendrix, so what else is there left to say? Here's my take on Purple Haze, going through the raw dog pedal. And I think it sounds pretty damn good. Check it out. I hope that you liked my little dissection of Purple Haze, one of my favorite tunes by him. Next up, I have another one that had me in my bedroom learning this riff because this groove was so iconic. It's by a fellow friend of mine, the Right Reverend Billy F. Gibbons, and this is Just Got Paid. I actually did a rendition of this song on my 2000 debut called That's What I Am, and I hope I gave it good homage, but here is my take through the raw dog pedal of Just Got Paid. Next up, you guys, I have another person that is very inspirational to me and has always been. As a young lad, my big brother would let me hear stuff by this guy, and his name is Robin Trower. I remember hearing for the first time Bridge of Sighs, and I said, wow, man, that tone is amazing. So here is my take on Bridge of Sighs, being played through the Raw Dog MXR pedal. Check it out. So, one more that I have for you guys, and it is a very iconic blues song that is easily recognizable. It's simple, but yet not simplistic, if you will. The tone and everything is unmatched. You know, it's a tone that Hendrix was able to get quite often, and I believe a lot of it was through his fingers and his hands. But the infamous blues song, Red House, is one that I think we all have played as guitarists at some point in time. And here's my take on the infamous Red House by Jimi Hendrix, being played through the Eric Gales Raw Dog pedal, made by MXR. Check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Red House. I hope you enjoyed my take on the inspiration that this riff from the beginning of this song has had an impact on my life as a musician, as a guitar player. and things of that nature. It's been very, very wonderful spending this time with you virtually here at GearFest for Sweetwater 2021. I hope everyone stays safe, and sometime in the near future, I will be coming to a town near you. We will make this live and not virtual in the future. So take it easy, take care of yourselves, and be safe. Thank you.
NDV and the GearFest 3. Right on, you guys sound great. So man, Eric Gales, just a ferocious guitar player, but also such a sweet guy. And it was really a treat to have him here at GearFest 2021. Definitely makes me want to sit down and do a little woodshedding. And man, fantastic player. But it's time to turn our attention to the low frequency range of the spectrum. Our next artist is Nicole Rowe, who's held such high profile gigs as bassist with Miley Cyrus. And in more recent years, she's been covering the bottom end for mega act Panic at the Disco. As you'll hear in my interview with Nicole, she's a fantastic bass player with a deep command of the instrument and a very strong melodic sense. Since she was both a side musician for a major artist and is now a member of a huge band, she has a unique perspective, and we'll be exploring that, as well as her love for bass effects in this interview. Let's get it rolling. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher. Welcome to GearFest 2021. We have a special guest joining us. This is Nicole Rowe. It's great to see you.
Hey, you too. Happy to be here.
Yeah, well, we're glad to have you join us virtually via Zoom, so appreciate you taking the time.
Of course, I'm just hanging out at home.
Nice, nice. So, man, high-profile gigs, Panic at the Disco, Miley Cyrus, and tons of other stuff you have going on. And we have to shout out EBS for bringing you to GearFest this year.
Yeah, I'm super happy they connected us.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about how you got into the bass. You started playing at 17, right?
Yeah, I started kind of late. I was really into just, I was into singing and playing lots of different instruments, and bass just wasn't really in my world. I didn't really realize that all the music I was into at the time was bass oriented, and that's why I liked it until I just kind of, played someone else's bass and just kind of fell in love with it. And I felt like it was the one thing that I picked up where I was like, oh, I'm actually kind of naturally good at this in a way. I had like a little bit of groove and just a different touch for it. And and then I got my own little Yamaha. Yeah.
Right. Nice. So did you start out playing jazz right away, or were you playing other styles of music initially?
So I actually came up playing, so I grew up in Fresno. So that whole world, I didn't play in school. I just got really into like some ska music, more, I started playing like Sublime, things kind of like that. And then very quickly discovered, because of bass, I got really into like funk music and R&B and soul and stuff like that. So jazz isn't necessarily what my background is, but it's incorporated into a lot of the music that I'm playing now.
I see. Right.
Yeah.
So how did you start landing gigs and progress toward the Miley Cyrus gig?
I was playing a gig in Vegas like 4 nights a week, and I decided I just couldn't do it anymore, and I quit. And the next day I got called for an audition, and weirdly enough, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. And I was in LA for it, and I did the audition, and I got a tour with a small artist. And then from there, it just sort of, I realized that like the touring circle is very tight knit. Once you start touring, it just kind of, your name gets tossed around. And that's exactly what happened. And I played with Troye Sivan after that. And then from there, a connection to Miley Cyrus happened. And then from there, a Fender endorsement, which then led to the connection to Panic. So very weird domino effect, yeah.
Right. That's kind of the way that it works, though. One thing kind of leads to another, and a lot of it is connections and building on your past successes, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the two different worlds, because in one case you're working more as a side person, playing along with an artist, but with Panic you're part of the band. Tell us about how that's different for you.
That's actually, I love that question because it's a really big, dramatic change. It took me a minute to get used to it. So with somebody like Miley, for example, your creative element is, it's there because you come in to play the instrument that somebody needs you to provide, the skill for. So you do what suits the music, right? But as far as live shows go, we are given wardrobe. We are, have our place and we stay there, which, is most shows. Now you see the band is kind of just either in the back or even like behind a huge screen where you don't even see them. And yeah, you're just, eyes on the MD or the artist. And it's very, very much like, okay, where are we going now? Whereas with Panic, when I showed up, the audition told me a lot because I came in and I started playing the songs with a pick. And Brendan, I think it was Brendan, looked at me and he was like, "You don't play bass with a pick. I've seen your Instagram videos." And I was like, "Yeah, but all your music." It was like that style. And he was like, "No, I want you to play how you play. Like, this is not what this is not the normal thing." So, there's the musical taste where I get to come in and bring my own sound in and make my own musical choices, and I can have a little bit more freedom with improv. And then there's also the stage presence element where if, I love to make this joke, like if I walk a little bit further ahead of Brendan on the stage, I'm not going to get fired. You know what I mean? So there's a lot more fun and freedom in that way. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they gave you, when you came into Panic, all this freedom to do what you want, did you still feel that you should be recreating the bass lines and the tones, or how did you approach that?
So I kind of approached it thinking about how I like to experience a concert. If I'm, in the front row at a show, I'm probably really excited and I'm obsessed with the music and I know every little detail about, the lyrics, the sounds, the lines, the tones, everything. So I wanted to, while, creating my own sound, bringing my own element into it, I wanted to add a little bit of that into it, right? So I kept the bass lines fairly the same, except for, expressing around something, maybe doing like a fill or building with the drummer, because there are some live elements that are different than the albums. And then also, taking my preferred tone, which is more of like a warm, more boomy low end. And then I would just kind of add some drive or fuzz on top of it, bring some clarity out to get more of that like rock sound into it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned when you were talking about getting started on bass that you already kind of came into it with a feel for the groove and for a feel. Talk a little bit about what groove means to you.
Yeah. Okay. So it's funny. I like hate hearing that I even said that about myself. I don't like talking about myself like that. But so when I realized that, what I understood to be my groove was such a big part of my playing, I was just really into things with heavy bass lines where maybe that's the prominent feature in the song, right? And realizing that when I'd play with drummers, we could kind of lock into this placement of maybe, he's holding down a groove and, one spot here, and I'm maybe pulling back on him, right? And all the effects that you can have on the music with that push and that pull. So, if I want it to be drivey and aggressive, I'll push on him. And if I want it to be slow and sultry and groovy, I'll pull back. It just kind of depends on the genre. And so all the things that come on top of just playing groove, right? Improvising or, taking a lick or something like that, it's all very important. But I realized very quickly that the foundation of bass, where it comes from, it's not all that. It's very simple, thinking about bright bass. Very solid and like linking up with a kick drum. Yeah.
That's what you tend to key off of as when you're going
well, that's
groove.
how it should start, right? Listening to what everyone else is doing and what the song demands, and hearing the kick and what the groove is doing, because you're blending the two together, all the melodic instruments and the drums,
Right.
Yeah.
So you also play upright bass and synth bass as well. How do the three of those inform one another? The electric bass, upright bass, and synth bass.
Yeah. So the upright bass is definitely, it's more of I don't want to say more of a soulful experience for me, but the acoustics of it are much more intense. So the way I approach it is a little bit more delicate, whereas the synth is just kind of like heavy hitting funk world for me. Heavy lines, lots of low end. I realized very quickly that I needed to incorporate synth in my life. It's at a lot of demand now for bass players who can do all three, Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, they're more light in my experience. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, let's shift back to the focus here, which is electric bass and EBS pedals. And I know they're a big part of creating the tones that you use. Can you tell us a little bit about how you approach using pedals?
Yeah. So I'm actually, when I first started bass, I was like one of those people who was like 4-string, pure sound, no effects, right? You know, I was like dead set on that. And it took me a really long time to kind of be like, okay, I'll throw some pedals in, you know, and that came with backing up artists who needed a specific sound, you know? So I am one of those people, I like to roll it on lightly, right? And just kind of let it be a delicate blanket that kicks in that you almost just feel it rather than like hear the dramatic effects, right? Except for maybe like, you know, a distortion or drive or something like that. And yeah, I like to be very simplistic with my taste for pedals. Yeah.
Right. Would you, could I ask you to demonstrate a few sounds for us and hear the kind of things that you do?
Of course. Let me give you a little. Okay. So as you can see, EBS is a big part of my life. So octave, drive, chorus, envelope filter, my verb, and my phaser. So the chorus, the phaser, and the verb, I kind of intermix depending on, it's more for like, you know, if I'm improvising or doing something that I want to fill the room and have people kind of have more of a delicate experience, you know, or like a Thundercat type thing.
Right.
The envelope filter I really just use for funk. I don't get to use it super often because it is a slap in the face in a really good way. The octave I love using for, you know, heavy rock, like a big breakdown of a song, or, you know, maybe trying to get a little synthy if I'm playing like my low areas. And then the drive this is actually, I use this a lot with Panic. That's just kind of brightens up, gives me more of that rock sound. So actually, let me show you that one first. So that was, that's Girls, Girls, Boys. That's a Panic tune.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so that's kind of what I use that for, a lot of just the grungy stuff.
Right.
Let's see. Let's throw in a little bit of the more light, sultry stuff. So here's my verb and my phaser to... Actually, here, let me give you one at a time, huh? So let's do phaser first. And then I'll add some verb on there. This is fun. I really love those two together. They just kind of build on each other. Do you mind if I do that?
It makes for a real liquid, kind of a smooth.
It really does, which is what I love.
It really sings. Yeah.
I really love the liquid. Let me see. So I'll play a little bit of my original tune with the chorus pedal. Let's see here. So chorus pedal is really fun. It's kind of the more edgy, sultry thing that I like to do. You know, if it's something a little bit more solo. Yeah. So that one's fun. Also with the verb. verb does so much to everything. I love it.
Yeah, right.
Let's see. Okay, so we've got the envelope filter and the octave. So these are probably the more dramatic ones that sound guys hate. So we love using them. Let's see. So let me give you like actually, I'm gonna give you the envelope filter first. Here we go. So cool. I love it so much.
Right.
And then octabass. All right. So this one, sometimes I'll cheat and use the low end, but that's not really what it's intended for, right? So if we go kind of high, let's see here. It really shines up here in the high range. Kick that up for you a little bit. I don't know what you guys are hearing, but it's not coming through super hot for me.
Yeah, right.
There we go. So actually keep this one set super low, the octabass. It really doesn't need a lot. If you kick the octave all the way up, it's like, boom, it's like way loud. So I'm gonna give you the same kind of like I was doing earlier. So if we get like a line that goes low, brutal, right? Way too hot. Yeah, so I kind of like to keep it in like the more high range stuff. Just like a cool line. Kind of satisfies the synth.
Right.
That people want a little bit when you don't have the synth, right? When you're bleeding into that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And
Yeah,
also,
so, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say it also just thickens the tone up. Having
It really
an extra
does.
octave below it's almost like a subharmonic that rides along
Yes,
with the
exactly.
The tonic.
Yeah, you add like you add the I'm just trying to sell everybody this verb right now. I'm just in love with it so much. Oh. Yeah, octabass and verb.
Beautiful.
So good.
Yeah. So one of the challenges with using effects with bass, and of course the EBS pedals are designed specifically for bass, so not so much of a thing is that sometimes when you step on effects, you can drop the bottom end out a little bit if you're not
100%.
careful with it. Can you talk a little bit about that and how you manage that?
Yeah, so actually that was a learning curve. I think for everybody, shopping for pedals is a learning curve. You buy a bunch of stuff that sits in your closet like I have. And sometimes you get, either the low end just disappearing, right? So then you kind of have to battle sounding like the guitarist a little bit. If you're using anything that's bright, you're gonna pop a little too much, and then you lose like the sensation of vibration in your stomach, if you're like a viewer or listener. So EBS has kind of gotten around that. Everything I've ever gotten from them is clean. And sometimes the like real middle ground of that is some companies sell stuff that you'll plug into it and you'll play through it, and it hangs onto the bass for a second and then it drops it, and then you can hear it kick in and out. So technology is tough. We're getting there, but yeah, that might be why I'm so leaning into them so much. EBS has really conquered it.
Right. That's awesome. We really appreciate you sharing some of those tones and the way you're using the pedals and things. That's awesome. Appreciate that.
Fun.
So tell us, what do you have? What's going on? What's coming up for you in the future?
So, because of the friggin' backlog of touring, right? Everybody who's supposed to go on tour in 2020 is now doing it right now. We are relaxing as far as Panic goes. We're, chilling. I can't really give you any specific details because it's all super secret. But yeah, we are staying local for now, taking care of some other things. And then for me personally, I am doing a bunch of like just kind of local shows, which has been really fun. Like late nights. People are, just really, it's like roaring 20s. Everybody's trying to get out and see some live music and hang, and I'm doing a lot of that. And then there's, session stuff from home, which has gotten really, during the quarantine, that was mostly what everybody was doing, was writing, recording, doing everything virtually. So a lot of this,
Right.
Yeah. So that's what's kind of occupying my time. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. It sounds like you're staying busy, and of course, like you said, touring is opened back up again, so I'm sure we'll see you out on the road soon.
Yes. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd be gone. I'd be out.
Right.
Yes. But it's not so.
It's going to happen, though. It's going to happen.
It will, yeah. Absorb the time at home, yeah.
Right. Nicole, thanks so much for taking time for us today. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you, and we appreciate you sharing all your knowledge and your experience on all this bass stuff.
Bass, yeah, right? Bass nonsense. That's what we live for.
And I hope we can have you visit us here at Sweetwater soon.
Oh, I'd love that. Yeah. Super down for that.
Right. We'll make that happen.
Cool.
All right. Thanks again. Please take care.
Thank you. You too.
All right. And thank you for joining me. We had Nicole Rowe talking with us about bass and EBS pedals. Enjoy the rest of GearFest.
Hey, what's happening? I'm Miles Kennedy. Welcome to GearFest.
Pretty cool of Miles Kennedy to drop by GearFest 2021. I just love his vocals and his songs with Alter Bridge and Slash. I mean, he's just such a phenomenal singer. So I hope you've been enjoying day 2 of GearFest as much as I have. If you have been enjoying the show, please let us know. We're on all the social media, we're all over the web, and if you post or share, please tag Sweetwater and use hashtag GearFest 2021 and hashtag New Gear Day. Now up next, we have one of the perennial favorite events here at every GearFest we've ever done, the Producers Panel. Every year we gather a tremendous cast of talented and experienced producers, and we get them talking about what it takes to be a producer, what a producer does, how to get great performances out of artists, and lots more. It's always a fascinating session where we all learn a lot. I've been looking forward to it all day. Let's get rolling. Let's bring our crew in. Hello, everybody.
What's up, Mitch?
Great to see you guys. Great to see you guys.
All right.
Greetings, Mitch. GearFest is what's going on. That's what's happening here. We appreciate you guys sitting down with us, taking the time. So let's start off here. I will introduce you guys, and if you would, wave your hands so that everybody knows who's who that I'm referring to, and then we'll get rolling with some questions. I got some questions here. I think we're probably going to get some questions from social media as well, and we're going to have some fun. All right.
Excellent.
So let's start here. I'll just run down, no particular order. Chris Lord-Alge, good friend of mine, producer, mix and recording engineer, songwriter, musician, multiple Grammys, worked with everyone from Green Day to Aerosmith, Michael Bublé, Sugar Hill Gang, Peter Frampton, Grandmaster Flash, Cheap Trick, Pink, Keith Urban. Is it true, 25,000 songs?
It's over that now, but I'm hoping to get those numbers up when I mix your record.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll have I could add 5 to that. We'll see.
You said it was going to be 30 songs.
Yeah, we'll see.
The weight. What was it? The Weight of Light.
That's the name of it. Yeah, right.
All right.
Next up, Chris Baseford. Chris is a producer, engineer, mixer, Nickelback, Shinedown, Rob Zombie, John 5, CeeLo Green, Tommy Lee, Motley Crue, Fuel, Avril Lavigne, Monster Magnet, many, many more. Glad to have you here. 2 Chris's on one panel. Chris squared, right?
Exactly.
Quentin Gilkey, my apologies. Grammy-winning mixer and engineer, producer, Eminem, Kendrick Lamar, The Game, Earl Sweatshirt, soundtrack for the Academy Award-winning film 12 Years a Slave, and he's been working with Dr. Dre for the past 8 years or so. Glad to have you here, Quentin.
Thank you for having me, guys.
You bet. And Joe Barisi, engineer, producer. His credits include Tool, Queens of the Stone Age, Chevelle, Coheed and Cambria, Bad Religion, Avenged Sevenfold, Nine Inch Nails, Slipknots, lots of heavy bands, many more. Glad to have you here, Joe.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Andrew Sheps, good to see you again, Andrew. Mix and recording engineer, producer, label owner, Grammy winner, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Adele, Ziggy Marley, Black Sabbath, Beyonce, Josh Groban, Kid Rock, Metallica, Weezer, Mars Volta, and many more. Glad to have you here, Andrew.
Thanks for having me.
Right there in the center. You got the what is it? Was it the Hollywood Squares, right?
Squares, man.
And last, certainly not least, Henny the Business, producer, songwriter, educator, YouTuber. His credits include Drake, Chris Brown, Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, 50 Cent, Black Eyed Peas, Young Jeezy, Brandy, Ice Cube, many more. And he's also a professor. He teaches music production, online branding, and music technology at Morehouse College. Glad to have you here, Henny.
Awesome. Thank you. Right on.
Yeah, so let's, how about if we kick things off by just defining what a producer does? And maybe we'll start up there in the upper left corner. Joe, would you kick us off? Tell us what does a producer do, and what is a producer?
I would say kind of like a facilitator of recording music, producing, more like psychiatry. Sometimes you're the best friend, sometimes you're the tough love.
Mm-hmm.
The person that kind of makes the room easy to create in, like sometimes just having an instrument laying around in a non-threatening way and just inspiring a musician to just be at home and comfortable with themselves and then create music. And there's a lot that goes with it. There's a lot of psychology, a lot of just being aware of what's happening in the situation and capturing it, and knowing when it's good and when it's not going to be good and move into something else.
Right. There's a lot of aspects to it. And I'm curious as we move through, because you've all been in the business for a different amount of years, work with a variety of different genres and things, and producer means different things to different people. Chris B. will say, does it mean anything different to you or anything to add to that?
I think you kind of summed it up pretty nicely there, Mitch, with how it means something different to everybody. There are artists I work with where I'm hired as a producer to literally just be their support system. And if they need, like Joe said, if they need somebody to kick them in the ass and kind of be tough love, if they need a hug and they need some encouragement, that's why you're there, to kind of keep things moving in the right direction, just from a psychological standpoint. And then there are other artists where you need to do everything. You need to help find the songs. You need to build the tracks. You need to put the musicians together. And you're like, what a producer or a director would do in the film business. You're doing, everything and heading off the entire thing, making creative decisions, the entire spectrum. So for me, in my role as a producer, it's very artist dependent, depending on what they need, and needing to know what they need, also knowing what they don't need, and not stepping on that part of what they like to have control over, or what they're trying to bring to the table.
Right. Let's jump down to Henny. What do you think?
Yeah, from what everybody said so far, from a coach to a psychiatrist to, a leader, in the urban world, and it's a little different, because sometimes you start out as a beat maker, and a producer is just the one who's just going to supply, those tracks to try to get to those songwriters, those artists, to be able to get a record placed. And then as you move up the ladder, you get more experience, you get more opportunity, and then you become, a facilitator in the room, somebody who can bring people together, somebody who can, really help bring these records together and help bring people's lives together. So yeah, it's been quite an experience for me, coming from a beat maker's perspective 20 years ago to being a facilitator in the room. So I can agree with everybody speaking so far. Yeah.
Right. Andrew, what do you say from the center square?
There's not a lot to add. I think that, like everyone said, the production role on every single job is different, and sometimes every day on a project is different. But the consistent thing is you're there to have an opinion. You're there to be an outsider with an insider's role throughout the project and have an opinion. It's not necessarily the opinion that'll take the day, but you're someone to bounce things off of, supposedly have a little bit of perspective that the band's not going to have, and also keep the big picture in mind. realize that you're making a record. You're not just working on that snare drum and keeping everything in context.
Right. Quentin, what do you think?
I think everyone's pretty much covered it. The only thing I would probably add is sometimes I like to think of a producer as like old versus new. So in the old terminology, I'd like to think of it as a person that sees a record from start to finish, right? So they understand the creative process all the way down to the mastering process, and they're a part of a record all the way through. But other than that, everyone else has already touched on everything.
Right. Chris, you're never short on opinions. What do you have to say? What do you want to add?
Well, the Big Q had a good point there, and so did Andrew. What about the snare drum? That is the most important part of the record. At least my records. Since I've been around before Christ was born and produced a lot of records since then, I think you have to be the commander. You have to be the confident person in the room, the decision maker. You got to shepherd these people down the road because they get distracted and they go off on tangents that make absolutely no sense. So you have to kind of shepherd them to the finish line. I think a producer is the person that can actually make a compilation of songs, an album, whatever you want to call it now, and get it to the finish line, get it to mastering, deal with the label, right? But be the confident person. And, to get respect as a producer, sometimes being a musician, being able to go out there and sing, being able to play on it, get some respect with the band. Because, bands are like, well, what are you going to do? You're just an engineer that now you're in the hot seat. Because a lot of times the engineer becomes the producer by default because they respect what you're doing and they just want to keep it inside a small circle. And that's how I've seen it happen to me, where you're just the one that can make a decision, can close the deal. I mean, if you can close 10 songs in 30 days and get it to mastering, I mean, that's a real producer. Getting it done. Because, records I'm producing right now are all in the works. The only thing that gets a record done is a release date. Until then, it's a lot of screwing around. So you're really, as a producer, you're really trying to be the solid foundation, Mitch, that gets the project done and doesn't make the artist feel belittled because you're kind of helping them. It's kind of showing them get past their ideas and get it to the finish line without it just being a recreation of the demo. So
right.
My instinct.
So it kind of sounds like you've got to be the adult in the room.
Exactly. I mean, the producers, I mean, believe me, the producers I've been around my life, I learned so much from how they can turn the room into their room. They come in, it's like Luke Skywalker. Everyone's, under his command. And I think it helps. And I think an artist wants someone to come in a little larger than life that knows everything that's going on, paying attention, can hear a wrong note from a mile away and can keep the ship going in the right direction. And that's what I've learned from watching the big guns do it.
Right. So one of the key elements there is, we always hear this when someone's starting out in the studio, but it seems to translate over once you're a producer as well, is knowing when to say something and when not to say something. I was talking to Warren Haynes, and he was telling me that when the Allman Brothers worked with Tom Dowd, Tom would always be in the back of the room as long as the band was rolling, but he'd know exactly when to step in and to help push their creative process forward or to solve the question or whatever. Let's move over to Chris B to start this one. Tell me how you know when it's the time to step in and when you're not stepping on the artist.
That's actually a really tough one. And I think that just comes with experience. And like CLA mentioned, like watching when you're coming up, working with other producers and seeing how they interact and seeing what works and what doesn't work and being able to get a read on people to see how they respond. Like I think one of the most sensitive situations in the studio, at least for me, is tracking vocals. Because you've got a singer in there, which is, they're performing the most important part of, aside from the snare drum, of course, they're doing the most important part of the song. And I've got singers that, even like Andrew said, in the same day might want something different. You're producing them and you're giving them feedback, and then they might say, hey, just stop talking. Let me do this. Let me do 3 takes. Don't give me pointers between them. And then that same day, that same singer, sometimes even that same take or that same, batch of takes, you leave a little bit too much, space during playback where you don't say anything and you leave them hanging a little bit. And all of a sudden that kind of gets them thinking and it gets in their head. So it's a very delicate balance. I think it just comes with experience. And I think that's what, sometimes what makes a really great producer versus maybe just an okay producer is somebody who can read the person they're working with and be able to pick up on what they need at that particular time. Do they need feedback? Do they need you to step back and just let them do their thing because they know what they want to do? They just need time to get it out. That's the delicate balance that I think, that we have to walk a lot of the time.
Right. Quentin, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, Chris, you nailed it. I think it's like a delicate ecosystem, and it's I think as a producer, sometimes you have to be very it's like this adaptability, right? So you have to be able to read a person quickly, understand the client you're working with, the artist you're working with, the musicians, and then know that, maybe if I'm on the talk back too much, I'm taking them out of their creative zone, or, if I need to be on it more. And you have to be quick in that sometimes and read the room. I think someone mentioned that earlier, but yeah, Chris, you nailed it. I think that basically is it.
Right. So things have changed so dramatically in the industry, and certainly in the last 15, 18 months, with so many people now working at home and so many people are working on their own. One of the big challenges for musicians and songwriters is a lot of them are being faced with producing themselves. Do any of you have advice or suggestions for someone who's going to produce themselves or is working on their own? Andrew, you want to start us off?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a part of the same questions we've been answering already. I mean, it's a tightrope between, if you're an outside producer, you've probably made hundreds of times more records than the people you're producing, but you've made fewer records of theirs than they've made. And so it's trying to understand what they think their record is, because you're always making somebody else's record. A bad producer is somebody who's making his record no matter who the artist is. Not necessarily bad, but it's just that's not a production style that makes much sense to me. You're always making their record. So in that way, if you can, I mean, I think the question is sort of if you're involved with an artist who's self-producing, or if an artist wants to self-produce without any outside input, then I think they've got to make their own outside input by doing a lot of listening, a lot of trying to get into the details of records that they love, of background vocal arrangements or guitar arrangements, or how are people making the records? Because it's the craft of making the record they may not have the knowledge of, and that's where they've got to try and get that. Or just have a vision and stick to it and do something that no one's ever heard before, and that's fine too. But it's trying to understand where you're going. You've always got to be going somewhere, and don't get hung up on the snare, even though it's the most important.
I don't know. The snare is most important. I heard that somewhere. Joe, do you have anything to add to that question about self-producing?
Yeah, I think it's just really being able to step outside your world and just look at it as a fan, I think, is where I try to come from. If I'm working with an artist self-producing, a lot of times you get stuck down the same road. You're used to hearing the same tracks, the same songs, the same samples, the same whatever. And then somebody comes in and says, well, maybe you should double that chorus. And it's a little foreign to them because they've heard it the same way every time. So being able to just get away from it for a minute, get an outside view if you're into it, and just at least try it. That's usually my philosophy for anybody, whether they're self-produced or not. Just try the idea. Let's see if it leads to something else. I mean, it might be something you never even thought about, just doubling a chorus, and then all of a sudden you're listening to it and you go, well, if I was in the audience listening to this song and it hit that moment, it's the payoff, and I would really like to hear it again. You're right. Maybe I should just cut and paste this thing and check it out. So.
Right. That's the big challenge, right? Is whether you're going to look at something from a subjective standpoint, that you're doing it yourself, or whether you can step back and be objective, which is a big part of what a producer really brings to the project is that objectivity. Exactly. Henny, anything to add into the conversation on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, what Joe and Andrew are saying is right on the money. I mean, the only thing is just, for a lot of these younger guys that are just getting started, they get so caught up in, seeing these bigger studios, seeing these bigger, pieces of gear, and they're feeling like they have to wait and save or do something so they can be professional. But in today's day and time, the quality of equipment, everything has gotten so good and so minimal, that, don't get so caught up in your head, and don't be so worried about the copycat syndrome of just trying to be like your favorite producer. You got to try, you got to think outside the box. There is no one right way to do, what you're trying to do. So you might as well go ahead and just start trying to get creative. And then as you're trying to produce these records, play for those that you truly trust and see what their feedback is, because it starts with those who really just consume music versus those who want to produce music. music, and then you get that feedback from those who have a normal ear, and then you'll say, oh, okay, well then I can learn a little bit more, and then you can take it to somebody that maybe can help you establish that sound a little bit better. But don't be so afraid to just start and try something that you've never done before.
Right. CLA, what are you going to close us out with?
Well, the self-producing, yes, it is challenging. And the earlier question you had about dealing with the production and the vocals and all that. Look, to me, if I can have the vocalist in here, I can get the best out of them. And all the singers I've done, and during COVID, I did a whole bunch of, like 6 records I produced. I've done 100 vocals here. I find that getting the vocals with them face-to-face is everything. You can let the band self-produce all they want, and then you can edit it and kind of show them the picture you want to create. And I think as we're all editors are really good at arranging and doing that, it's great. And then what Henny said, bounce it off the normal folk, the straights, I call it. Hey, I got a PA in my backyard. We have a dinner party. I'll put a song on. If I get a reaction, I know we're going somewhere good. If I don't, I know it's down the dumper. But it's really hard. It's really hard with musicians to let them self-produce, because when you're with them, you can actually shepherd them to go beyond their thoughts, beyond their means, beyond what they're, and if they hear the record being created in front of them, as all of us are mixers, right? And when we're producing, we're just adding to the mix. The mix is being made on the spot. When they hear what works and what doesn't, rather than just piling on stuff that may not work, they can actually see how it creates the final project. And having them do vocals externally, it's challenging. I have one artist that she's a little sheepish. She has a little way she does it. She sends them to me. I tweak and edit them. I do the backgrounds for her or help do that. That works. But generally, when you have a singer that's kind of not 100% sure of melodies and phrasing, my talk back is on every time. I don't want them to think that we're saying something behind their back. Okay. And I think that's the biggest problem with a vocalist. If they see your lips moving and they don't hear it, it's disrespectful. So I say right in the beginning, I say, look, here's how it's going to go. You may not like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to make sure that every time we stop, you hear what we're saying. Okay. And I'm only focusing on, I want you to hear this song done as quick as possible. And then we can go back and say, hey, what works and what doesn't, rather than digging this hole in verse 1 or chorus 1. Or, I mean, you can't sing the line 20 times. It's not going to improve. And then, as you said, there's some singers that come in prepared. They've done their homework, and they just blow right through it, like Tina or Joe or Rod or Mick. These are the ones that kind of perform it. And when I had Mick here, he's like, you think you can produce me? Go ahead, give it a shot. And I'm like, that chorus is really flat. Can you try it one more time? Want me to fix your headphones up? Your headphones bad? He's about a 58. But I think with singers, when they know you're making a headphone mix, you got to make sure that what you're hearing is what they're hearing. So there's no trickery, and don't ever let them have a little console. Oh my God, that's disastrous. Make sure that what they hear is perfect, because that dictates, because what's going to throw them off key. And I think that relationship where they trust you to just be honest. I don't want to sit there and massage your ego. Let's just leak the ego at the door and get the best you can do. Because I'm going to say, you know what? You're worn out. Let's go. Let's come in tomorrow. Now that you got an idea what the track sounds like, let's knock it out when you're fresh. Because if you can't sell a song, nobody cares.
Right. Annie, you were nodding there, and this is a big topic, right? Getting a great performance out of an artist when you're working with them. Do you have tricks or techniques or approaches that you use to get the most out of an artist's performance?
You got to preheat the oven. I do a lot of cooking, and you don't just, you go into the studio, you don't just start working. You have to start building that relationship, especially if it's somebody that you haven't worked with before. You got to have some conversation that you, as the producer, you have to be even more vulnerable to talk about the things that you would like to, see it. And it's that balance between being vulnerable and then being very strong. So it's like being a parent. You got to slap them on the wrist and then give them a hug. It's one of those things to where you got to make sure that you have good synergy in the room, good relationship in the room. And even if they bring somebody with them, actually bring them in the conversation, because that person, whether it be that friend, that boyfriend, that somebody, sometimes that one person in the room can cause that energy to shift. So bring them into the conversation as well, and preheat that oven in studio so that you can cook. It might take an hour, it might take 3. Or like CLA said, you might just have a conversation for the day and say, you know what, we should probably come back tomorrow because all we did was talk today. But then when we come back tomorrow, we're going to be ready to go. So that's kind of
I like to preheat the oven thing. That's a good way of putting it. Because if they're best friends with them, that gives them confidence level beyond you, because they're a little sheepish you going, oh my God, Henny's going to freak me out. Henny's freaking me out now. But one little secret, one little trick is, because I always work with my assistant as fast as we can. And if they do a line that's just a little out, but it's perfect, I have them tune it so fast. So when we play it back, it's like, yeah, that sounds good. Because you know what? You got to tune as you go so they don't get freaked out, because they'll keep singing it over and over again. Anyway,
right.
Mitch?
Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's, again, I hate to keep on just kind of, you know, saying that it's so situationally dependent, but it absolutely is. I mean, like Henny mentioned, when you're working with somebody new, you know, there's a lot of just relationship building and just trial and error and finding out what they like and what they don't like. Do they like the lights on and yeah, all the analogies we can use, the lights on, lights off, you know, candles lit, candles not lit, like everybody wants something different. And a couple of the tricks that I've sometimes used, especially when working with new artists, is having kind of a no stress setup day where it's like, oh yeah, we're just going to come in, we're going to get set up, we're going to listen to, you know, if we had done bed tracks that they're going to be singing on, or if it's a track that came from somebody else, we're just going to listen to the track, kind of get everything set up, do some levels, find the right mic, the right pre's, all that stuff. Meanwhile, they think that's just a setup day. Meanwhile, me and if there's an engineer with me and the staff, like we're fully prepared to get final takes. You know, whether we have, you know, a one mic that's on through a very clean pre that we can use if we need to while we're testing out other mics next to it. Like we're ready to get final takes, but they don't have the pressure of, okay, now the light's on, I'm performing right now with this new person in this new environment. So it's disarming as much as possible, making them comfortable, and just figuring out what's going to get the best performance. And sometimes it's trial and error. But you know, if any piece of advice that I could give in any scenario, whether it be with a new artist or somebody you've been working with for a long time, be prepared for the first thing that comes out of their mouth being the best thing they ever do. So don't rely on like, oh, I didn't have my level set, or oh, I didn't have the right mic up. Like have so many contingencies. So if that's the only one that they do that you're like, man, that I'll never get that again. Make sure you've done your setup and your preparation to where you can actually use that. If you got to do some EQ matching or level matching later or whatever you got to do, make sure you're prepared to get that. Because there's been a lot of times where, you know, if I've just kind of been a fly on the wall on somebody else's session or dropping by to see a buddy, I see that happen, and I'll be like, oh, that's the one. And then I see them beating their head against the wall for an hour trying to recreate that because, you know, the mic pre was too hot, or, you know, the compressor overloaded or something. So be prepared to catch that one no matter what your scenario is.
Right. This kind of ties back to the very first thing you were talking about, Joe, where you're talking a lot about psychology and getting that great performance. There's a lot of psychology that goes into that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, you have to be nurturing and get the performance out of the person, the singer, but at the same time, you can't, like everybody's mentioned, you can't let it go all day and beat somebody so they can't sing the next day. Could be something as simple as a headphone mix. I mean, getting in and listening to a singer's headphone mix is probably the single most important thing ever. Even a drummer is another thing. You can just beat the hell out of cymbals and realize it doesn't sound good, but a drummer's playing exciting. But you turn the cymbals up in the headphones where they don't beat them as hard. Now all of a sudden you've got a drum kit with some tone to it. So if they're singing too flat or too sharp, you can adjust that headphone mix without saying, hey, you're singing too sharp or too flat. You know, otherwise they start getting self-conscious. So you can literally go in and turn the bass down a little bit. Maybe it's a little too flubby, especially with drop tune, you know, bass guitars and stuff. So being aware of those little simple adjustments and being, supportive the whole time. And then maybe, you know, going home and doing a little editing at night, fixing some stuff up and say, check out this thing. This is great. But I think you could probably beat a couple spots, re-sing it, and you build that confidence. And when you get a couple songs in, I mean, I never understood why when we made rock records, waiting to the end to do the vocals was crazy to me, because all that pressure on a singer just going, well, now I've got to sing 10 songs. Everybody had a month to make a record. I've got 2 days left in our budget to sing everything. So getting the singer involved early is important to me. And finding that right microphone while you're doing bed tracks, and then saying, hey, man, this microphone sounds great on you right now. So maybe we go back and track that first song that wasn't the greatest performance anyway, without saying, it was a shitty performance or whatever. Let's retract this. So there's so many factors involved. It's crazy, but creating that environment where it's very easy and not where you're thinking about nothing else but creativity is really important to me.
Right. Andrew, you were nodding your head there. I'm curious further on this topic. Is it different when you are working with an established artist versus a new artist trying to get a good performance out of them?
I think the thing with newer artists is they're less used to being in the studio, so you have to spend more time making them comfortable and making the studio disappear so they feel like they're still in their rehearsal room. Whereas established artists have just done it more, so you don't have to spend as much time doing that. But I think the biggest mistake I've ever seen engineers make and producers make is to treat artists differently based on their stature. I think one of the reasons I can work with the people I've been able to work with is I treat them exactly like I'm making a record with someone who's never done anything. And you're there to work on the music you're working on. You're not working on their catalog. That's already been done. So they've got something they've got to beat, which is even harder than if you're a new artist, but you're just there working on exactly what you're doing. And I just want to reiterate, I can't stress enough how important the headphone mixes are.
Yeah.
And so many engineers never go listen to them. They have no idea what the band's listening to. And that's the record as far as they're concerned while they're playing. And then what Joe said about the vocals. Yeah, the worst thing in the world is saving lead vocals for the end. Like, what a nightmare for a singer.
Right.
The headphone mix is everything. You're right, Andrew. I mean, I'm listening to their headphone mix, and I have the same headphones here, and I'm like using old school power amp stereo, clean path. So that's everything, because and I go to studios where they have these mixers out there, and I go hear what they're hearing. I'm like, disaster. So yeah, you're 100% right.
Right. Quentin, just finishing out this topic here, when you're working with an established artist, though, you kind of have to establish your credibility with them, right? I mean, how do you establish that I'm the one that's going to be helping to drive you so you can get that great performance out of them?
I mean, I think in my experience, a lot of time it's a little bit of trial and error, right? So in my experience, sometimes like when they come in, there's always that question the first time you're working with someone, if they're established or not. And I think that a little bit of time and a little bit of, like, again, adapting to the situation can really make or break it. And I think that if you really focus on what they need and nurturing them, as someone said, like, that in itself will help the situation and make the session go great.
Right.
And just be good at what you're doing.
Yeah, and confident, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of key, right?
Confidence,
Right. Well, if you guys see me looking off to the... go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
And Chris is right about having the vocal chain ready. I mean, I have the same vocal chain that I've had for 100 songs. It's bomb-proof because the first lyric out of their mouth is great. Always in record, no matter what. And it's a 5047 and a 1073 knockoff and my Bluey compressor. It's like, you know what? This is like 99% of all vocals work on here. And I just want to capture that first run, that first pass, especially with an emotional singer. It's like, here's the record. Okay, let's eat.
Well, you guys may see me... Go ahead.
Yeah, I had that with Tina Turner. I had it with Tina Turner. It's like, she's already got the vocal down before she even walks in the room.
That's fast, right?
Chris, where am I singing? Where's the mic? Come on, let's go. Where's the song?
Right.
I got this. Come on.
That's
Can we do
awesome.
the second song right after it? No, that's what she did.
That's awesome. We got some social media questions over here, and I like this one. Scott Hayes asks, have you ever had to fire an artist? Let's start with Andrew.
No.
Okay. Have any of you ever had to fire an artist?
I've fired myself off of record.
There you go.
But
exactly.
The artist is still going to make a record.
So why would you fire yourself off of a project?
That it's something about the situation's untenable. You just get in there and realize either they have no interest in collaborating at all, and they're not people you want to hang out in a room with, not being creative, or usually it's that. Usually it's about personalities more than anything else. It's just you know that you're not actually going to be good for them, and you're going to hate it. So you're not the right person for the job.
Right.
But it's only happened a couple of times.
Right. Anybody else had to do that either way? Chris
Yeah,
B,
sometimes it's oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Sometimes it's substance abuse. So, in those cases, it's not really conducive to continue with a person who might actually die with continuing doing what they're doing. So you bring somebody else in and you try to help that person get clean or whatever you have to do. So.
Right. Wow. Joe, what do you think?
Oh, that was me.
Yep.
Chris.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Chris.
I did an album with a band, and for 45 days the singer didn't show up once.
Wow.
And this was kind of status quo for the band. They'd kind of struggled with this in the past, and they were an established band that had put out 4 or 5 albums before. And we made it to where there literally was nothing left to be done except for vocals. And management, label, everybody was trying to get this guy to show up. And then he finally showed up, at the very, very end, just was like, nah, I'm not ready to sing. I'm not. And I'm like, I can't go on. So I basically said, like, I'm done. You guys can have somebody else go finish your record. Interesting enough, probably about 10 years later, I showed up to a session that was just kind of like a collaborative session, and the singer showed up. And first time I'd seen or heard from him in 10 years, and he pulled me aside and like full on apology. And he's like, man, I'm so sorry about that, blah, blah, blah. I was in a bad place. And like Joe mentioned, I don't know if that was the issue, but there was obviously other stuff going on there. But at some point, as professionals, and we're showing up, and even the rest of the band was showing up, at some point you just gotta like put your foot down. And I had other projects that were being pushed back because of it, and at the end of the day, you gotta move on. I've also had the opposites, or not the opposite, but like Andrew said, I've done mix gigs where I'll be in like second, third song in, and you realize like the first song of Infinite Recalls and the second song of Infinite Conversations about creative direction, and then on the third song you're just like, you guys obviously don't want what I just inherently do, and it's best just to be like, hey, let's part ways. I know 2 other guys who will do exactly what you want stylistically. That's just not the way I hear things, and you just kind of pull out of the project, and ultimately everybody ends up being happier, as opposed to being pissed off that you struggled through 10 songs or 12 songs and they ultimately didn't get what they want and everybody was kind of banging heads. It's better just to realize that early on if you can.
Right. Anybody else? All right.
Only had to fire a band member. That's about it. Only had to really fire a band member, and it was kind of the whole team would say, hey, you got to be out. And as far as I don't care how tough they think they are or how cocky they are, eventually they come around. And I think part of being a seasoned veteran is how you win no matter what. It's how you find a way, because look, when you're working with an artist, and like Andrew said, sometimes it just doesn't work. On mixes, that can happen. But when you're in the producer's chair, maybe you can crack the code. I always find that somewhere you find that thing that cracks the code and it works. Or you shoot them. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the time you're actually in the producer's chair, you're past the point of thinking it may not work. Now, unless something crazy happens, like Joe's saying. But yeah, I'm more thinking about mixing, where you just realize, like, creatively or personally, it's not ever going to come together. Because you don't hang out before you start mixing. The shit just shows up. You hit play, you push up faders, and then you find out, oh, that's not going to work.
Right.
But it's rough mix, and it's also they're used to their last mix. They've heard it more than 10 times. There's nothing you're going to do to change that.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So run.
Let's take another social media question here. Paula Benson asks, how do you stay fresh and relevant as a producer? Why don't we start with Quentin?
I think that's a tough one. For me, you would never want to chase like the top 10, in my opinion. You always just want to make the music that's great for the artists and the musicians you're working with and what feels good here. For me, I'm never chasing like a top 10 record or whatever like that. It's just make great music, and I think let the rest happen.
Right. Joe, anything to add to that?
For me, it's it's just really listening to everything. I get inspired by putting the radio on my way to work and listening to a song. I go, wow, I never heard that keyboard that blown out before. Maybe I come in the next day and I start distorting stuff, and to me, it's just listening to, also getting inside a band's head and figuring out what it is they like. I mean, that's so if you're making a certain style of music, to figure out what they like about that style of music or other bands in that style of music, and educate yourself on. Could be anything. It could be anything from metal to jazz or whatever. I mean, they might like a guitar sound, Wes Montgomery thing, and then so it's just educating yourself, and then also trying to separate the whole picture and approaching it as a listener. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, in the end, we're selling it. You're selling it. So, am I going to buy this? Do I want to hear this when it's done? Am I going to put it on a year from now or 6 days from now, or am I still excited when I throw it on a year from now? And so just clearing your head, getting into different projects is really important. Switching songs is really important. If you go down the wormhole and focus on one thing too long, then you fall into that hole too. So maybe getting off the subject for a bit and going somewhere else and coming back is great.
Right. Henny, what do you think?
Yeah, I've always, always thought to have somebody to mentor and then somebody to mentor you. If you're, grateful enough to have that situation, so you're learning from the past and you're also learning from the future, and always keeping that young kid around that you can, you see they have super raw talent, and you're learning from them just as much as they're learning from you. And then, on the flip side, you being a little bit seasoned, but finding somebody who's even more seasoned or even had even more experience than you can see where your future's headed. So you kind of have this overall balanced mind state of kind of how to keep things fresh, but then always, sometimes you need to go back and think about how certain things were done in the past, maybe decades before, to be able to recreate something that maybe can be reinvented in this day and time. So keeping a mentor and keeping a mentee has always helped me. So
Right. One of the challenges with staying fresh is making productions that aren't going to sound dated. There's those characteristics we can look back on different decades, if you will, and we can see things that pinpoint. How do you avoid those as you're trying to stay fresh? Chris B., you want to start that off?
That for me is actually one of the biggest challenges that I find, and kind of, if I had to kind of highlight a weakness that I'm constantly working on, is I do need to be very active in listening to, forcing myself to kind of go through the top whatever lists, depending on what kind of music you're making, whatever genres or the radio formats. I have to force myself not so much to chase it, but just to be aware. So that way, depending on what artist you're working with, and depending on, if they are trying to go after a format, or if that's where, they ultimately, where their target is, you need to be aware of, what that format is playing, whether it be, radio or a Spotify playlist, and it could be something as simple as the way the drums sound, or, the vocals got, a certain, distortion on it. Oh, they're not going to play that because it's too blown out. Or, the kick and snare drum are way, too quiet. It's not going to be able to compete next to this other stuff. So I don't necessarily like to chase it, but you need to be aware of it. And I think it's not to be the linchpin of the decision. It just needs to be kind of there and be aware of it to support where you're heading, where you're steering the ship. Because ultimately what really sucks, and I've been in the position where, a song goes to radio and then you start getting feedback of, a couple little small production tweaks that you thought you were doing to be kind of edgy, or maybe, somebody is like, oh, we have to do this because somebody else did it. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, that's not really translating the same way. And all of a sudden it doesn't get the exposure that you're looking for. So I think you need to be aware of it, but, just not necessarily make decisions based off of it. But I think being educated and listening to lots of different stuff at all times is a really smart thing. And I have to force myself to do it, but it's something that I think needs to be done.
Right. Andrew, anything to add?
No, I mean, it's yeah, you need to be aware of stuff, but I think where you will get pigeonholed or do something that sounds dated is when you do a specific technical thing because people are doing it. But it's like when everybody was chasing Despacito and put Quattro on every single track that came out. That's not why that track was big. Maybe it was because it was the first one in a long time to use that instrument in that way or whatever, but you can never copy the success of anything. And it always is in the context of the music you're working on. So I feel like I want to have lots and lots of input from listening really, really widely and ignore all of it. And we just work on the version of what I'm working on that's in my head, whether that's mixing or producing. And I think as soon as you get specific, especially technically, about anything you're doing, you're not, it's not going to hold up. It will not hold up.
All right. CLA, what are your thoughts?
Andrew, I kind of like you. I kind of agree with you. How do you not make it sound dated? Well, I'm so dated that it's coming back around. So my ideas are 70s and 80s. So, I mean, I don't do any homework. I don't care if I hear a song, a vocal, a melody, and a chord change. Okay, that's the substance. And then if they have a demo, I can hear the song, the finished song, as soon as I hear the demo. I see the big picture already. And I just go down the road of whatever kind of song that is, ballad, pop, rock, and just follow what I think is going to work for that. And I just let my instinct take over. I mean, I don't listen. I mean, what I listen to is I listen to Genesis and Pink Floyd at home at night, and I listen to AM radio because I don't want this is opposite of what Chris said. I don't want the influence. I want what I generally think, my first instinct on a mix or a song or something creative to be completely without influence, because they hired me because I do a certain thing. So I just want to do that certain thing. I may copy something because it's been done before. It's been done in the 70s or 80s. I mean, half the stuff we hear on the radio, it's all from the 70s and 80s. There's only 12 notes in the scale, and there's only so many tempos that work. And I think that being as flatline creative as possible is really the thing, and not spending much time on it. Like, go and do it quick. Being fresh. Look, they're hiring you for your gut reaction without any influence. So that's just what I've been doing. That's why my snare drum sounds the same since 1975.
The snare drum,
all right here, Chris, is what you feel, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think an artist brings a song. You know, Henny, artist brings a song.
Yeah.
You get a feeling on the melody or the sense of the vocal. Is this going to be like tough pop, or is this going to be Sade? And you're like, yeah, I get this. Let me play the keyboard. I got an idea. Not even thinking about, I'm going to make this sound like this, this, or that. Like, I don't even care what's going on. I care what's going on right here, right now.
Well, it's that instant picture you're talking about. You hear the demo, and other people hear the demo and like, well, what's this? And you're like, no, this is going to be a badass record.
Yes.
Right. It's going to be this. I already see the finish line. I already see mastering.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's. I think you already kind of see. I know where this is going to go. You know.
Right.
And hope that your ideas work for them. Mitch Gallagher.
So what is the we have so many of our viewers and so many musicians want to be producers and they want to be working with artists. What is the number one skill that they can develop? Can we start with you, Henny?
Decisiveness.
Yeah. You answered very decisively there.
I mean, it's the power of being a producer, is being able to make quick decisions, just like CLA was saying. You don't have to spend all day, in and out. It's the same way with being a video editor or anything else. Being decisive on those moves, seeing that big picture and knowing, okay, yep, I see this. I see where this can go. I'm going to use everything in my power, but then I'm not going to overthink it too much. I'm going to be decisive and be strong in that decision. So that's my answer.
Right. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, decisiveness is pretty much it. You're steering the ship. Are we going left or right? Or, it's what it really comes down to me. It's just being able to knowing when to make that decision maybe is I can add to that, just giving a little bit of the rope and then let's see how far you can take it. And then making the decision like this is really going into a new direction and what you're doing is cool and inspiring something, or just sinking it right now and starting again somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Andrew, what do you think? What's the number one skill?
Yeah, what they're saying, and I think you've got to be really, really, really good at what you do. You can't be the second best engineer or producer in the room when you're producing. You've got to be the best producer and the best engineer and be able to do anything anybody wants to have happen and not let the session bog down while you figure it out.
All right, CLA?
I mean, see, Andrew, you always, have the good answer. But so the question was for our social media question was, how does a beginner become a producer? Okay. Well, you got to earn it, kids. I'm sorry. There's no shortcuts. Okay. So you got to get in there and be an assistant, be an engineer, learn how to be focused, learn how to be present, learn how to keep your mouth shut, learn how to know when to make decisions, but be confident. A producer's job is to be completely confident and deliver a final product. So if you're gonna do your first production, it's gonna be taking someone's song, putting all your ideas into it, and finishing it. You can always go back on a decision, but at least make one to begin with. Believe me, I've gone back and said, "Yep, I think that beat was real crap. Now let's redo it." But at least at the moment, in the heat of the moment, you're like, "We're gonna do this, this, and this. I'm gonna arrange it here. Here we go. Here's the mix." That puts you in the hot seat. You're making decisions, and they feel empowered because you're going to deliver a final.
Right.
And I think that's it. But you got to earn it. It's like these guys that are fresh out of an academy of God knows what, and they're now engineer, producer, mixer, mastering engineers. Really?
Quentin, what would you add, Quentin?
Learn it, earn it. Love it.
Oh no, I was just going to add to the decisiveness term is just say that you have to know when to stop sometimes, and just say, you know what, let's just sit on this record that we got to this point. Let's just see how we feel tomorrow or whatever. And I also think like you're in the driver's seat, right? So you can either push the gas pedal, you can push the brake. You may have people and other passengers in the car that are going to have input on which way should you turn left or right, but ultimately you're the driver here. So, it's being confident and decisive.
Right. Chris, anything to add?
The cue is on. The cue is on it, man. Cue.
Thank you.
I mean, it's been not a lot to add. I mean, I think maybe as just a slightly all-encompassing skill set, this is going to mean something different to everybody. It's just leadership, and I think being decisive is obviously a part of being a good leader, but. Just learning how to be a good leader. And that means something different to everybody. I mean, if, I know producers that come from a band background, and what they bring to the table is the real creative part. And maybe they're not so good at interacting with the labels, or they're not so good at, dealing with, mixed recalls or giving the mastering guy, direction or anything like that. That's not what they do. But they are a great producer. They lead through their creative skills, and I think being able to figure out like who you are, what do you bring to the table, and how can you utilize what you're really good at to become a good leader and help the other people that you're working with get the project to the finish line, like CLA was saying. And I think that's really, again, it's different for everybody, but I think being a good leader is probably the thing that separates, really, really great producers from maybe somebody who's just kind of getting going and doesn't really understand that part of it.
Right.
Can I just add one thing? Because I think as we're talking about what a producer is, there are also sort of two classes of producer, no matter what your style is or how you get to the finish line. There's some producers who make the artist's favorite records that they've ever made. And there's some producers who make the artist's most successful records. And you kind of have to figure out which of those producers you are, because it's difficult to be both. Yeah. It really is in a lot of situations. And you've got to know whether you need to override the artist at certain points or whether you just need to deliver their vision. And it can change, on a case-by-case basis. But I think most of us would probably be able to figure out which category we're in.
All right.
It's make the artist's most successful record and make them feel like it's their own. That's the way.
Is that what all of you approach it?
They already made their record,
Right. Guys, thanks so much for sitting down with us here at GearFest. I mean, we could keep going all day long. There's so much we could talk about. There's so much that goes into producing, but you've shared a ton of wisdom and experience and knowledge with us, and we're just very grateful to have you guys here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You bet. So we got Joe.
Anything for you, Mitch.
I appreciate it. CLA, Quentin, Andrew, Henny, Chris, and Joe. Appreciate you guys. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
See you soon.
All right. Every year I look forward to the producers panel. It's always one of the most fantastic events of GearFest, and this year was simply fantastic. Thanks to everybody who was on the panel, and we're so grateful to them for spending their time with us. Really, that's what GearFest is all about, sharing passion for music and music making with one another. I'm so glad you're here with us. It's been a great day so far, and we're nowhere near done. There's still lots and lots of GearFest yet to come. But before we jump into our next session, there's something I want you to check out. We recently opened up a new music store on our campus here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I know you've been to music stores before, but I can assure you, you've never seen anything like this new Sweetwater music store. I mean, calling it a music store just doesn't even come close to doing it justice. It's a musician's mall. It's a musician's paradise. I don't know what it is, a paradise maybe. But what I do know is it's one of the craziest things I've ever seen. You got to check this out. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. If you're like me, you've spent a lot of time in music stores, but you've never seen anything like what I'm about to show you. What you see behind me is the brand new Sweetwater retail store located right here on our campus in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We have more than 44,000 square feet encompassing all types of musical instruments and pro audio gear, more than $100 million in inventory on site and available instantly. It's the best stocked music store in the world. Let's go in and take a closer look. The Sweetwater Music Store is so large that we've actually organized it into a sort of mall. We have separate rooms and areas for each instrument type, for pro audio, for band and orchestral instruments, for repair, and more. Well, the ceiling in the acoustic guitar room is a sound hole with strings passing over it. It's really cool. And speaking of the acoustic guitar room, it's an acoustically treated area with dozens of guitars that you can check out. They sound fantastic in there, so you can really hear the guitar that you're listening to. And that's just a tiny fraction of the acoustic guitars that we have available. Each room also features our digital warehouse, a large touchscreen where you can sort through thousands of instruments, thousands of pieces of gear, choose the exact one you want to check out, we'll bring it up, and you can get hands-on with it. If you love guitar pedals like I do, then you're going to definitely want to check out this next feature in the Sweetwater Music Store. We've got more than 1,100 guitar pedals on display and ready to go. Not only can you see all the pedals, you can pick them up and plug them into listening stations and try them out. Once you finish checking out guitar pedals, your next stop should be the electric guitar and amplifier room. Just turn around and it's right in front of you. It's a massive space filled with an incredible array of electric guitars of all types. Plus, we have a huge array of amplifiers on display as well, and they're all plugged in and ready to go. So you can just connect your guitar, compare amplifiers, compare guitars, and choose the one that's best for you. If you'd like a little more privacy to check out a guitar or amp, we also have multiple acoustically treated and acoustically isolated demo rooms. Not only can you hear what the guitar or amp will sound like, you can check your hair in the mirror or see how the guitar is going to look with you on stage. Of course, you've got to have solid low end in your band, and we've got a dedicated bass room for you to check out now. We've got electric basses, 4, 5, 6, and even more strings, all kinds of amplifiers, even acoustic bass ukuleles like this one. And if there's something you want to check out from our massive inventory, the digital warehouse is available right on the wall. If you're a drummer, then we have entered your space here at the Sweetwater Music Store. We've got acoustic drum kits, we've got electronic drum kits, we have an incredible array of snare drums for you to check out, and a massive display of cymbals where you can hear each of the cymbals. We've also got stands, we've got sticks, we've got percussion gear, we've got everything a drummer or percussionist needs. Continuing our journey through the Sweetwater Music Store, we have a very important area here behind me, the Service and Repair Center. The Service and Repair Center is factory authorized for virtually everything that we carry here. So whether you need a guitar setup, just a guitar restrung, an amplifier repair, a keyboard, sound system repair, we can handle it all right here in the Service and Repair shop. Plus, if you're looking for used gear, we have the Gear Exchange where we buy, sell, and trade gear. And if you check it out, it's actually a garage, like a garage sale. There's a door that goes up and down here. Very cool touch. I absolutely love microphones, so this is one of my favorite areas in the Sweetwater Music Store. We have a massive microphone display here in the recording room. We also have an incredible array of studio monitors that you can listen to one after the other to compare them. We've got audio interfaces, we've got software, hardware processors, we've got cables. Everything from a USB microphone to a complete studio can come together in this room. There's lots going on in this room. We're in the lighting and live sound room. In here, you can audition PA speakers and subwoofers, check out lighting fixtures, consoles, and a full assortment of DJ equipment. A new feature in the Sweetwater Music Store is the band and orchestral instruments room. Yes, we're now stocking wind instruments, stringed instruments, stands, mouthpieces, everything that you need for band and orchestra. And we've got some incredible demo rooms in those spaces. 2 of them along the back wall. They're of course acoustically treated, but they also feature ambient systems that allow you to audition your instrument as you're trying it out in a hall, in a room, in an auditorium, in a concert hall. It's a fantastic way to hear your instrument in a real-world scenario. We're also doing service and support right here in-house, and we have our regional spotlight, a big screen where we're playing local bands. More than 40 years ago, when Sweetwater was founded, music technology was the cornerstone that we built the company on. And there's a ton of music technology on display here in the keyboard and synthesizer room. We've got everything from Euro rack to analog synthesizers, digital synthesizers, sound systems for keyboards and instruments. Tons of stuff available here. It is a fun room, believe me. And of course, there's even more available through our digital warehouse. Some musicians consider the grand piano to be the king of all instruments, and here in the Sweetwater Music Store piano room, we've got a ton of grand pianos for you to check out, upright pianos, digital pianos. There's even a keyboard on the ceiling. The Sweetwater Music Store has been meticulously designed to create the ultimate shopping experience when you're looking for a musical instrument, accessories, or pro audio gear. Everything from decorative touches like the guitar fretboard that runs above the guitar string display to this massive headphone display behind me. More than 51 headphones are connected, and you can easily listen to each one and compare the sound. I hope you've enjoyed this quick tour of Sweetwater's all-new music store. Nowhere else on earth will you find more than 44,000 square feet and $100 million in inventory in one location. Everything for musicians, producers, engineers, DJs, anyone who makes music is available through these doors. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. Next up, since we're coming out of the producers panel, is we have a producer duo that's still at the top of their game after 4 decades in the business. From the Minneapolis scene with Prince and The Time to Janet Jackson, Luther Vandross, Mary J. Blige, Mariah Carey, I mean, the list is so long. There's never been a songwriting and producer team like Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. They were kind enough to sit down with me for an extended interview while they were on the road for events in Nashville. Both Jam and Lewis are fantastic guys. I think you're going to love this interview. Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. This is GearFest 2021, and we have some very special guests joining us today. This is Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. It's great to have you guys here at GearFest.
Great to be here.
So, hundreds of awards and nominations. I think you guys have the most nominations for Grammy Producer of the Year, 100 gold, platinum, multi-platinum, diamond albums. I mean, incredibly successful careers. And I noticed that you're actually celebrating your 35th anniversary of working on music together.
Actually, we're celebrating more than that, but 35 years we're celebrating since we did the Control album.
Oh, okay.
Which may be where everybody knows us, but if you want to go back a little before that, the very first Time album was 40 years ago.
Wow, okay.
I know everybody just feels a lot older right now.
Well, part of the celebration is you guys are actually releasing your first album as artists, and it'll be dropping on July 10th. And I know you've been teasing that a little bit with some singles. You just released one with Mariah Carey. Tell us about Jam and Lewis Volume 1 and everything that's going into that production.
Okay, well, that's the 35-year relevance. Before we made the Control album, we had been fired from the Time, or as Terry likes to say, freed from the Time by Prince. And so we just decided we would start doing our own album. And in the middle of that, the offer came to do what ended up becoming the Control album. So when we finished the album, we recorded it in Minneapolis. When we thought the album was done, we had John McClain, who was the A&R person at A&M Records, come up to listen. So he listens to the songs, and we play him Control and Nasty and When I Think of You and Pleasure Principle, and we're playing all these songs. And he goes, like all A&R people, he goes, I just need one more. I said, what are you talking about? He said, I just need one more song. So we get in the car, Terry puts a cassette in, and he says, listen to this. This is from our album. The third track in, he says, that's the one I need for Janet. I said, what are you talking about? He says, yeah, give it to Janet. He says, if she likes it, she can have it. I'm like, what are you talking about? So anyway, the next day we go to the studio, we put the song on, Janet listens to it. She says, when it gets done, she says, who's that for? And we said, well, you if you want it. And she said, oh, I want it. That song became What Have You Done For Me Lately? So basically the song that launched her career and basically ended our album, our Jam and Lewis album. So over the 35 years since then, we would get with different artists and we'd say, hey, we're making an album. Would you like to do something for the album? And they'd go, yes. And when we'd finish, they'd go, oh, I got to keep this for myself. So we finally, 3 years ago, we got selfish. We went into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. And when they asked us what hadn't we done that we still wanted to do, we looked around, we saw Babyface standing there, and Babyface went in the same year we did. And we said, well, we never got around to working with Babyface. We said we never finished our Jam and Lewis album that we had started, at that point, 30 years ago or whatever it was. And I said, and we never toured. So those are the three things, playing our own songs. So those were the three things. So we check off the box now with Babyface because his single is out currently from our album. Our album is done, and actually July 9th is the actual release date.
Okay, sorry about that, yep.
That's okay, no worries. But you can get it on July 10th. It's all good, or 11th or 12th.
It'll still be available, right?
Exactly, that's all going to be good. But anyway, that's kind of the journey of the album. And we're finally, done and completed. So that's the kind of 35-year story of the journey of getting to a Jam and Lewis album.
Right. That's amazing. So how different is it working on songs for yourselves versus working on songs for other artists?
It's been quite the same process because we're including other artists, so it's pretty much the same process. Sometimes takes a little longer in COVID, of course, but the process is still the same.
Right. So I want to take you guys back to a very early thing that I read from you and get your thoughts on this. There's a story that you guys released a single and it was played on a radio station in Detroit. And when the DJ asked who the artist was, people thought it was Prince. And your response was, we need to come up with a way to have our own sound. Now, how do you develop your own sound? I mean, that's something that so many people watching this video are going to be interested in. How do I get my own sound? So what did you do to develop the Jam and Lewis sound?
Well, I think the Jam and Lewis sound is very simply the sound of the artists sounding their best. So the way we approached it was, we always looked at it like we were tailors making a suit for somebody. You can grab a great suit and it looks very nice on you off the rack, or you can have a suit that's custom made for you. When you do that, that suit is a suit that only fits you. So that's the analogy to the music we make. But we always thought as an artist, we would always want to make, or as producers, we would always want to make the artists have their own sound. So when we did, I remember some of the first records, we did SOS Band, Just Be Good to Me. We gave them a sound, but it was based on the homework we had done on the records they had out before. And then we said, that's kind of keep that sound that they have, which was like a repetitive bass line, but using like glockenspiel bells and like maybe different textures and that. Like that was the kind of thought process. So SOS would sound like SOS. The tough thing was when SOS Band hit big with that Just Be Good to Me, then all the record companies came to us and said, oh man, give me one just like that. And we had to kind of go, no, that's SOS's sound. We're going to do something different. So then we did a song called Encore by Cheryl Lynn, which had a whole different sound. We used different drum machine. Terry played live bass on it as opposed to synth bass. All of those things were different. And we kind of did that with each of the acts going on. And then when SOS Band got back to doing their next album, then we pulled out the 808 drum machine and we pulled out all of the things that we had used in that first SOS Band record. So for us, it was important for each of the artists to have their own sound and to have their best, to sound like their best selves. Just an aside, when the Babyface record came out, that's our single from our album, came out, somebody said, doesn't sound like Jam and Lewis. And we said, what does it sound like? And they said, it sounds like Babyface. We said, that's what it's supposed to sound like. The whole idea of our album is each of the artists should sound the most like themselves they can possibly sound. So it's a compliment. Like, I think it was maybe like a criticism, but for us, we took it like a compliment. If you listen to our Babyface song and say, man, that's the most Babyface sounding record we've heard in years, then we've accomplished exactly what we want to do.
Mm-hmm. So how much research, if you will, goes into that when you're going to work with an artist on a project? Tell us about that process.
Well, the greatest part of working on any project with an artist is we're fans of the people that we work with. And that comes first. Like, we've been asked to do some things over the years that we didn't think we were the best people for. So we would refer other people to do those things that we thought were better. But the artists that we ultimately choose to work with, we feel like we're the best people for the job. And we're fans of those particular artists. So that the recon we do of listening to what they've done recently, what they've done historically, and then some kind of way reaching a concept that kind of is coherent in what we believe would be the best record for them. If we were, as a fan, we want to create that record.
And by the way, I think an analogy is always like a chef. Like, if I go to a restaurant, I'm not a chef, obviously, but if I go to a restaurant and I eat something, I can say, ooh, I love the way this tastes. But if you're a chef and you taste it, you go, yeah, and the reason you love it is because of the paprika or because of the something or the hint of something. Like, they can really dissect it. So when Terry says we're fans, yeah, we're fans. So we listen to the artist, and we're fans of, but then we dissect what it is in that formula that made those particular records successful. And the best compliment we ever got was we worked with Barry White. And I remember we did this song with Barry White. And I think I did the demo vocal for it. And I'm on there singing, trying to be like Barry White. I'm like, oh, baby, I'm trying to do all this crazy stuff. And when we played the song for Barry, at first he didn't say anything. And we said, Mr. White, what do you think? And he just reared back and laughed in this big voice. He just said, sounds like me. The greatest compliment we could ever have. Sounds like me. When an artist says that to us, because we've done our homework and we figured out the things that work, the key they sing in, the kind of orchestration they like, the arrangements they like, if we've nailed that in the right way, that's kind of the sentiment that the artists have. And so that's what we try to do. We pride ourselves on doing that. We think that's one of our strengths for sure.
Sure. Do you ever run into a situation where the artist says, I want something completely different. I want you to take me in a new direction. Let's break some new ground.
Actually, later on today, we're going to go see Mary J. Blige's documentary, which is I'm excited to see. But Mary J. is one of the artists on our album. And it was funny because when we first started working with Mary, this is a while back. This was following up the My Life album, which is one of the greatest albums of all time in our estimation. But the follow-up to that album was tough because, where do you go from that? And we played her things that we thought were in a different direction. And she basically said, no, she said, I'm not really feeling that. I'm not really feeling that. And we said, well, what do you want? And she said, something that sounds like me. And we said, oh, okay. And so that to us meant you wanted something that was based on a sample loop, maybe from an old R&B recording, and then we'll write, because she was, the queen of hip hop soul. So that was that kind of marriage of hip hop sampling and with R&B vocals. And we came up with a song called Love Is All We Need. And when we put the track on, it was an old Rick James loop. We put the track on and she started dancing around the room and she said, oh, this is what I'm talking about. So I think the artists do a lot of times want to go in different directions. Sometimes it's just a matter of kind of keeping them in the guide rails, I guess you would say. Leon Silvers III, who was one of the producers that mentored us early on in our careers, he always used to say, it's okay to be different, just not different yuck. So we just want to make sure people don't go different yuck just for the sake of being different.
So tell us a little bit about working with these artists. Most of the artists you've mentioned there are known for their vocals. And of course, one of the big challenges when you're producing an album is getting a great vocal take. And if you would, share with us some of the techniques you have for capturing a great vocal take from an artist.
So first, you're going to have a great microphone. And I'd say that's a microphone of your choice. Everybody has a different microphone, and every microphone sounds different on every different voice. So then you start to establish your vocal chain, what kind of compressor you're going to use, and what kind of preamp that you're going to use. We don't use anything especially crazy. We've always done very standard vocal chains. But for me, the biggest part of preparing for the vocal is just making the artist comfortable and kind of knowing what you want to get out of the vocal, and then knowing the level that you want to try to push the vocalist to. It goes without saying that you don't know what you're going to get on any given day, but you have an idea of the level of performance you can get out of any artist. And from that point on, for me, what I always do is try to get them to perform, because what comes from the heart reaches the heart, and try not to get too technically involved. Like we have a great melody already established, because that comes in the songwriting portion of it. And we just try to follow that as closely as we can, but add all the different inflection and feelings that the artist wants to give up at that particular time.
So that brings to mind a quote I saw from you guys where you said that memorable songs don't need to be complicated, they need to be genuine. What does that mean?
I don't remember that quote, but
sounds like a happy quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a good one for sure. I think we always go for the feel of a song. When I don't know if this directly relates to it, but I know when we're listening in the studio, we always say we're basically listening for mistakes during the process of recording. We're listening for mistakes. At the certain point when we can hear the song and not hear the mistakes anymore, but it just feels really good, then even if something's wrong, if a note's a little off or the timing of something's a little off, we just say we're good, because now it's giving us the feel that we want the song to give us. So I think the other thing about being a producer, and Terry kind of touched on it also, when he said make the vocalist feel comfortable, because Terry's vocal master, I call Terry vocal master. And I remember when we were doing, we had a #1 song with Usher called You Remind Me. And I remember that when Usher sang the song initially, he was singing it from a demo that somebody had done, and he was trying to sing it like the demo. And so they asked, would he go back and re-sing it again? L.A. Reid said, would you redo the song? And Usher said, I'm not going to re-sing the song unless it's with Terry Lewis, because he knew Terry could get that vocal out of it. And Terry's process in getting the vocal was almost having to unprogram him or unteach him what he had learned to sing the vocal and make him embrace it as an Usher, like sing it like yourself. But the artists sometimes need guidelines to figure out how to sing like themselves, so to speak. And that was something that Terry was able to figure out. So, but making the artist comfortable is the thing. And it becomes, production is some technical, but a lot of it is, it's like coaching, I guess. Like some players you have to ride really hard, some you have to just compliment, but it's a human thing. It's really about the humanity and about the relationship, to me, in getting a great vocal, because there has to be trust. The artist has to trust that you're going to get that out of them. And when you play it back for them, they're going to go, wow, that sounds really great. And that's always the nicest thing when that happens.
Right. It sounds like with the many references you've made here and just looking back at your careers and some of the things that you've worked in, you guys seem to have an encyclopedic knowledge of all the different genres of music and different artists and things in a very wide range. Is that something you purposefully studied, or how did that come about?
A lot of that comes about just from where we were raised. In Minneapolis, in order to participate in playing places, you had to know how to play multiple styles of music. You couldn't just be one-dimensional. Because, one given night you might play at a club, they want you to play blues. Or we play at the Nakarima and we do 4 sets of a combination of jazz, blues, and R&B. And then we play at a ski resort and they want you to play top 40 and maybe some polkas. So we had multiple styles going on at the same time, all the time. And we lived in an environment where there was not one main source of radio for us, because in Minneapolis, the R&B station was sun up to sundown at KUXL. So you would pick up and you listen to some soft rock or some pop. We were just influenced by everything. So it helped us to become better musicians and to appreciate music of all styles.
Right, yeah. That depth is apparent. And the other aspect to that is your depth as musicians. You're both multi-instrumentalists. And I'm curious, what do you feel that brings to your production and your songwriting?
I just think it's tools. It's all different things that you can do. It also gives you a understanding of musicians. It's interesting because Terry, we were talking about this the other day. A lot of times on a record, Terry wouldn't play the bass. I'd play the bass on it, just on a keyboard or something. But Terry would say, if I played a certain part or a certain guitar part that was more of a keyboard type of thing, and he would say, guitar player wouldn't play it like that. or a bass player wouldn't play it like that, or something. So he kept me very honest, in my playing. Even we were talking the other day also that like records that people know, like If by Janet, which everybody says, man, who played guitar on that song? And it's like, it's just a keyboard. I guess me, but it's a keyboard. But the idea was that if you could fool guitar players with a keyboard guitar part, because it's always apparent to me when I hear something and I go, that's somebody on a keyboard, that's not a real instrument. But we were able to fool people. But anyway, just having that musical knowledge, I think it just helps. It doesn't mean you have to be a musician to do what you do, but for us, it's always been great.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about songwriting. You guys are obviously contributing songs to the projects that you work on and things. Are you writing all the time? Are you, we'll say, project-based songwriters, or how does a song come to be for you guys?
That's a good question and pretty accurate in your summation of it. Like, we do it all different ways. Like, I think we're always writing or conceiving, which is part of writing. We're always listening, reading, and writing down concepts. Then the application comes when there's a purpose for it. So there's an artist that needs a song, we take it from there and start a creative process from there. So the artist inspires the style we write the song in, basically, because that's part of the tailoring to that particular artist's abilities and strengths. That's kind of how we've always done it. And I can't even remember when the last time I just wrote a song for no reason, just full song out with someone in mind. I can't even remember back to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a while.
So do you start with the lyrics, or do you start with the music, or you'd mentioned starting from loops with Mary J. Blige, or is there a process there?
It's all different processes. It can be, we used to have what we called the book of titles. And now I guess it's the iPhone of titles, I guess. But whenever we would hear somebody say a phrase that we liked or a line that we liked, or a lot of times we'd go to a movie and there would be a line in a movie that we'd go, ooh, that's a good line or something. We always put those down, and we just call it, the book of titles, like I say. So that's always the beginning of something. But generally the track comes first, and then we write the melody and the lyrics around kind of what the track is in general. But we've done it all kind of different ways. What's great about it is that we have the freedom to do whatever we want to do. We did this, and I'll just say this. We did a handshake. It'll be 40 years ago next year. And the handshake was very basic. It was like, everything we do is 50-50. And what that did is it eliminated all of the things in songwriting that you would argue about. Oh, that's my bridge. Well, no, that's my title. Well, that's my melody. Or, you take all of that away. So we never have those discussions. And that takes away about 99% of anything you'd ever argue about. And we always say we've never had an argument. Terry and I have never had an argument, because I never want to win something that Terry loses at, and vice versa with him. So, but what we say is we have disagreements. Now, a disagreement is different, because a disagreement is something you can try to solve. And for us, it's not whether it's my way or his way, it's what's the best way. So if we can come to the agreement, we're trying to find the best way to do something, that's the way we do it. And so that's the way we approach really everything that we do, production, songwriting, just living life, period. But that's our philosophy, and that's worked really well. And the other philosophy I would say we've had is 35 years ago when we did Control, there was a guy, John Bream, who's a columnist for the Star Tribune in Minneapolis. And he said, hey, you guys are the hottest producers. And we said, well, we don't really want to be hot. We just want to be warm for a long time. So 30 years after that, 5 years ago, we released a record with Janet called Unbreakable. And the album, entered at #1. The single was like 12 weeks #1 on the R&B charts. And he said, how does it feel to still be having #1 records after all these years? And we said, well, we told you in the first place, warm for a long time. That was the goal. So, with our new album, we're just trying to stay warm. That's it. We're still keeping the same philosophy.
Right. That's awesome. So as you create the songs and you put them together, how deep do you go into the demoing process and the arranging process before you present it to the artist?
Not at all, really. We try to do it with the artist around. And we never really do demos. It's funny, it's kind of a joke with Clive Davis. I remember Clive Davis always used to say to us, hey, I got a new Aretha record we're working on, or a Whitney record. You guys do some demos and whatever. And we'd be like, Clive, we don't do demos. Whatever we can record, that is the record, because the demos are always better to me. So now when we built our own studio, which was one of the smart things that we did, was we built our own studio back in '85, I think it was. That was the reason we did it, so that anything we demoed was going on at that point in time, analog tape, and it was done professionally, so that the demos were the actual recordings. So for us, it's always getting in the room with somebody, talking with them, figuring out what they want to talk about, and then making that record with them. So we created most of the songs on our album all in one place and all with everybody together with their ideas and input, because it's about collaboration.
Right. So I'm curious, you mentioned, of course, the hits you've had through all the decades and continuing on today. How do you see your productions and your songwriting as having evolved through those years?
I would like to think we're better at it. I hope. I mean, who knows? I think we know more, so we can do more. But I mean, it's hard for me to judge. I will say that it's interesting looking back and listening to songs that we did in the past, because like I say, we always are listening for the mistakes. And literally songs that are more recent, we still hear the mistakes when we listen to them. So we never can really listen to with the ears of someone that's just hearing it and appreciating it. But I will say some of the older songs that we've done, the 30 plus year ago songs, sound pretty good to us, because now we can listen with kind of fresh ears. And sometimes our enjoyment of the song also has to do with the what would I call it? The experience of making the song. Sometimes there's songs that the way the song turned out maybe wasn't that great, but the experience of working with that particular artist was amazing, So then, and that happens. And sometimes it's a tough, in the studio or whatever, and it doesn't go really well, but then the song becomes successful. So I think what we do now is we kind of hear it through other people's ears. When other people say to us, oh, I love this song changed my life, or whatever those things are, we kind of just accept that and go, thanks, that's great. But hopefully we've gotten better at what we've done. I do know we feel with our album, we couldn't have made this album 10 years ago, 20 years ago, not in the way we were able to make it now, just with the knowledge that we have.
Right. So through all those productions through the years, one of the things that stands out to me is that your productions never sound dated. Even when you go back 30 years or and listen to some of the early productions through to today, they still sound fresh and they still sound current. Do you go in and say, you know what, this is the cool thing of today, we're not going to do that because we know in 5 years it's going to sound like it's dated today, or how do you keep them sounding fresh through all these years?
Yeah, I think that's just perspective though. And that's a great question, because I don't think we just knowingly do anything. I think we instinctively do things. Like, case in point, the keyboards are the keyboards. A bass is a bass. The melodies are the melodies. How the artist delivers it is how they deliver it. Now, everybody doesn't use that keyboard, that tool, the same. And I think the way jam textures things, and I think the way that we arrange songs kind of just fits. It has a classic nature, but when the technology comes along and the way we integrate it, we make it a part of it so that it's in there enough, but not in there enough to be dated or new or whatever. It just feels good. And like Jam said earlier, that's what we try to achieve, is what feels good. And what feels good today usually feels good tomorrow. Some stuff relies totally on the technology or the cadence of the vocal or rhythm of the day, whatever the music of the month is, and that feels dated later on. But we never approach it like that. We just kind of just make music based on who the artist is and what ingredients that we want to add based on what we think is the best palette for that artist to paint on.
Mm-hmm. So Jimmy and I were talking before the cameras were rolling, and I actually visited you guys at Flight Time up too many years ago for me to mention. You sort of minimized gear there, but man, you guys had a huge collection of gear in those days, and I'm assuming it continues to this day. Talk a little about what gear means to your productions and what the essentials are that you feel you have to create music.
Yeah, we still do have all of our gear, which is great. We love that. I remember we were working with the artist Robin a few years back, and she said, man, it'd be great if there was if we had an 808. And Terry was like, oh yeah, we got an 808. It's like, it was pretty much like anything you could name, we have. But we also have the, emulations of those in soft sense, right? So we can pull out an OB8 Oberheim synthesizer for real, or we can go into the software version of it, in a computer. But it's just kind of good to have all of those different tools, like I say, to work with. I will say in the early days, I mean like the early 80s, to me, keyboards for me were the most important ingredient, because I was never the person that when somebody would say, oh, this keyboard's really great if you get in there and start tweaking the sounds. I never wanted to tweak sounds. I wanted to put a keyboard up and flip through the presets. And if the presets inspired songs, like if I hit a certain sound and all of a sudden it caused me to start writing music, then I knew it was great. And, that's how, going back to Janet, Control, a lot of that was the Mirage synthesizer, or the Mirage keyboard back in that day, which a lot of people didn't really like. But for me, I was like, oh man, I love this. Listen to this sound. And that's the way the song Nasty happened. It was just like plugging it in, putting a floppy disk in it that day and coming up with those sounds. And then it's like, when I heard the sounds, it's like, oh, I know what to do with this. And you start playing a melody that, kind of works. But that kind of stuff happened. So I remember the DX7 back in that day, the OB8, as I mentioned earlier, which goes back to the Prince days, which is always a go-to for us. And then over the years, like I say, we would always acquire new keyboards and we try to assign different keyboards for different artists, so to speak, so that we kept the sound fresh and different. And the same with drum machines. But it was always kind of the evolution of gear. And so we never were, we always had our favorites and our go-to things, but we never stopped looking for new things. And Terry, I give a lot of the credit for that for Terry. Terry was, even when we were still analog recording, Terry had some of the first recording software in his computer and his laptop and stuff to do stuff. And eventually that turned into, Pro Tools and Logic and all the stuff that we use now. But he had the early versions of it. And I kept going, Terry, that stuff's never going to work, man. You're crazy. But he just was like, no, it's going to work. Trust me. And then I remember we got a Synclav, which was all hard disk. That was the first hard disk recording that was done. And I remember how revolutionary that was. And the idea that there's not even going to be tape at all. And forget even digital tape. We kind of skipped the digital tape and went straight into the hard disk recording. So we always, the technology and the gear was always very important, but we still have every bit of gear that we can reach back to record, which is great.
Yeah, it's a tremendous library of equipment to draw from.
Yeah, it is. But I think the saving grace in it all was the equipment that we didn't buy because it allowed us to actually understand the equipment that we have better. You can have 10 hammers, all of them do different things, but you only need 2. You need a soft hammer and a hard hammer and one that pulls out nails, and then you're good. So we bought enough equipment to have diversity, but we kept the focus mostly on the music and the concept and the artist. And then we applied that technology to that part of it. So is not wasting energy on things, I think, is so important.
Right. Speaking of gear, I do have to call out Roland. They facilitated us having the two of you join us here at GearFest, and we're very grateful to them. And I know you guys go back quite a ways with Roland.
My very first synthesizer was a SH-1000 Roland back in, I think, it was late 70s. I'll just put it like that. And I used to wear it around my neck because I always wanted, they hadn't really made keytars yet. I think Moog had the Liberation, which I had one of those. But I couldn't afford it. So I got the synthesizer and I put screws on the end and put a guitar strap on. The thing weighed a ton. But I'd run around with that. That was like my kind of go-to thing. But then the 808 drum machine was like revolutionary to us. the other thing was over the years, we were fortunate to get a Lifetime Achievement Award from Roland. And it was funny because at the ceremony, I actually brought my first synthesizer, which was all banged up at that point, and I brought our first 808 drum machine because I wanted to show people that, literally Roland has been a part of our lifetime in our careers. And they've been great partners with us and great friends. But even more than that, great equipment, obviously, but also to me, they've been great in looking out for the overall music creators, people that create music. And I also think that there's a disconnect that happens sometimes, the software manufacturers about, they have brilliant minds that are creating these things, but a lot of times they're almost in a vacuum, like they're creating these things, but it's like, no, talk to the people that are using the things because they're going to give you a different perspective on what it is you're creating. And I think Roland was very good at asking people, how do you like this? What do you think about this? Can we do this better? What would you do with, and those types of things. So I think that relationship for us has been, absolutely wonderful. So I can't say enough good things about it.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I was actually at that Lifetime Achievement Award ceremony when they gave that to you. It was very cool honor.
So you saw that big piece of junk I had around?
I did see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was cool. So we're so grateful for your time today. I just have a couple of quick questions here, and we'll wrap things up. But maybe they're not easy questions, but we'll see. So my first question is, you guys have seen the industry change pretty dramatically from the time when you started to today. What advice do you have for someone who wants to get into the industry as a producer and a songwriter?
I think the thing I always say is, and it sounds cliche, but I always say be prepared. And what I mean by be prepared is, I hear a lot of people, a lot of times if we go around and speak to kids or we speak to students or whatever, and they say, I'm waiting for my break. And we always say, okay, waiting for your break, we should get rid of the word waiting and we should put the word preparing in there. I'm preparing for my break. Now the preparation for the break can be, studying. Everything now is on the internet. So you have a band that you really like and you'd really like to either emulate what they do or whatever. Well, you can find out all the information. You listen to all their music. You can find out their management. You can find out their attorney, their record company, their A&R person. You can find everybody that's kind of in their infrastructure, what they do, what kind of gear they like to use, kind of guitar they play, the gauge strings that they put on the guitar. Like you can find all that out. And that's what I mean by preparing. Now, if you ever come across that band and maybe they say to you, you say to them, oh, I'm a guitar player or whatever, and they go, well, let me hear something. Now you're prepared to actually play something, you know what I'm saying? As opposed to like, oh, well, I don't have my gear with me today and I'm not, that kind of thing. A lot of times if somebody says they're a singer, we'll say, sing something. And a lot of times they'll be like, oh, well, I don't, my throat today. And it's like, no. Here's the opportunity. So I just think preparation is, what is it, preparation and opportunity or whatever, that's what luck is or something. I'm not saying it right, but that's kind of what so that's why to me, I think preparation is the main key to getting anywhere that you want to go, production or any other part of the music industry.
Another thing to add to that would be just studying, knowing the parts of the process that you want to be a part of. Knowing what you're supposed to do. If you want to play chess, I'm just give an analogy. You can't use checker rules because the two do not mix. You have to know what the players do and why the players do what they do. Why the queen moves a certain way, why the king moves a certain way, what the knights do. You have to know the rules of the game. And then from there, you have to assess what you want to get out of it and approach it from that way. Because, just having conversations with people, I get frustrated because I think people put too much emphasis on probably the wrong things. Like, is it, someone taking advantage of you or you're getting, or you're taking advantage of them? So I always say fair is where you heard a little bit and I heard a little bit. So case in point, if I'm trying to go into a record deal and I'm all knowledgeable because I've been on the internet and I've studied, I know what the greatest record deal is and I'm supposed to get that deal. First of all, no one knows the outcome. So when I bring my music, I have to have a great attitude about my music, but my music might not be all that to the person that I'm bringing it to. So when you're making a deal, that person might not want to give you what you think your value is, because you should always have a consideration of what your value is. Okay. But if that person has something to offer me to get me to a point that I want to get to in terms of promotional abilities and access, how much is it worth for me to give up to gain that access? I have to know that. I have to figure that part of it out. So it's just knowing how the pieces work and knowing that one song can make you or break you, but you should never be broken because we do it for the music. Okay. But that attitude is that one song can make you or break you is kind of a bad attitude. You have to give some to get some. So just be ready and know what you want to give and offer for what you're willing to accept or get.
Right. Lots of great advice there. Thank you very much. So I'm curious, after now as you head into your 40th anniversary, if you will, what keeps you guys fresh? What keeps you excited about music?
Well, the music itself, I think,
yes.
And the artists that are making it. You know, the discovery process is great. There's a lot of new music that we're discovering that we love, and a lot of new artists that we love. And also, honestly, the thing that excites me most every day is getting a chance to work with Terry. Having that person that you trust, that you love, that you can bounce ideas off of, crazy ideas, or, you know, whatever that is. I just love the process of that. And so music is the thread that keeps us together, you know, along with respect and all of those types of things. But I think the way I look at it now is first times. The thing that keeps life exciting is those first time things that happen, those first time experiences. And so for the first time, we're doing an album as artists. So that's exciting to me. And I reminded the record company the other day when the Babyface record went into the top 5. And they said, "Oh, you're top 5 this week, but you got a lot of those." And I said, "Not as artists. No." I said, "This is all new for us." So each thing is new. So I think as we get later in life, to still have the excitement of having first times, I think is very much appreciated. So I'm kind of in that mode right now. I'm loving all the first times that are happening for us right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. And, you know, mine is pretty much the same. Working with Jam is a joy, you know, and what comes out of that joy is the freedom to create, you know. And one thing about creation creates creation. It feeds itself. It's like you just want to do more. And the journey is the most important part of that creation. And I always say, I hope I never arrive at that destination, because I wouldn't even know what to do. I'm just enjoying the conversation and the moving of it, and hope I never reach that destination. Just keep creating out of the creation.
I love it. That's awesome. That's awesome. So my last question for you is, it's almost easier to list artists you haven't worked with than artists you have worked with. And obviously you guys are great artists yourselves as well, and producers and songwriters. What is it that makes a great artist?
Wow, that's way too... That's way too broad. I will say that there's certain, I mean, we call it the it factor. There's certain artists that just have it, that in any generation, they would have been, you know, what we call them generational artists. You know, we have an album that just came out, we're part of, is the artist Her, who is, I think, 23 years old. And she's one of those artists that in any generation of time would have been one of the top artists. And actually, our record with her is actually #1 this week. So it's an amazing journey, as Terry says. But I think for us, I always have to make the distinction with a great artist, because sometimes great artists are great artists, and I look at them and love what they do. Sometimes artists are great artists, and I look at them and go, "Oh, I want to write a song for them," or "I want to produce them." It's kind of two different things. But we admire everybody that's out there trying to do it. And most of all, we love music. We just love what it is. So whether it's good or bad, whatever, that's opinion. As I love Terry saying, he always says that there's 3 kinds of music. There's good, there's bad, and there's hits. The first 2 you can argue about. It's subjective. The hit part, If it's a hit, it's a hit. That's a fact. A hit is a fact. So we've had a few of all three of those in those categories, but I think the artists are the ones that make it happening. And hopefully whatever those elements that make a great artist is, we've helped to maybe add, to that in the people that we've been able to produce over the years.
Excellent. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a real honor to have you here at GearFest 2021. We hope we can get you here to Sweetwater in person at some point. It'd be great to not have to do this remotely. You guys are in Nashville right now.
We are in Nashville for the opening of the National Museum of African American Music. There we go. It's such an honor to do that. It's an honor to speak to you today. It's an honor to be a part of GearFest. Hopefully people that are there making music, we appreciate what Sweetwater does because you're making it available. I told you, my son, I see bills from Sweetwater all the time as he's creating music. It's like, Dad, I got these stands from Sweetwater. I got these speakers from Sweetwater. I got this. It's like, okay, great, thanks, Max. So anyway,
well, we
it's all
appreciate
good,
that
man.
too.
But it's great, man. But and hopefully, next time we do GearFest, it'll be in person and everybody stays safe. That'll be wonderful.
Right. Well, we'll look forward to it, and we are very excited about Jam & Lewis Volume 1, which drops on July 9th. I got the date right, on July 9th, and the singles are out now. There's several of the songs that you can check out now, but the album's going to hit, and hopefully you guys will take that on the road as well.
That's the third thing on our plan, right? The work with Babyface, do the album, and then take it on the road. So once again, when it's safe to do that, that's something we plan on doing. Look forward to meeting everybody out on the road.
We'll look forward to it. Thanks again, guys. Take care.
Take care. Thank you.
And thank you for joining me. This has been GearFest 2021. We have been honored to share some time with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. Nice. Dave and the Mirthmakers. So how come Nick got the initials on the drum? I mean, I don't have initials. I don't see a JD on the keyboard. I mean, not to cause dissension in the ranks. But what's up with that?
He knows a guy.
He knows a guy.
He has the time to make them himself.
And he had time to
We're
make it
too
himself.
busy,
I get it.
Doing other things.
So I'm pretty excited about this next interview. We've been hoping to get Warren Haynes here to GearFest for a number of years now, and this year at GearFest 2021, the stars aligned and we were able to make it work, which is not an easy task because Warren's an incredibly busy artist. He's got his solo albums and tours with Government Mule, all the other artists who want to snag him for their own project, plus he does work with the Grateful Dead family, he appears with Dave Matthews all the time. It's making me tired just talking about it. I mean, the man's constantly making music, which is awesome. But here's my interview with Warren Haynes. Be sure you stick around through the whole thing because he lets go with a couple of trade secrets at the end. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. This is GearFest 2021, and we are joined by a wonderful artist. We have Warren Haynes with us today. It's great to see you, Warren.
Good to see you.
So I have to say, I was looking through your discography and all of the massive amount of work you've done. I think you have to be one of the more diverse artists I've ever interviewed. Everyone from William Shatner to Marty Stewart to of course, the Allman Brothers and Government Mule and the Grateful Dead family. Talk a little bit about that, how you see yourself as an artist and how you work yourself into all those different styles and different situations.
I've always enjoyed so many different types of music. I think growing up, I had two older brothers that both had not only great taste in music, but quite a collection. My middle brother especially wound up becoming a collector. And so at some point there were thousands of albums in our house. So it was like growing up in a musical library. And they both listened to everything from rock to soul to blues to jazz to folk music to country music to bluegrass and reggae. So I just kind of inherited that. And it stayed with me in the way that I've always loved playing as many different types of music as possible. And for me, it keeps me fresh to do as many different types of things as possible. I've kind of always been that way.
Right. So when you go into a situation, whether you're moving from, say, doing your solo material to working with the Dead or working with Dave Matthews or someone like that, do you adapt your guitar playing and your approach to what they're doing, or do you go in and say, this is what I do?
I mostly adapt in the way that I try to be part of what I think the music calls for, but I also try to do that by interjecting my own personality, assuming that it's meant to be. I never want to force any musical marriage. It needs to be natural and organic, but usually if somebody calls me, it's because they have confidence that my personality will fit into what they're doing. But I'll change, the approach, the tone, the influences, everything is flexible at that point. Maybe I might even go a little further in a new direction, and somebody might say, oh, no, we want you to do what you normally do. And then I have to pull back and do that, but it's always a challenge. Anytime you do something with another artist, you're trying to merge the two worlds together, and hopefully it works out in a positive way.
Right. So you're a triple threat with the songwriting, vocals, and with guitar. Tell us a little bit about how you approach writing a song, whether it's for a specific project or do you write the songs and then they find a home?
Well, it's always nice to have a project on the horizon that you're writing for. Dickie Betts and I used to talk about that a lot when we were writing for the Allman Brothers. It's nice to be able to write for the strengths of a band or an artist. And so if we were writing songs for an upcoming Allman Brothers record, we would think about the fact that there are two drummers, two guitar players, think about Greg's voice, the diversity of the band. But I also write a lot of songs just with the song in mind, and I've kind of sort out later where it belongs or if it belongs to any of the projects that I'm working on. As an example, during the whole last year and a half with COVID and everything, I wrote probably more than I've written since the 80s. But a lot of the stuff that I wrote doesn't necessarily fit into the category of Government Mule, and maybe it will wind up on one of my solo records, or it'll wind up some of it for a different artist or something. If I get an idea, I just try to write for the idea. But again, it helps to have in mind when I knew we were going to make a Government Mule record, then I could be focusing on the strength of that band and trying to write accordingly. And that's a luxury that you want to have.
Sure. As you're writing these songs, how fully arranged are they as you're writing them? Are you writing with an acoustic guitar and a voice, and then later you say, okay, I'm going to have two drummers and two guitar players and keyboards, or are you writing all those parts at once as you're creating the song?
Well, it varies from song to song. When I'm writing for Government Mule, I tend to write a lot of the musical sections in my head, or I put them on tape. Like a lot of times I'll just go to my phone and put them on a voice memo. When the band is learning the songs, I always take the approach of, well, this is what I hear, but if you got something else in mind, just play what you're feeling and show me what it is that that comes off the top of your head. We're so steeped in improvisation that we want the music to be conversational. So we want what I'm playing to influence what someone else is playing, and that to influence what someone else is playing, and for nobody to really know what they're going to play until they hear what everybody's doing. And that's the beauty of having a band, I think. Sometimes the songs will start out a certain way in my head and wind up going a whole different direction. I've learned through the years to be more and more and more open to that, But if I have, ideas about certain melodies and harmonies and rhythmic sections, then I'll bring them all to the table. Maybe they all make the cut, maybe they don't. You know, you never know. The instrumental sections are always fair game, and for that matter, the approach to everybody's part always leaves room for improvement. You know, we're talking among ourselves about how to make the song better and trying different things, and not just for our own instrument. Like if somebody has an idea what I should play that might make it better, I'm open to suggestion, and vice versa. But when the tape's rolling, whatever happens, happens. None of us really want to get locked into a certain part unless it's something we've rehearsed and feel like, hey, that's working great, let's hold on to that. Otherwise, each take is going to be a little different, and the one that feels the best is going to win out.
So how does it change then when you take the song from the studio and you've solidified it into a particular arrangement, and now you're going to take it on to stage? Do you open it back up, or do you say we're going to start with where we're at and go from there? Or how does that transition work?
You know, most bands, I think more about how they're going to take what they did into the studio and capture it live. In some ways, we're kind of the reverse. We want to be able to capture what we know we're capable of on stage. We want to try to be able to capture that in the studio, and that's not always easily done. Now, once we come up with a recording that we feel is the definitive version, it may or may not be played that way on stage. It may grow and go into a whole nother place, because a lot of times what happens is the songs that we record in the studio, 3 months later, 6 months later, a year later, they change and our approach to them changes. And at least in our world, we feel like the new versions are better, or at least more fun. So we also don't want to get locked into playing something a certain way all the time. Some songs tend to be a little more scripted, and others can float day by day.
And that's, of course, one of the beautiful things about all the live albums you've done, and also, of course, the Mule Tracks downloads and all the concerts that you've posted there. To hear all those different versions of those songs as they evolve and grow through the years is really fun to hear what you guys do with them.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Mule Tracks, which is muletracks.com, is our way of allowing people to purchase what we consider to be a very high quality recording of every show we've done since 2004. That sort of thing wouldn't work for a band that plays the same set list every night, that plays the same version of the songs every night. But for us, you know, over the course of a tour, we might play 150 different songs, and even the ones that we're repeating vary from night to night. So for us, it works, and it allows our fans to tap into something. If they hear about a show they wish they had attended, they can go online and download it. If they were at a show and they had a specific memory of really loving that show, then they can purchase that show. So it's kind of a nice modern part of the music business for us.
Speaking of the live performance, the second leg, if you will, of your triple threat is vocals, and I'm always impressed because you guys do pretty much marathon concerts. I mean, those are you're doing some long shows with multiple sets and some rangy material as well. How do you keep your voice in good shape through all that?
I think it's just like any muscle. As long as you're using it, it tends to hold up pretty good. It's when I take a break that things start to get a little dicey. The few times that I've ever lost my voice was always at the beginning of a tour or at the beginning of rehearsal, when I felt really good and strong and overdid it. But as long as I'm keeping my voice in shape, it usually bounces back pretty quickly if it gets tired. I try to pace the shows, because they are long shows, in a way that there is enough instrumental material and enough instrumental sections in some of the vocal songs that I can give my voice a break throughout, because I am the only one really singing. Whereas in some of the other bands that I work with, there are more than one singer. And since we played 3 hours, that's an important factor. But I like the fact that we play these long shows, and it does kind of help me stay in shape.
Yeah, I imagine so. Well, it's impressive stamina. So we of course have to talk about your guitar playing, and a big part of any guitarist's signature, if you will, is their tone, and you have a very distinctive tone. Talk a little bit about how your tone has developed through the years and how you perceive it when you're approaching a song.
Well, as someone who grew up singing and playing, I actually started singing before I started playing. And so all the guitar players that I gravitated toward were either guitar players who also sang or guitar players that sounded like they were singing through their instrument. I always loved that vocal-like quality that all my favorite guitar players, and not just guitar players, horn players, sax players, piano players, the ones that sound the most like they're singing are the ones that I've always liked the most. I think I made the connection early on that people like B.B. King and Bonnie Raitt and Leslie West felt like their instrument was an extension of their voice and vice versa. So when you hear B.B. King's guitar, it sounds like his voice. When you hear Bonnie Raitt's guitar, it sounds like her voice. I remember Leslie saying a long time ago, "I'm a big guy, I need a big sound." Because his voice was so huge, for him to have some tiny little guitar sound wouldn't make sense. So consequently, he had this enormous guitar sound. I always was looking for a sound that captured the same characteristics of my voice. And as any guitar player will tell you, tone is evasive and elusive. You're always searching for it. Even on nights when you feel like, oh, my rig sounds great, I'm really happy with my sound, 5 minutes later, that could change.
Right. During the course of a concert, we'll see you play a lot of different instruments. How do you choose the guitar that's going to create the tone that you want for a particular song?
I've always been a Gibson guy. I've played Fenders through the years here and there, and I still love the way they sound, especially when someone other than myself is playing one. But for my own sound, I've always been drawn toward the Gibson sound. So when I want a sound that's a little brighter and a little more stratty, I gravitate toward a Firebird. If I want something that's kind of in between the Firebird and the Les Paul, I'll go to the SG. A lot of times the song dictates what kind of sound you're looking for. And my signature Les Paul, like I have here, is the most versatile version of a Les Paul that I've been able to come up with, and I can get more different sounds out of it. All those guitars share that Gibson meaty sound, but they each have their own unique, beautiful thing. And so, especially in the studio, I like to experiment a lot. On stage, I don't experiment as much because the show needs to flow, and I get into a groove playing a Les Paul, and if I can stay with it for a while, I will. Usually if I'm switching, it's because there's a certain sound that I need for the song, or the guitar I'm switching to is in a different tuning.
Right. One of the challenges that so many players face coming out of the blues tradition is we get locked into that blues scale, and you get locked into the blues box. And I don't see that with you or hear that in your playing. You tend to approach things more sometimes along the neck than across the neck in a box. Can you talk a little bit about how a player can break out of that box-centric approach to soloing, if you will?
Well, my friend Mike Barnes, who is a great guitar player that I grew up with, I remember him saying at a very young age, he was talking about some local musician and critiquing his playing, and he said, he's a lick player. And I was like, what do you mean? He said, here's a lick, there's a lick, everything's a lick. He said, you play better if you're just playing one note at a time, and it's not a pre-established lick followed by another pre-established lick. I took that to heart at a very young age, and have always tried to just let the next note be influenced by the previous one and not know in advance what I'm going to play until I actually get there. When you play year after year after year, you can kind of trust yourself to get out of a bind if you paint yourself into a corner. If you play something and you're not exactly sure where to go, then instinct will probably take you there if you let it. You just got to turn your brain off and go with your instinct. I tend to love players that sound like they're just flowing and, as you mentioned, not caught up in the box. You know, I don't like to hear something where someone starts a phrase and you know how it's going to end. So I always try and encourage people to throw themselves curveballs. And if you start out a blues lick, then ended up with a little twist that someone wasn't expecting. There's no right and wrong in music. And the more different music you listen to and expose yourself to and learn from, the more you're going to be able to find your own voice, because your own voice is a combination of everything you've ever learned.
Right. When you're soloing, are you looking for target notes in the chords? Are you thinking about a scale, or how do you organize your soloing?
Well, hopefully I'm not thinking too much in general. If you're thinking, you're sinking. I tend to look at it like you let the entrance dictate where you're going to go. And obviously we all have our certain ways that we start solos and ones that we can fall back on and all that kind of stuff. But if you play the beginning of your solo and then take a breath, it'll kind of tell you where to go from there. And then you just keep following in the footsteps and trying to connect the dots. Anytime you think 8 bars in advance, okay, I'm going to start on the tonic, or I'm going to start on the fifth, or I'm going to start on the flat 7 or whatever, you're kind of missing an opportunity to take a more stream of consciousness approach. A lot of times in the studio, if I play an entrance to a solo that I don't like, somehow it turns into something interesting because I had to get myself out of trouble. And learning how to do that is important as well, you know, because nobody knows what we meant to do. We know what we meant to do. When somebody hears you, they only know what you did. So if you played a note that you didn't intend to play, that doesn't mean it didn't sound good. All these kind of things, I've been able to learn from people like Tom Dowd, the great producer that I worked with in the Allman Brothers for so many years, that encourage you to just let go and let the music go where it's going to be, and not put too much pressure on it and not give it too much thought. And that somehow when things are swinging, it's going to be fine.
Sure. So speaking of Tom Dowd, obviously one of the grand master producer engineers of all time, now you're producing yourself and you have the Evil Teen record label. What did you take away from working with Tom and the other producers you've worked with as you move into the role of a producer?
One of the things that I learned from Tom was when the band is in a creative mode, he would lay back and you wouldn't even know he was there. And he always wanted the band to solve the problems, musically speaking, if they could. If there was a fork in the road, he would wait and see what the band came up with before he interjected any of his wisdom. But he always wanted it to be our idea, not his idea. And I think that's important when you're working with an artist or with a band. You're there to offer input and guidance and weigh in on the questions that arise, but it's always better if the solutions come from the band and from the artist. And so I tend to try to make myself lay back and wait till the last minute to offer my opinion.
Right. So as an artist, as a songwriter, as a vocalist, as a producer, you have a massive body of work that you've been a part of. How do you keep it fresh for yourself? What makes music exciting? Do you still practice? Are you working on things?
I usually keep an acoustic guitar in the room where I'm hanging out and just noodle around all the time. I don't practice in a regimented sort of way. It's much more fun to play with other people. it's hard to appease yourself by yourself. For that reason alone, I tend to write a lot of acoustic oriented songs when I'm at home by myself. And then I'll get bored with that and pick up an electric guitar and start recording a bunch of riffs and see where that takes me. But it is hard to stay inspired all the time. I think a good thing is to listen to as many different types of music as possible, especially types of music that you're not associated with, because I think that tends to kind of freshen up your brain a little bit. And every now and then take a break and don't listen to anything, and just get away from music for a while, and then rediscover what it is that made you fall in love with music in the first place.
All right, that's awesome. So we talked a little bit about tone, and we definitely have to mention that Soldano helped facilitate you being here at GearFest, and we're very grateful to them. You've got a beautiful Soldano there to your left, and you're working on something with them, right?
Yeah, this amp is a prototype of something we're talking about, which would be a signature model, SLO 100. I talked to Mike Soldano, I guess in 1989, about changing my amp to give me a beefier sound at a low preamp gain setting. The way those amps were designed, he told me back then, was you got more bottom end when you raise the preamp. And I told him, but I don't want to raise the preamp. I want to keep it set on like 2.5 or 3. And so he changed mine, and I said, can you make it an on and off switch? And he said, yeah. From that moment forward, I never turned that mod off, but it is an on and off switch. The beauty with this new signature amp is it's going to have a knob that blends as much of that mod as you want. So you can change how much of it you're incorporating into your sound, even from song to song. And so that's going to make for a really, really versatile amp. I'm going to give away a trade secret here. A lot of times when I go into the studio, I like to use a combination of big amps like 100-watt amps or 50-watt amps with 412 cabinets with small amps like this Alessandro recording amp here. Sometimes I use the Alessandro by itself and it records magnificently, but I also use it with my Homestead head and with my Soldano heads. And when you blend them in together, there's something about the small amp that rounds out the mid-range in a way that is more suitable to my taste. So the Soldano really only sounds good when you crank it up, and I can't crank it up to give you exactly the sound that it would give me. But I'm going to demonstrate what happens with each of them individually, and then also when you put them together. So this is the Soldano by itself. Now, this is the same pickup setting and volume setting and tone setting on the guitar, but with the Alessandro instead of the Soldano. All right, so when you blend both of them together, you hear the mid-range from the small amp filling out the part of the big amp that has a different sort of mid-range. was talking about the rotosphere earlier. If you kick in the rotosphere, it doesn't change the tone that you already have dialed up, which I will use in the middle of a solo. So if I'm playing a solo, and then toward the end of the solo, if I want to kick into another gear, build some excitement, maybe I'll kick the rotosphere on. My tone doesn't change, but all of a sudden there's a Leslie sound. Another trade secret.
Well, we're so grateful you took the time to sit down with us today, and I've got one last question for you. When I have an artist of your stature in an interview with me, someone who shared the stage in the studio with so many wonderful artists, I always have to ask, what makes a great artist?
What makes a great artist is being unique. All the people that I look at as being great artists have this unique quality about what they do that just shines through. I would much rather hear somebody that expresses themselves in a unique, heartfelt, emotional way than someone who can do anything on their instrument but can't decide what represents their own personality. And so that takes us back to my thought that if you open yourself to as many influences as possible, you're much more likely to find out who you are.
Right. Great advice. Great advice. Man, thank you so much for sitting down with us today. It's been a real treat to have you here with us at GearFest 2021.
My pleasure. Glad to be here.
Yeah, I hope we can get you out here to Sweetwater as things open up. I know you're heading out on tour in July, right?
Yeah, and excited about that. You know, we all are. It's been too long, so we're ready to get back to work.
Right. Well, look forward to seeing you out on the road.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Warren. Take care. And thank you for joining me here at GearFest 2021. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. We've been chatting with Warren Haynes. Wasn't that fantastic? I keep saying it, but you only see something like that interview with Warren Haynes here at GearFest, just like you only see Jacob and the Hot Mess Band here at GearFest. Man, that collab was talking. You were like, you had it going.
It was speaking, wasn't it?
It was speaking. Right on. So I told my buddy Bob after doing that interview, I want to go home, plug in my Les Paul, crank it up, and just let it rock, man. It's definitely time to get the guys on the phone, pull out the blues rock band, get them out of mothballs, and get it all back on stage. And I'm looking forward to all of us being able to get out there and do a bunch of playing.
You betcha.
It's going to be cool. So next up, we've got the legendary Tom Scott. You might know Tom for the 30-plus albums he's done under his own name, or maybe for Tom Scott and the LA Express, which also served as the backing band for Joni Mitchell on several huge albums. But you've also heard Tom at least a billion times, if I had to estimate, whether you know it or not. From the TV and film scores he's composed to the endless session work he's done in his 50-year career, you're about to hear from one of the true greats of music. What a pleasure to have Tom Scott join us here at GearFest 2021. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. This is GearFest 2021, and we are about to spend some time with an amazing musician with a legendary career. This is Tom Scott. It's great to have you join us.
Thank you, Mitch. It's my pleasure to be here.
So you're, in fact, behind you there, we see some of the fruits of your career, some statues and some things on the wall there.
Yeah, there's some fruit back there, yeah. Pardon the expression, sure. Look, I've been doing this 50 years or more, and over time, if you're doing well and get accepted by people in the industry, you rack up a few things. I'm very proud of my achievements and have had a wonderful life in music.
Well, you definitely should be proud because you've accomplished so much. And in fact, as I was kind of digging into your background a little bit there, 2,000 recordings or more than 2,000 recordings and hundreds of television shows and film scores and composer, arranger, conductor, music director, podcast host, educator, on and on and on to, and of course, saxophonist as well.
I'm exhausted just listening to that.
So tell us about the early days. It appears, looking from the outside, that you kind of burst onto the scene in 1966 with some of your first recordings, and your first recording under your name came out in 1967.
Right, I know. Well, look, I got a couple of spectacular breaks, part of which was having a father who was a marvelous film composer himself. In fact, he mentored John Williams before John Williams committed to being a film composer. He was a studio pianist at first and wrote music for television and movies. Lassie, Twilight Zone, Wagon Train, many shows. My dad has over 700 credits.
Wow.
In film and television. Having him in the house all the time in a room, a converted dining room or something, playing those wonderful bitonal chords, dramatic chords on the piano. That was just part of my osmosis. It just soaked in. And then when I took up the clarinet at the age of 8, at the request of the local new school music teacher, Mrs. Todd, rest her soul, I took up the clarinet, and my dad, in addition to providing me with the very best teachers, the private teachers that I could possibly have, some of the studio musicians that he knew, he bought me a Benny Goodman record from 1938, which was 10 years before I was born, but it was a record that I absolutely flipped over. It had, Teddy Wilson, Lionel Hampton, Terry James, Gene Krupa, and of course Benny Goodman himself, who was spectacular. My father didn't teach me per se, but I admit he was always there if I had a question, which he could always answer, and that was a wonderful help. I then moved on to saxophone in junior high school. Baritone sax was the only opening in the jazz band, so my dad once again bought me a record of Jerry Mulligan, and I adored Jerry Mulligan and his music. You never get over your love for your childhood idols, and he was one of them. And I loved his big band and his writing and his playing. So musical, so lyrical, just beautiful, man. Right. Age of Steam was the name of the record. So later, as I went through high school, and by the time I graduated high school, I was already doing little gigs around, country clubs and weddings and bar mitzvahs and that sort of thing. And I went to USC with the intention of being a music major. And then I asked the critical question. I said, the deal breaker. I said, would it be possible for me to take some time maybe in a classroom or one of the rooms when there's nothing happening there, for me to kind of put together an ensemble of my own and write some music, original music, and rehearse it and have it played? And a guy looks at me and said, no, maybe when you're a senior or a graduate student. And as you could imagine, I did not take kindly to that response. So I took some general ed classes for a semester, and then a couple things happened. I had joined the Air National Guard, which is the National Guard branch of the Air Force, because the Vietnam War was at its peak. And by doing that, I was able to join the local band in Van Nuys. Or as I like to say, I guarded Van Nuys for 6 years, and I'm proud to say no one attacked the entire time. But that came along, so I had to do my basic training. And by the time I got done with that and came back, I started to work, and I just I didn't want to go back to school because I had to make that decision. Gosh, do you get a degree so you have something to, as they used to say, fall back on? Maybe they still say that, or do you just plunge in? And I was just so excited. I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to give it my best shot. I could have been a teacher. I wouldn't, I would have enjoyed it. In fact, I teach now, and I enjoy it very much. But the lure of being a professional musician in the studios was just too great.
Right.
So I jumped in, and I worked at Dante's Jazz Club, met Roger Kellaway, Dave Grusin, Howard Roberts. So I started did my first album featured as a featured soloist was an album called Spirit Feel for Pacific Jazz with the Roger Kellaway Quartet. And then the big break came when I sat in with the Oliver Nelson Big Band. Oliver, who was one of my jazz heroes from New York, moved out to L.A. to write for films and television, which he did for a while. We did a 2-week gig, and I had this feature solo on Milestones, the great arrangement that Oliver had written of Miles Davis' tune, Milestones. And I guess I must have impressed the owner, the creator of Impulse Records, Bob Thiel, who had come out to record us the last couple of nights. Because when we finished the gig, as I'm packing up on the stage, Bob Thiel walks across the floor and looks up at me and said, "Hey, kid." Now, my first reaction to that is to look around and go, "What, are you talking to me?" And he says, "How'd you like to make an album for Impulse?" And I'm like, wow. Mr. Thiel, I'd love to. So that led to my first solo recording, which that's kind of the thing that took. You asked the question a long time ago. How did I? That was the big launch pad, because that first album I did had many of the great studio musicians of that era, including Carole King, and Glenn Campbell played rhythm guitar. He was unknown at the time still. And Emil Richards, the great studio percussionist, and Jim Gordon, who unfortunately left us in a horrible situation. And Mike Melvoin, some of the busy studio players, and word started to get. I guess I did well because word started to get out that this young kid, and I embraced jazz, but I was willing to interpret any kind of style. I don't know whether it's arrogance or what to think that. As a musician, I can walk, though at least the goal, I don't know how well I do it, but the goal is to walk in any musical situation and make it sound like it's my specialty, like it's what I do, it's what I love. I mean, I consider that the ultimate challenge. And if I can walk away from a recording session or a concert or something saying, I really did the best I could, that is victory right there.
Right. One of the aspects of that, now that you mentioned it, is, wow, Minnie Riperton, Barbra Streisand, the Beach Boys, Paul McCartney, Steely Dan. I mean, that's a pretty broad, and it goes beyond that. I mean, talk about diverse. How do you prepare yourself to do well in all those different genres and situations?
Well, of course, you've got to be fluent on your instruments. That's the first thing. And but it pays to have it to listen, be aware of the various styles of music, and I like, from my point of view, saxophone players, of course. You had the rock and roll guys, like Plas Johnson and King Curtis and Junior Walker. The more R&B type stylists, and then on the other end, you had Coltrane and Cannonball Adderley and I love them all. And, and then a great variety in between. As I said, Jerry Mulligan, Stan Getz, Art Pepper, a very, very underrated, great West Coast saxophone player. And a whole, I collected records, listened to pop records as well. I loved the Beatles. Loved a lot of rock and roll records, rock records, R&B records. I remember when I was driving in the Hollywood Hills, and the first time I ever heard the James Brown band play, what was it? I don't know, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, or whatever it was. Man, the feel of that thing just spoke to me. I couldn't contain my joy at hearing that.
Right.
So I guess, if, as I said, as I have said, great music comes in all styles, and I am attracted to great musicians, in whatever style, country, R&B, pop, jazz, of course, classical, you name it.
Right. One of the things that stands out to me when I listen to you in all those different diverse situations, whether it's your solo albums or actually on the way in to do this interview, I was listening to the first Tom Scott and the LA Express album, and the solo you did, and listen to what the man said for Paul McCartney and Wings, and the work you did on Asia and Gaucho. There's always, and I understand that saxophone is a melodic instrument, but there's always a very distinct melody that I hear in your playing. How does that happen? Do you look at the chords, or where do those melodies come from?
Well, in the beginning, yes, of course you look at the chords, but most of it is using your ears and letting the tune kind of lead you in a direction. Part of my job going into the studio was to improvise on my own based on the style of the tune. So a producer would say, hey, here's the tune and the bridge and the chorus, and here's 8 bars of something. We want you to play a solo in there. And they usually have no idea what they want. They want me to interpret it in my own way, play what I feel, and hope for the best.
Right.
But again, I think that goes back to listening very carefully. I don't play. I'm not one of these people who walks in and goes, "Here's what I do, take it or leave it." I'm very flexible because I believe that the whole project is what's important. The audience doesn't go, "Oh, isn't Tom Scott's solo great?" They either like the tune or they don't, and I want them to like it because I contributed something that made that record just a little bit better.
Right. I totally get that. And the other aspect of improvisation is some people think of it as on-the-fly composition. Now, you're also a composer. And I'm curious, when you're in a situation like, you've been hired to do the theme song for Starsky and Hutch, how do you approach that? Where does that come from to come up with a theme for a show like that?
To turn what you said around a little bit, it's improvising on paper.
Okay.
Starsky and Hutch. Well, that's a very odd story, to be honest with you. Have you got a second?
We got a second.
Okay. So I got a request from a great studio pianist named Artie Kane, who's retired now. But he, at the time, and this is in the 70s, he was dating Jack Benny's daughter. Joan Benny was her name. And Joan Benny had a daughter who was about 10 or 11, going to a very ritzy, exclusive, private school in Bel Air for girls. So Artie Kane walks up to me and says, Joan's daughter goes to a school that has career day. And I just thought it might be a good idea for you to, you do those saxophone and solo overdubs and things. And I thought they might like to find out about that. I say, sure. So I go to this private school, classroom full of girls, 10 to 12, and I kind of explained to them. I brought my saxophone. I had just done Jazz Man with Carole King, and I still had, we had reel-to-reel tape in those days. I had a reel-to-reel tape of her doing the track without me on it. So I was able to play them the tune and then, play it and play along live with it, wasn't my exact solo, but it was something similar. And I did this demonstration and went home and, forgot about it. And then, I don't know, 3 or 4 months later, I get a call from my film and TV composing agent, Al Bart. And he says, Tom, did you do something at a girls' school recently? I said, yeah. He says, well, one of the girls, her father is a producer at Spelling Goldberg Productions. And they've got a show that needs a theme. And apparently this little girl went to her father and said, Daddy, I think this guy should write the theme. And it was me. So I took a meeting with the producer and he said, give me a demo. I went in the studio and did 3 tunes, 3-tune demo. of tunes that I had written. The first one was, as far as I was concerned, a shoo-in. I knew already that's going to be the one. The other two I later worked into albums so nothing was wasted. I recycled. But the first tune demo we did was with Joe Sample, the wonderful bass player and tenor player with the Crusaders. Wilton Felder played bass on it. And, I had great guys. I think Larry Carlton played guitar. And I can't remember who the drummer was. But in any case, that demo became the theme for years for Starsky and Hutch.
That's crazy.
And as far as how I wrote it, I think I came up with the melody first. Sometimes it's a rhythm vamp. I love writing to rhythm vamps if I think they're cool. I'll try to write around that. The answer is all different combinations. Sometimes I'll just get a flash. Oh man, that's cool. I'll write that down before I forget it. So it's a very loose art composition. It's very flexible.
Right. So I have to ask you about one series of albums that you did that stand out to me personally, and that's the Joni Mitchell albums, the Court and Spark and Hejira, and that whole era. There was 4 albums, I think, where you and the band backed her up. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Well, as no one's going to challenge me if I say Joni Mitchell is a monumental talent. Okay, her musical talent is completely instinctive. In fact, when I first met her, it was on a record that I did alone with her. That's how we first met, called For the Roses. But I just kind of thought she was a folk singer. I didn't really know. And then when I heard these tunes, I was like, I don't know. She's not a folk singer. Okay, that does not do her justice. She's a lot more than that. Right. And in fact, it was impossible to define a category. What is that? I think it's the Joni Mitchell category. I tell you what, we were in the studio one time in the very beginning, and she went out to the piano to show me something, and she played like a sophisticated jazz chord. Like, actually, I call it the So What chord because it's the beginning of Miles Davis. Da da. It's that voicing, right? And I go, oh man, that's cool. That I said, I don't know, D minor, 11th, whatever I said. I named it technically, and she said, yeah, I don't know what it is. I just like the sound of it, and that's the way she wrote. And for anybody to be that good musically and just have it be completely instinctive is remarkable, I think. Right. And she was a joy to work with. She described our meeting as kind of a ping pong match where because she had put some backgrounds on like a section, and she did it very carefully. And I learned a lot from this. She did like 3 or 4 parts, and she'd hold a note, and then they'd all vibrato just exactly the same way, like that. So I took some flutes and clarinets and doubled her in a few places, and went out of my way. I said, turn that background vocal up loud in my phones so I can match exactly all the nuances. And it's really a cool sound. And I was just blown away working with her. It was one of those lightning in a bottle experiences. It was just awesome.
It had to be amazing. It had to be incredible. So one of the things that stands out to me is you're also a producer, and you've written so much music and put out so many albums under your own name and with different groups. When I listen back to some of the early music and up through the decades and the thousands of recordings, they still sound fresh. I don't hear your recording sounded dated the way that some of the others from similar eras can sound dated. How do you avoid that?
All I could tell you is lucky me. I don't know how you avoid that. I think, although if I was to guess, I would say get the best musicians you can get, and try to create some music that has its own unique signature. I mean, it's easier said than done, of course. And at the time, I was lucky to meet and be able to work with, have them accept the calls that I put out to them to play with me. So I counted on them. Obviously, when you got like the LA Express with Joe Sample, Larry Carlton, and Max Bennett, John Guerin, it's almost at its best, it's almost like the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, because there's some collective genius that happens that I could never sit at home and dream up. Okay, it's all about playing a tune for guys, and they say, oh, okay, what if I added this? What if I try this? And so it grows into something, and hopefully lasting. You know, I mean, I certainly had no thoughts of things being timeless, but if they are, I'm grateful.
Right. So we're working our way through all your various titles here, and one of the other ones is music director. And one of the instances where you've been the music director is multiple years with the Emmy Awards and a number of other TV awards shows. That has to be an incredibly high-pressure gig.
Well, in a way it is, but the thing that relieves the pressure, okay, first of all, in a typical 3-hour award show, there are 150 music entrances.
Wow.
And that's all the awards. That's playing people on and off. That's going to commercial, coming back from commercial, main title, end title, and whatever else. There's usually a performance or two. So there's all of that, and you know the book is like that thick, you know, with music for the orchestra. And but here's the good news: that all that music, of course, is prepared in advance. I would do as much of it orchestrated, all the television themes of the nominated shows. I got some orchestration help from great arrangers, Eddie Karam and some others, and so you're prepared in that way. But the other thing is we had a rough rehearsal like 2 days before, and then a more detailed rehearsal on the Saturday, because the show is always on a Sunday night. A more detailed rehearsal on Saturday, and then a dress rehearsal on Sunday morning. So you've gone through the show 3 times before you go on the air. So any fires that needed to be put out or problems that they're going to turn up somewhere in those 3 rehearsals. So by the time you're on the air, you know, you pretty well understand what it is.
Right. Has to be amazing though. It has to be incredible. So
it's fun. I mean, I always used to say I love hanging it out there in front of a few million people.
So we could probably extend this interview and fill up the whole of GearFest, but we don't have that much time, unfortunately. But there are 2 other things that I want to talk to you about, and the first is that is your podcast. Tell us about that.
Oh, thank you for asking. Well, one of the things that happened during COVID was, you know, like everybody else, I found myself with a lot of spare time, and my dear friend, who actually is the head of the Steinhardt School at New York University, Steinhardt School of Music. But during COVID, I had done some YouTube videos talking about. I did one about talking about John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd, the Blues Brothers. I did one talking about George Harrison, a couple other people, and he said, "You know, Tom, you have a good voice for broadcasting," which I'd been told before, you know, but I never pursued it. He said, "You should be doing podcasts. Podcasts are really happening these days." Okay. He said, "You have some friends in the business, don't you?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I do." And so we started doing these podcasts, and the general tone of them is that I'm not so anxious to talk about what they're doing right now, promoting something. I'm more interested, and I think people generally are more interested in the story. What makes a person, just from a person just figuring out what they want to do, to that something, that spark, whether it's a person or an event or something that makes them go, I want to do this. And then how do they get there? How they achieve success in that area. Those are the areas that really interest me. And so far I've done, we've released about 15 of them so far, but I've done 40 so far with everyone from, gee whiz, Billy Bob Thornton, Angelica Houston, Keb Mo, Ray Parker, Sheila E., Vanessa Williams, I mean, a real wide swath of people. It's Tom Scott's Podcast Express. You can get it anywhere you get your podcasts or on my website, tomscottmusic.com.
So one other thing we need to talk about, our friends at Roland facilitated you being here at GearFest with us, and we're very grateful to them. And I see over your right shoulder there the instrument that ties you to Roland these days. Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah, there is something over there. Let's see what it is, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay, so this, let me get back so you can see it. This is the Roland AE30 Aerophone Pro, and it is the latest and most advanced of the family of wind synthesizers. Okay, I played one back in the 70s called the Lyricon. In fact, right there is an ad with my face from 1974 on there for Lyricon, because I became fascinated with wind synthesizers and the possibilities that they provided, and did several recordings. I played that wind synthesizer on Billie Jean, just a few little ear candy things, we call them, little bits of music, and several other things. So, but the Lyricon unfortunately had a short life, because the gentleman who had created it passed on, and the factory did not go any further. I guess it was too much of a minority instrument to be profitable. I don't really know all the details, but in any case, the Aerophone is now the by far the most exciting advance in wind synth technology. It has 600 onboard sounds. Okay, unbelievable that they can fit all that in that package, and it's just a whole lot of fun. I've rediscovered my joy for playing the wind synth, and it adds, obviously the most interested people would be people who already play wind instruments, saxophone players, clarinet players, and like. And I will tell you that it is a joy to be able to expand your palette musically, and it's a great way to expand your musical possibilities for wind players like myself.
That's an incredible instrument. I mean, it's so far advanced beyond, you mentioned the Lyricon and some of the other electronic wind instruments where you had to have separate rack synthesizers and all those kind of things that you had to tie in. This is much more of an instrument that you can actually play, and so a lot of credit to Roland for developing that.
That's absolutely true. I just found out about it, within the last few months, and I was so shocked that I didn't know anything about it, and what a surprise! And very shortly, they partnered with me, sent me one, and I'm all into it.
That's awesome. After your career and the amazing body of work you've created, what keeps you fresh and inspired today?
Oh, that's a great question. You know what? You have to. It's an attitude. It's all attitude. You have to constantly renew, because it's so easy to fall into the thing of, well, I've done, in my case, I've done whatever it is, 35 records and played on whatever 2,000 others. I don't have any more to say. I'd say, nothing. No, it's how do you express yourself? It's because great music is not only just notes, but it's expression and coming up with new ways of and exploring your passions through music. And that's a wonderful discovery that I hope to keep fresh for as long as I'm on the planet.
Well, that leads me very nicely into my final question for you, which is a question I always ask when I have a master musician here, and of course someone like yourself who's worked with virtually every master musician on the planet, and that is, what makes a great artist?
Well, talent, drive, commitment to excellence. Because look, obviously there's a lot of competition out there, and if you have the ability, that's good. But moreover, you've got to drive yourself. You've got to every day get up and say, how can I get better? How can I improve myself? What can I do to advance my abilities in music? Without that drive, I would suggest, an alternate pursuit. I mean, music can be great as recreation, as an avocation. But to be a professional musician, you've got to really push yourself.
Absolutely. Tom, thanks so much for sharing so much time with us, being so generous with your wisdom and experience. And man, again, congratulations on a tremendous career and what an amazing body of work. And I can't wait to see what's up next.
Me too. Thank you, Mitch, for your time. I appreciate it very much.
My
And
pleasure.
thanks to Sweetwater as well.
Well, thank you. And again, thanks for joining us here at GearFest. And thank you for joining me here. I've been with Tom Scott. What an amazing career, and what a treat to spend some time with him. Enjoy the rest of GearFest. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. Just rolling here. So I just made man, that's a great transition because Tom Scott played with the Blues Brothers. Yeah. And our next artist did as well, right? He sure did. All right. I was just so excited to interview Tom Scott. I mean, what a legend and what a wonderful, generous guy. Now, I should mention that my interviews with Warren Haynes and Tom Scott and several of the other GearFest interviews here, they ran actually longer than what you're seeing during this live stream. But don't worry, you're not going to miss a minute with those incredible artists because we're going to post the full interviews with each of them to Sweetwater's YouTube channel soon. Now, over the years, we've had many, many great drummers here at GearFest, especially Nick DiVirgilio. And next up, we've got Steve Jordan, a man who definitely fits the bill of great drummer. Nick, in your opinion, what is it that makes Steve such an outstanding drummer?
He's just a master of the pocket. His groove is so great, so solid, and you could tell by his list of everybody he's recorded with and played with over the years. He's a fantastic, just awesome drummer.
Right, absolutely. So let's spend some time with Steve Jordan, a Grammy-winning artist, producer, and songwriter who's done everything from the Saturday Night Live to Late Night with David Letterman bands to playing with artists ranging from Keith Richards' Expensive Winos to John Mayer's Trio to the Blues Brothers.
Greetings, everybody. Nick DiVirgilio here, GearFest 2021, and I'm hanging via Zoom with the master, Steve Jordan. How you doing, man?
What's happening, Nick? How you doing?
Great to see you. Great to meet you. I don't think we've ever met in person over the years, but I have to tell you, man, you are a huge inspiration to my playing just because I've learned a lot from what I call, you have such a deep pocket no matter what style of music you're playing. So my first question is, since you had such a long history in the studio making just tons of records, where did you get your sense of groove from? I know you have to go back in the day, but where did that all kind of stem from? Because you have such great groove no matter who you're playing for.
It goes back to the first records I ever heard. I love music so much and I love records that when I listen to records, I get this other kind of feeling, you know. When a record is really pocketed, where it excites me, I get there's a physical reaction. So I want to create the same thing for people. So that's what I look for when I'm playing. And if I'm not getting that, then it's not there.
Now, and has your playing changed? I mean, we all kind of mature and grow up over the years, of course, but has your playing changed a lot from what you did back in the 70s and 80s to what you're doing now?
Absolutely, kind of like two different lives. When I listen to some of the stuff I played in the 70s, it's kind of like, who is that person? You know, it's like, because I played so much more.
Okay.
And of course, early on, you try to emulate some of the people that you like the most.
Sure.
So I was a huge Dave Garibaldi fan, a very big Harvey Mason fan, a very big Steve Gadd fan, and I knew, and then I ended up befriending these people. So you befriend like some of your heroes at a very early age, it's kind of wild, you know? So I played along, you know, so along those lines, because in high school, I was listening to a lot of Tower of Power and stuff like that. But before that, you know, I was, you know, Motown, Stax, Beatle fanatic. I'm a real British invasion influenced person.
Sure.
And then I realized, you know, as a kid, you don't realize that they were covering all this music. John Belushi started to turn me on to the material that we were gonna do for the Blues Brothers. That's when I really discovered the greatness of Fred Below and Earl Palmer via that thing. I mean, I knew them and I knew of them but I did the deep dive.
Right.
You know, preparing for the Blues Brothers. And what we did with the Blues Brothers, it was a combination of things. It wasn't straight traditional blues. We were doing a contemporary version of the blues because that's what the thing called for.
Right.
I mean, if I were playing that material now, I wouldn't play it anywhere like the way I played it.
So would you play it more traditional now?
More traditional. First of all, everything was way too fast.
Okay.
But that was the time. First of all, everybody was faster. Everything was fast. The Saturday Night Live was exploding. It wasn't a straight traditional thing. Like we said, we're gonna turn people on to this music, but we're gonna do it in a contemporary fashion.
Sure.
When we recorded Briefcase Full of Blues, it went to #1 in 7 weeks. It was the #1 album in the world. And so that was really wild, you know. I'm still a teenager, and this is just crazy stuff, you know.
Wow.
Soul Man, our version of Soul Man was the #1 record, you know. So, you know, you're a kid and you're thinking, wow, this is really amazing, you know, this is really great. And you're feeling pretty good about your version. And then I was in a gas station and I heard the original version again. And I almost passed out because it was so incredible. And Al Jackson was so unbelievable.
Yeah.
And and our version just paled in comparison, or you know. And I'm not talking about the singing. We know that Sam and Dave were obviously real singers, but I'm talking about Al Jackson's groove, and that his pocket on that is so bulletproof, ironclad, compared to what I did, which was a contemporary version.
Right.
It's almost embarrassing, you know? It's like, you know, I just like, wow. It was such a lesson in humility, you know? Like, I was like, okay, no, this is the thing here. Don't get too excited, Steve, you know?
So did you take that, did you take that lesson at the gas station and hearing that into your future studio career? Because I mean, you just done a ton
Absolutely.
of records. Yeah.
Absolutely. What I did was I really went back to the thing that made me the happiest. I wanted to loosen up my playing. You know, in the studio, especially in New York, and with the precision playing that was being executed, everything was a little tight.
Okay.
Wasn't loose enough. I didn't like appreciate Jabbo Starks until later. Like early on, I almost thought, well, anybody could do that. Wrong. No, not at all. Jabbo's pocket was so amazing that he could just do this one thing over and over again. It was hypnotic. That's what you want. You want to put somebody in a trance.
And doing a little bit of more research on you and just checking out some stuff, old YouTube footage and stuff, I saw a killer track from the David Letterman show with James Brown, and Hiram Bullock was just dancing his head off, and you guys were doing Sex Machine and stuff, and it was really fantastic. I know you say you might have been playing a lot, but boy, you were just killing it. It was really fun to listen to.
No. See, that was the beginning of the transformation. I was coming out of the fusion thing.
Okay.
You know, so I was out of the fusion head at that point. So when we played with James Brown in July of 1982, and I've said this before, we have waited our whole lives to play with James Brown.
I can imagine. It must have been a really cool moment for you.
And so James had heard about the band, and so he brought 2 horn players with him, the great Sinclair Pinckney, who I'd listened to as a kid, you know, and Holly Ferris, a trumpet player who I did not know, who was a great, great trumpet player. James basically posed the question to us, what did we want to play? So, you know, I wanted to play Sex Machine. Hiram wanted to play There Was a Time. And then we had played I Got the Feeling in our set, you know. And when he heard us play I Got the Feeling, he was like, he couldn't believe it. He jumped out of his chair and he was like, so he kind of took over the show.
Right.
Now, when we played Sex Machine, and mind you, we'd only rehearsed for 5 minutes in the sound check. It wasn't a very extensive rehearsal.
Right.
I believe the story goes, I wanted to play it a certain tempo and he wanted to bring it up because it's live. And of course, if you're a James Brown fanatic like I am, I should have known better because he never plays anything record tempo. It's always 2-3 times the tempo. So he heard it up and he scattered, he did all kinds of stuff. We were on him, like he couldn't believe what was happening. We couldn't believe what was happening. And to this day, it was unbelievable. So Now, what he said to me after the show, because I went back to get his autograph, he was sitting under his hair dryer and, you know, the crown, you know, the whole thing. It was surreal, actually. The whole thing was surreal. Reverend Al Sharpton is standing behind him with the flip with the hair and the whole thing. It was kind of crazy. Anyway, he got up from the dryer and he said, "Brother, you're high." And I didn't know what he meant, you know. And I was like, "What?" You know. And he said, "Your energy is high. This is the best show I've done in front of cameras since the Tammy Show."
Wow.
Now, I saw the Tammy Show in the theaters when I was 8 years old. You don't get a compliment any, you know, bigger than that. I mean, that's like, when he said that, I will never forget. It was like emblazoned in my brain, you know. But I didn't know what he meant because, you know, you have all these great performances, whether he's on the Hollywood Palace or Merv Griffin or Mike Douglas or, you know, all these great television performances. So I didn't really know what he meant. But then it hit me about 25 years later what he meant, or maybe more. With those great performances that he did in front of cameras, they were rehearsed. He expected that out of his band.
Right.
This thing made him go places that he hadn't gone in a while because he hadn't worked with us. So the energy was so new and it was so fresh. And he went places like when he scats in the last chorus of Sex Machine. When do you hear James Brown scat?
Right.
You know, like that kind of thing. He just went, you know, he started speaking in tongues. That's basically what that was, okay? And so that's what he meant. You know, it took me a while to realize what he meant. When we did There Was a Time, we didn't rehearse that at all. That was completely spontaneous.
Wow.
And then when we did I Got the Feeling, we didn't rehearse that either. He just heard us playing it. So I just made sure when I was playing that I hit him every time he hit when he did a dance move or whatever, I hit him, pow, just did a spin, pit, he hit the floor, bam, you know what I mean? And that was it. So I'm hitting him, he's looking back, and it was like, it was that kind of energy.
Sure. Well, you could tell by watching it. It was fantastic.
And so that, to me, it was the highlight of my whole David Letterman experience, was that. And that was like the first year. So I was like, uh-oh, well, you can't top this. So what am I going to do?
Well, let's switch gears to talk about what you're doing now. You got a couple of cool projects. We've had the pandemic and people not doing things, stuck at home, but it seems like you've been staying busy. And you still have your band, The Verbs, right? That's still going?
Absolutely. We're making our fourth record now called Garage Sale. And it's on our label, JV Records. We're very excited about it. It's going to be a raw rock and roll experience. And that's what we do. Obviously, That's what Megan and I love. We both love great music and melodic music and power pop and stuff.
Sure.
But, the power is in the song itself, and so that's what that is. And she's the primary writer. So it's just great. I just love it. It's my favorite thing. And then on our label, we have a record called Beat Odyssey 2020.
Yeah, I was going to ask you
that. I did with Mixmaster Mike. And that working with Mike is just incredible. I've never heard a turntablist do what he does. That's why he's a grandmaster DJ. And he's a musician,
Sure.
And he's got a deep appreciation for jazz. So when we play together, we are really exercising the main ingredient of jazz, which is improvisation. So this record that we did is a statement in improvisation. And we had fun. We just threw it, no holds barred, just did our thing.
So Steve, before you play some drums, will you tell us a little about the gear that you're playing there? 'Cause you've been a long-time Yamaha player, Paiste player. What do you got in front of you there?
What I have here, and I'm very excited about this, I am playing with the new Yamaha aluminum hardware. And when I tell you that I'm excited, it's for several reasons. I'm excited for drum techs that don't have to lose fingers and break backs any longer.
Right.
I'm also very excited because it's been my theory forever that the harder, the bulkier the cymbal stand, the more it chokes the cymbal sound, which is the reason why I've always been a fan of single brace, old school, old Rogers Swivomatic and old Ludwig stands and old Slingerland stands. You know, it's very thin cymbal stand. And of course now when people playing so hard and they're not playing the cymbals, they're actually hitting and bashing the cymbals, the old cymbal stands can't hold up. And that's so we started with the double bracing and the racks and everything like that to withstand the assault. But if you've noticed, the cymbals don't sound very good under assault. But when you're playing the cymbals, you want the least amount of iron holding the cymbal so that the cymbal is kind of like the cymbal is suspended. This cymbal in particular is fantastic, this ride cymbal. It's a Paiste thin, 24-inch thin cymbal, which is part of the Masters series. And I can get very loud, I can get very soft. Such an incredible dynamic range. So I can just use one and I can get crashes out of it, ride, loud, soft, everything. It's beautiful. And it's 24 inches, it's fantastic.
Nice.
And then of course I'm using my signature Paiste traditional hi-hat cymbals that are 17 inches. But it's good for everything. Very versatile cymbal. Here again, dynamic range. Get really soft, really loud. Whatever. So this is a great combination. The Master Series with the traditional series. So that's the Paiste stuff. And I'm using this Yamaha Dax Dad bass drum, which is no longer in circulation. Yeah, so that's, and of course I'm using my Vic Firth Steve Jordan signature stick, which is, it's my favorite stick, obviously.
Right.
And it just sounds great, and it's very versatile. Like I said, I don't have to switch sticks if I'm playing this kind of music or that kind of music or whatever. It is a stick for all seasons.
Very nice. Steve, thank you so much for spending the time with me today. I really appreciate it, and going out of your way to go to the studio and hang and play a little bit and talk about your career. Just thanks again, and I wish you all the best for all your future endeavors, man.
Thank you very much, Nick, and good luck with GearFest.
Woohoo!
For us, the real big focus is on hiring the right kind of people, smart people that can be empowered to do incredible work, make an incredible contribution to this company, and are able to work side by side with other really smart people to make incredible things happen for our customers, for the music they want to make, for the gear they want to buy. And we get so much thrill out of seeing those connections come together, to see the heartbeat of our people and how that gets translated into just incredible work, whether that's marketing people, making up new ad campaigns, designing new ways to connect with people on the web, whether that's our sales engineers connecting with customers and really getting to know them, whether that's people in our distribution center who are getting boxes out to every single customer we have, tens of thousands of boxes going out every day to make people's music dreams come true. We just firmly believe every single position matters because every single person matters. Every single one of our customers, but also every single one of the people working at this company. And we grow to great lengths to try and provide them with an employee experience that is truly second to none.
I was pretty young when I took the job here at Sweetwater. I had just come out of college. I had gotten my master's in music production and technology from Berklee College of Music. And as I was applying for jobs, one of the things that kept coming up was my desire to want to keep learning and growing in the industry. That's why I was so excited to apply for Sweetwater, because I knew it was one of the few places in the industry where I'd be able to keep doing that. And it's still one of the most exciting things about coming into work here is every day I walk away having learned something new and having interacted with a customer that's taught me something new or a vendor that's taught me something new. And I was always looking for that, especially because I was just a student when I started working here. But staying current and staying up to date with what's going on in the technology industry and in the whole music retail business as a whole is a pretty key component of being a sales engineer. It's something that I was really looking for and something that has been amazing as part of my journey here. I'd say the single biggest thing that keeps me energized and positively motivated about work every day is the sheer amount of autonomy we have, specifically in the department that I work in, which is in sales. I knew coming into the gig that I was going to have the ability to run my own business and interact with my customers as I see fit and provide them with the level of service that I would want to. But I don't know if I quite knew exactly what that all looked like and felt like until I was here. If anything, it's actually a lot more refreshing than I could have imagined without actually having sat in the chair. Autonomy is a nice word that makes you feel like you're going to have a lot of freedom, but there really is a complete freedom in how you want to run your business, how you want to take on projects in your work, how you want to redesign your workflow for what makes sense for you and your customers. And I think having that level of autonomy is something that's truly unique in the retail industry, but also something that allows motivated individuals to stay creative and passionate about their work.
One of the best things about Sweetwater is the campus itself. We have so many amenities that are available to employees and their families. They're too numerous to mention, but they're all designed to help provide convenience.
Some of my favorite things about Sweetwater include this amazingly modern campus that we've got here. Over the years, I've had several customers visit me, and they're always blown away by how modern and gigantic everything is. It truly feels like coming to work at a place that doesn't even feel like an office. There's musical instruments and recording gear always at an arm's length away. There's industry-leading experts in every room in the building. We've got world-class studio space on campus. We've got an amazing restaurant on campus that people come to just to eat, and we get to work here. So there's plenty of really cool things about working here. But for me, biggest amongst them is working in a place that feels really modern, cutting edge, and truly at the forefront of the music technology industry like we are. Fort Wayne's an incredible community to be a part of. It's constantly growing and feeling more and more like a big city, but in a small town. So it's got the charm of both things. Principle for me is specifically the cost of living. Fort Wayne's a pretty incredible place to live, and it's amazing to be in a job that actually allows you to save a lot of money. Coming from other cities where the cost of living is closer to the national average or even higher than the national average, Fort Wayne's a refreshing change because you can have the same kind of standard of living for a much lower set of living expenses, meaning that ultimately you walk away having prepared your life down the road in a much better fashion.
Hard to believe, but our time here at GearFest is almost up. I mean, I can't believe it. It's just flown by so quickly. Did you guys expect it to go this fast?
Pretty amazing.
Should we just keep going?
I think we should.
Just keep rolling right on through, 24 hours a day.
There's lots of stuff we could talk about.
Might need a sandwich or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, right on. Right. Well, we're not done yet. Notice I said almost there. There's still more GearFest to come, and don't forget that our massive GearFest sales event will continue even after the GearFest show doors close. You'll still be able to take advantage of all those great deals you can only find during GearFest by visiting Sweetwater.com. Now, our final artist closing the show here at GearFest 2021 is a true living legend. I can still very clearly remember my buddy Scott showing me a cassette of this new band he discovered called Rush. The cassette was the brand new album. It was called 2112. You guys remember that one?
I do.
Man, when that came out, from the very first note, I was hooked. I was completely enthralled with everything the band did. So getting to sit down and do this interview with guitarist Alex Lifeson was a bit of a religious experience for me, if you will. Alex has visited us here at Sweetwater in the past, and I was able to interview him then, too. And as you'll see, he's a funny, nice guy, and in addition to being a super talented guitarist and songwriter. Alex Lifeson. Hi, I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. Welcome to GearFest 2021. Special guest is joining us here today. This is Alex Lifeson. It's great to see you.
Hey, Mitch. Good to see you again.
Well, man, you've been busy. New music and new guitar. We got a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, you know, I was hoping that everybody would just leave me alone, but we got the new guitar. Yes, some new music on my own, another project that I'm working on as well. So it's been a very, very active period this last year, certainly.
Right. So you, I guess the silver lining of the lockdown and everything is time to work on projects and time to move forward on some of those other things that we want to do.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's it's forced us into finding other avenues to keep ourselves occupied under this situation. So it's been very productive.
Well, one of the main things we want to talk about is the new Epiphone artist series, Alex Lifeson Les Paul Access Standard, which I have. I've actually got one hanging here on the stand behind me. I was playing it as we connected here via Zoom. Really a sweet guitar.
It is. I'm actually very, very proud of how it's been developed. I was really happy with the Gibson version of this guitar, and I used it extensively on our last several tours. But to be able to come up with something of a similar quality and all of those features on in a package that's a little more affordable, I think, particularly for beginners, I think Epiphone really hit the mark on this one.
Right. Well, it came out great. So I'm curious. Take us back a little bit. You've been a Gibson player for many, many years. Your ES355, of course, is legendary, and but you played other guitars through the years as well. What brought you back around to the Les Paul and that sound? What was it that drew you back to that?
You know, I have played other brands of guitars, and they're like tools. You know, they all have their specific job and quality. I find it difficult to just sit still a lot of times with just one thing. So I've always kind of moved around. But I think when I came back round to Gibson in the late 90s, early 2000, I never really went away. But I focused more. It was just that I missed the thickness and heaviness of the sound that I was trying to achieve. I found that I could get a really good balance. Amplification changed so I could get really nice clean tones as well on those humbuckers. But when I wanted something sustainy and dirty and thick and heavy, you just can't really beat a Gibson.
I'm curious how the original Alex Lifeson signature, which was a Gibson access guitar, came about. Were you, the story of how an artist develops a signature instrument is always fascinating to me.
You know, I had a little bit of a dilemma because I wanted the Les Paul as my platform, or at least, something like that. Even the 355 at one point. I mean, it had a vibrato arm on it, but I wanted something that functioned better than that. I modified that guitar as well as Howard Roberts Fusion that I had, the Gibson, and put a different system of vibrato arm on them, because it really became a part of my sound at that time. So I talked to the people at Gibson, and they wanted to do a signature model. And I said, well, I have some ideas for what I need for my utility. I needed, a piezo in it so I can blend in an acoustic sort of sound. I needed the vibrato arm, obviously. Coil switches would be great as well, just to create some other tones. And then we worked on that package for about 2 years. I think that was in 2011 that we finally released that guitar. And it had all those things that I really needed for performance. And it gave, any other guitarist the same ability to create those sort of sounds and tones with that guitar.
Right. Well, it ended up a amazingly versatile instrument. Like you said, you could cover everything from the acoustic parts to single coil parts to thick humbucker parts. You've got the vibrato on it. It really covers a lot of bases. But it's the little touches, too, that make a big difference.
Yes. I mean, you can get up high. The neck is sculpted right on, or scalloped, I guess is the proper term, right at the horn. So you can really get nice and high without feeling like you're cramping your hand in there to get to those high frets. That's a little detail, but it's really, really important in how the guitar feels. Having the two jacks so that you could run the piezo separately, for me, was essential. But you can also blend it in if you're on a single amp. It gives some variety and alternatives for the player. One of the most gratifying things for me was when that guitar was released, I got word that a number of Nashville session players purchased that guitar for that reason, because it had such great utility. And then I knew we did something right.
Right. Yeah, it's got the appeal to somebody like that who obviously needs tremendous versatility is awesome. Right. Well, I want to come back and take a closer look at the Epiphone version of this instrument that we've been talking about, because it's so close to the original Gibson. But tell us a little bit about the two songs that you created in kind of, I guess it looks like in conjunction with this guitar.
I've always had a home studio, and for me, obviously, it's a great escape to just write and have fun in that room. I think after Rush stopped touring, I really wanted to keep active because I didn't want to, lose the chops and all of that. So I started writing shortly after the last tour, and I wrote maybe half a dozen songs, and they're all very, very different from each other. One's got a country feel, one's got this trippy kind of psychedelic feel. So Kabul Blues was really an experiment in playing a bluesy thing with this sort of psychedelic, trippy background. And the more I got into it, I first layered all the crazy, weird stuff in the background and then basically played the solo over it. And it was really a lot of fun to do that and create that. A very different approach to something that is very traditional in a form of music, to add these other influences. And then Spy House was just it's like 2.5 minutes, but it's really punchy and it's a simple kind of riff, but I think it's really effective. And it gave me a chance to stretch out on a solo at the end, which I don't know, maybe you don't hear so much anymore these days. So it was really a fun thing. And I'm working on another project with Andy Curran, who played in Coney Hatch, who worked at our offices for many years. And Andy approached me about 4 years ago, shortly after the last Rush tour, about just adding some guitar on some of the things that he was doing. And I did that. A few months later, he sent another one and did that. And then we started getting more serious. And then we found a great singer, Maya Wynn, from Portland, Oregon. Just fabulous, fabulous voice and really smart songwriter and vocal performer. So we've basically done an album's worth of material that we hope to release sometime soon. Really excited about that.
Yeah, that's super exciting. Can't wait to hear that. Well, the two songs came out. They're fantastic, and people can hear them in their entirety at alexlifeson.com. Just pop up there and check it out. You could listen to the songs, and I want to talk a little bit more about that, because you did pretty much everything on those except for the bass on Kabul Blues and bass and drums on Spy House, correct? So were you programming these things? Did you play these parts in? Where did the ideas for these parts come from?
Exactly. When I started with those songs years ago, Yeah, I did everything. I used drum samples, vocal samples, whatever, because I was working on my own. Obviously, I played bass on Kabul and as well as Spy House, but I always had in mind that someone else would redo, a bass player would play those parts, because a bass player has the sensibilities that maybe a guitarist who plays bass doesn't. And I'm in sort of that camp. But this was something different, and it required a different sensibility. Because Andy and I were working together on this other stuff, I asked him to just have a look at those songs and come up with some more appropriate bass parts and performances, which he did do. For Spy House, I had a few drummers in mind, and I messed around with that song a little bit, but ultimately it went to David Steinberg, who's a close friend and my lawyer, actually, who played in a punk band in the 80s and 90s. So it was a real treat for him to, get behind his skins and play some music.
Right. When it came time to put the guitar parts on, tell us a little bit about how you approach finding the right tone for the part that you're going to play and for a solo.
I'm a very instinctive player in both performance and in concept. So I think for example, with Spy House, I just sat down and started playing that opening riff. And then I started messing around with tones to just find something that was, a little different from what I would normally do or what someone would expect me to do. I mean, I'm always looking at anything that I do in that context. What would someone not expect me to do? That's what I'm going to do. And any other work that I've done outside of Rush or anything personal, anything that I've done for someone else, it's always been that with in my mind. I'm going to do something that was not the reason why they asked me to do it. And I would say just about every time I get a response that, I didn't expect this, but this is perfect for the part. So with that tone, for example, I used plugins. I just messed around. Quite often I'll start with plugins just to make it convenient and easy. But I've learned that really an amp with a microphone in front of it is always going to sound more dimensional and deeper and have that quality that the plugins just don't get. You look at a real amp and you can see it in the speakers, whereas the plugins are like pasted onto a window, and they sound great, and it's amazing how they've developed over the years, and they do get better and better. But there's a smallness about them that is really challenging to open up and get some meat on them. I'm still experimenting with that, and I hope to find a way, because there's so many variables, but at the same time, there's nothing like an amp. So this is a long story, I guess, but I recreated those parts, played them with that particular tone, and then added things just as they came into my head and plowed through.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a microphone of choice that you use when you're recording your amplifiers?
I usually use a 57 Earthworks. I'm using for a lot of acoustic stuff. I think probably those two, a 421 occasionally, but the 57 is such a great mic and such a traditional mic to use for those sort of sounds particularly. I might use a condenser for anything clean that I do, but generally it's that 57.
It just always works, right?
Yeah, it always has for 50 years.
Right.
In my case.
Right. And what amp were you playing through? Was that your Lurks amp or was it something else?
I think on that one, it was the Lurks amp through a single Celestion cabinet, a Hughes Kettner, little single 12 cabinet that I have. Generally, that is my number one setup. I also have a Marshall, a Mesa Boogie. Those are kind of the three that I generally use. The Mesa Boogie is awesome for the clean tones particularly, because it gives a really nice weight and body, but the clarity is perfect. And for the dirtier stuff, the Marshall and the Omega just work out great.
Right. So when it came to playing the solo in Kabul Blues, you know, a lot of players, anytime they see that blues in the title of a song or related to a song, they instantly go to the pentatonic scale and start playing the traditional blues licks and the cliches, if you will. And you definitely avoided that while still maintaining that blues vibe and the blues sound to it over that very creative textural track. How do you achieve that? How do you manage that?
Well, blues guitar has a feel to it more than anything that goes beyond tone. That song is not strictly a blues song. There's so much other stuff going on. There's that Eastern influence. I had an oud sample that I used in that song, and it bugged me that I didn't play it. You know, I don't have an oud, but I do have a banjo, much to my wife's dismay. And so I basically just tuned it in a certain way and created that twang, because essentially all those instruments from that area of the world all are related to a banjo, or I should say the banjo's related to them. You know, skin-topped pot, basically.
Right.
And it was fun to kind of recreate the tone and the style of play. So there was that whole element of that Eastern thing with the very bluesy guitar on top. But it gave me room to move around in terms of scale. So I don't know. In my mind, when I play, a lot of it is just the way it feels. It could be incorrect, maybe technically, in certain places, but you know, if you get a reaction to a note that's played wrong, but in a good way, who cares if it's not the right note?
Right. That is awesome wisdom right there, right? It's what sounds good.
Yeah.
Right. Let's grab this guitar here. So this is Floyd Rose. You've got two different pickups here. This is a Ceramic Pro in the neck, and then we've got the Pro Bucker 3 in the bridge. How did you go about choosing the pickups for the guitar?
Well, I left that up to Epiphone, and they would recommend what they think is the proper guitar or the proper pickups for the guitar based on what we'd already experienced. When they sent the prototypes, I lived with the guitar for those first couple of weeks, and I played it. I played it through different amps. I used it, and I was very, very happy with the tone. So gave my approval, and off we went.
I don't know if we can get a close-up here, but you were talking about the sculpting on the neck heel. It's almost a heelless design here. There's no block there at all, so you can really walk your hand right up there. Then we've got the electronics for the piezo pickup, so you get the acoustic sounds. Pull pots for single coil and humbucker, and two different outputs, as you mentioned. I'm going to hang this back up here. Two different outputs, one for the acoustic sound and one for the electric sound, correct?
Right.
But you can also blend them and send them out of one output?
That's right. If you go into the main input jack, the back lower tone pot, you can adjust the volume and blend in the piezo pickup, the acoustic part of it.
Right.
Or you just roll it off and not worry about it. But certainly for me, I like having that separation because I can run a completely different system for the acoustic and try to achieve as close to an acoustic guitar sound as I can, rather than just a direct electric.
Right. So you're running that acoustic pickup out into a direct box and different electronics. You don't run that through a guitar amp, I'm assuming.
For me, no. And in performance with Rush, that was the way we always did it. And there are lots of nice little preamps and interfaces that you could use to really recreate an acoustic sound, from Gibson to Martin to whatever. And you know, I gotta say, it's pretty effective. It sounds very much an acoustic. And live performance, when I hear back songs like Camera Eye, for example, where I have the two going at the same time, I can hear them separately. They add another dimension. They make the guitar player sound like he's way better than he actually is.
Two guitar players at the same time, right?
That's it.
Right. Plus, you have the option to do whammy stuff with an acoustic, and how else could you do that?
Yeah, right. You need that.
You need to have that. So you mentioned the project that you've been working on. Will we see that in the near future? Is that something that's going to be coming out soon, or where do we look for that?
We're just working on that part of it. All the music is recorded. We're mixing currently. We're in a good place, but it's very challenging. the industry is so very different than it was certainly 10 years ago. Never mind last year. We'll see. Hopefully, late summer, early fall, we might have something. But we are very, very excited about it. It's pretty cool stuff, I think.
Right, nice. Well, that's super exciting. And in the meantime, I just have to recommend people go to alexlifeson.com and check out the 2 new songs because they're fantastic. And it's so great to hear new music from you.
Thanks, Mitch.
Yeah, and congratulations on the Epiphone Artist Series Alex Lifeson Access Standard guitar. You came up with a mouthful there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's for sure.
No, it's an awesome guitar. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks.
Well, we appreciate you joining us here at GearFest 2021. It's been a real pleasure to see you again, to get to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
Right.
Thanks, Mitch.
Take care. We'll see you soon.
Okay, see you, buddy. Bye.
And thank you for joining us here at GearFest 2021. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater. What a great way to wrap up day 2 of GearFest 2021 by spending time with a musician like Alex Lifeson. It was the perfect capper to a fantastic day and a fantastic GearFest. We've had so much fun bringing GearFest 2021. I want to thank everyone here at Sweetwater for all their hard work putting this massive event together. We truly have the best team and family in the world right here at Sweetwater. Now, just because we've wrapped up the GearFest for 2021 doesn't mean that we've ended the sale. The sale is still going on. So be sure that you head over to sweetwater.com when we finished up here. You want to check out everything that's available there. Deals will be going on for the next few days, so stay tuned over there. Now, most of all, on behalf of everyone here at Sweetwater, all the artists and all our manufacturer partners, thank you so much for joining us for GearFest 2021. It's been our pleasure to host this event, and we're thrilled and grateful that you joined us. I hope you scored some great deals on cool gear. And remember, the sale's still going on. I already mentioned it, but we've also got the grand prize drawing coming up on July 1st. 5 lucky winners are going to take home incredible free packages of gear. Now, if you've enjoyed GearFest on social media, please like, comment, subscribe, share, post, tag it, all that socially media-y things that you do. Use the tag of Sweetwater. Use hashtag GearFest 2021 and hashtag New Gear Day. Stay tuned to our YouTube channel. Soon you'll be able to go back and watch anything you missed, or if you want to see something again on demand, it's all going to be there, and also extended versions of some of our best events from here at GearFest. Now, special thanks to the entire team that worked so hard to make GearFest happen. You guys over here, big thanks to you guys, Nick DiVirgilio, Don Carr, Jacob Dupre, Dave Martin, the GearFest Orchestra.
Sure.
NDV plus the GearFest 3. I like that one. That's my favorite. It's been a blast having you guys up here with me.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks. Right on. Now, I can't believe how much I learned during GearFest this year and how inspired I am to get home and start making music. And that's the whole point of GearFest. And it's really the beauty of the whole thing. We all get to share in the passion and the excitement of making music and great audio and the gear that we all use and love. Music's got to be the greatest thing on earth, and I'm so glad we got to share so much of it with you over the past 2 days. Believe it or not, we're already thinking about GearFest 2022, which is already on the schedule for June 24th and 25th, so mark your calendars. We're going to start planning it this week, the next week or so, and I can't give away any secrets, but you can bet it's going to be bigger and better than ever. Until then, stay safe, take care, make lots of music. Thank you for coming to GearFest. I am out. Rock it, guys.